Section 40 of the Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. Chapter 19, Part 1. Muhlenberg watching Portsmouth. His involuntary inactivity. General want of necessaries in the American camp. Arnold keeps quiet. 3 French ships in the bay taken for the whole French fleet. The mistake discovered. Steuben prepares for an attack against Portsmouth. The commander of the French ships refuses to assist him. Washington induces the French admiral to set sail for Chesapeake Bay. Rochambeau detaches troops there. A decisive stroke against Portsmouth prepared. Hope of taking Arnold prisoner. Washington sends Lafayette to Virginia. Reasons why. Instructions given to Lafayette. His letter to Steuben. Lafayette expects to capture Arnold. The state does nothing towards furthering the objects of the expedition. Steuben's correspondence with Jefferson and Nelson. Steuben and Lafayette. Parallel of Washington-Irving between them incorrect. Instead of the French, an English fleet arrives. On account of its arrival, Lafayette, who had just left the state, returns. General Phillips arrives at Portsmouth and takes the chief command in Virginia. Rejection of Steuben's plan for the expulsion of the enemy from the state. Want of horses and arms. Steuben in Chesterfield. He desires to join Greene. His letter to Greene. Greene's noble answer. Steuben for the present remains in Virginia. To return to the operations in Virginia, where we left General Muhlenberg watching Arnold in Portsmouth. On account of the scarcity of provisions, want of arms and supplies, and the general destitution, which prevailed in camp as well as in the whole state, Muhlenberg was unable to attack the enemy, still less to strike a decisive blow. He spent the greater part of February in inactivity, and although thoroughly disgusted with this state of things, had no power to mend his condition. He had 2,000 men, but it must not be forgotten that they were militia, and as ill provided as the recruits at Chesterfield, whose condition has been described in the previous chapter. Among his whole force he counted about 300 bayonets and only 2 brass 6-pounders. He therefore could not think of a regular siege of the strongly fortified place, and the only thing left to him was to skirmish with the enemy as often as possible, and thus to accustom his troops to action. Arnold, on the other side, was very cautious and remained at Portsmouth. He expected reinforcements, and did not want to fight, when his presence alone was sufficient to engage the whole military power of the state, and to prevent the dispatch of reinforcements and provisions to the Southern Army. Jefferson, at the beginning of February, had entrusted to Muhlenberg the execution of a plan for the seizure of Arnold and his delivery into the hands of the governor. But owing to the extraordinary precautions which Arnold took for his own security, the project failed. Thus matters stood when, on the 16th of February, 3 French vessels arrived at the mouth of James River, one of 64 guns and 2 frigates. Colonel Dabney, who commanded the lower post, took them for the whole French fleet and reported thus to Nelson. What you expected, writes the latter on the 16th of February to Steuben, has taken place. I give you joy with all my soul. Now it's our time. Not a moment ought to be lost. The mistake, however, soon discovered. The ships came from Rhode Island, where a storm had given a temporary superiority to the French, who had hitherto been blockaded by the British fleet, and were under the command of Mr. de Tilly, who was on a cruise between New York and Charleston. Steuben immediately sent Captain Duponceau on board to inform the French commander of his situation, and expected a cooperation on his part against Portsmouth. At once made all the necessary preparations, both for this enterprise and for the security of the French vessels in case of danger. For the first project, he ordered General Gregory to assemble all the force in his power on the other side of the Dismal Swamp, and hold them in readiness to second Steuben whenever he should be ready. A line of expresses was established between his post and Suffolk, by means of which he could have given the necessary advice in less than 24 hours. General Muhlenberg advanced with about 1,000 men to within 16 miles of Portsmouth, leaving the post at Cooper's Mill in Suffolk properly guarded to cover his retreat. General Nelson had orders to hold himself in readiness to march at the first notice. General Wheaton formed a corps of 800 militia at Fredericksburg, with orders to march toward Williamsburg in case of an attack on Portsmouth. This corps was to have marched to Newport News, and if the French vessels had been obliged to retire to York River, it was to have covered the battery erected there for their defense. 6 or 7 armed merchant vessels in James River were to have joined the French vessels and assisted Steuben's operations. All the boats that could be found were collected at Sandy Point to transport the troops. 8 18-pounders and 2 mortars were got in readiness. Such were Steuben's preparations when Mr. de Tilly informed him that he was not to remain in the bay, that his orders were to cruise between Charleston and New York, and that he should sail the moment the wind would permit him. The appearance of those vessels had much alarmed the enemy in Portsmouth, and encouraged the Virginia militia. General Muhlenberg advanced near Portsmouth, surprised a picket, made 1 sergeant and 12 men prisoners, killed 2 Jaegers, and took a wagon and 8 horses. He remained within 1.5 miles of the town all next day, but the enemy kept close in their works. The departure of the French vessels, however, destroyed all hopes of succeeding in an attack on Portsmouth. Mr. de Tilly alleged as a reason for not cooperating with Steuben that the size of his ships rendered it unsafe for him to attempt to go up Elizabeth River, where Arnold had drawn up his vessels. But this was a flimsy excuse, as by stationing himself at the mouth of Elizabeth River, de Tilly would have cut off Arnold's retreat and forced him to surrender. While Steuben and Muhlenberg were subjected to this disappointment, Washington, most anxious to seize the traitor Arnold, had prevailed on the French admiral to promise the cooperation of his whole fleet in the attack against Portsmouth. Accordingly, Admiral Deschutes resolved to sail for the Chesapeake in order to block up Arnold in the bay and prevent his receiving succor. Count Rochambeau, the commander of the French troops, sent a corps of 1,120 infantry under Baron de Villomille on board the French fleet to carry out more effectually Washington's plan. Everything warranted the hope of decided success. At headquarters, they considered Arnold already as a doomed man, and to judge from the importance which was attached to his capture, it would almost appear that the expedition was undertaken more with the view of taking personal revenge against Arnold than with the more important and real object of relieving Greene and saving the whole South by the defeat of the enemy in Virginia. It is strange that, even in the reflecting and comprehensive mind of Washington, so much stress should be laid on making a prisoner the detested leader of the British forces, a project that was nothing but a romantic fancy. In like manner, in the beginning of 1778, Washington had formed a plan to abduct Sir Henry Clinton from New York, and only the shrewd suggestions of Alexander Hamilton prevented the attempted execution of the plan. Steuben, after having forwarded Colonel Campbell with 400 men to the Southern Army, had no Continentals left and only militia under his orders. Convinced, writes Washington to him on the 20th of February, 1781, from New Windsor, that a naval operation alone will probably be ineffectual, and that militia would be unequal to the reduction of Arnold in his works. I have detached a corps of 1,200 men from this army, chiefly consisting of the light infantry, and of course commanded by the Marquis de Lafayette, which will, I hope, arrive at the head of Elk about the 6th of March, to embark there and proceed down the bay to Hampton Roads or the point of operation. This corps will carry with it some heavy artillery, but if you can procure any in addition, it will be of great importance. I am to desire you will make such arrangements with respect to the militia and supplies. and will take such a position as you judge will be most conducive to the success of the enterprise. The Marquis de Lafayette will open a correspondence with you for this purpose. In the instructions given to Lafayette in regard to the enterprise against Portsmouth, Washington says, "When you arrive at your destination, you must act as your own judgment, and the circumstances shall direct. You will open a correspondence with Baron Steuben, who now commands in Virginia, informing him of your approach and requesting him to have a sufficient body of militia ready to act in conjunction with your detachment. It will be advisable for him to procure persons in whom he can confide, well acquainted with the country of Portsmouth and in the vicinity, some who are capable of giving you a military idea of it, and others to serve as guides. You should give the earliest attention to acquiring a knowledge of the different rivers, but particularly the James River, that you may know what harbors can best afford shelter and security to the cooperating squadron in case of blockade by a superior force. You are to do no act whatever with Arnold that directly or by implication may screen him from the punishment due to his treason and desertion, which, if he should fall into your hands, you will execute in the most summary way." Lafayette could scarcely wait to reach Virginia. His sole aim and purpose, the object of his most ardent desires, was the capture of Arnold, who, he constantly dreaded, would evade the snares in which he hoped to catch him. "Nothing will be wanting," he wrote from Morristown on the 24th of February, 1781, to Steuben, "to hurry the detachment, which you will find to be an excellent body of troops. I hope that the French ships will strictly blockade Mr. Arnold, and as your position will no doubt exclude the possibility of his taking any advantage by land, I hope we may, before long, give a good account of him. Should he by chance make any proposition, no communication ought to be held with him that might countenance any pretension to his being a prisoner of war." The article of my letter, the 24th instant, he continues on the 26th of February in Philadelphia, relating to any terms Arnold might propose, is the more important as it is the more positively expressed in my instructions. On the 3rd of March, when he arrived at the head of Elk, he wrote to Muhlenberg, "In all cases I am to request you that no communication be held with Arnold that may in any way give him the least claim to the advantages of a prisoner of war. It can easily be imagined that Steuben, who had done everything in his power to defend Virginia, and since his arrival in the state had suffered under the most embarrassing difficulties, was looking with uneasiness upon the sudden intrusion of Lafayette, just at the moment when he had the agreeable prospect of taking Portsmouth. "Tomorrow," he writes on the 3rd of March, 1781, to Green, "I set out for Williamsburg to finish my preparations for the arrival of the Marquis and the fleet. I have communicated to him the plan of operation I should have followed had the fleet been here to assist me. I think the same plan, with very little alterations, should be now adopted. I flatter myself that a Marquis and minus 600 troops that are coming, it would have been in my power to have delivered to you Mr. Arnold. But this honor is reserved for another. But do not think, my dear General, that this idea, however mortifying, will in the least relax my zeal in the affair. On the contrary, I hope the Marquis will find everything prepared for his arrival." The state of Virginia was unable to furnish the articles which were required for the expedition against Portsmouth. They had no money and no credit. The only thing they could do was to issue impress warrants for horses, boats, and provisions. Even Steuben asked the governor in vain for surgeons, with instruments and bandages for the troops. The executive promised to provide everything that was wanted, but put Steuben off from day to day. There was no powder even to be had. In Muhlenberg's camp, the whole ammunition amounted to 8 rounds a man, and provision for 4 days. But what was worse than all, the reinforcements which the state had promised did not arrive. Yet it was on the strength of the promise and on a belief in the energetic cooperation of the state that Steuben had represented to Lafayette the facility of taking the fortifications of Portsmouth sword in hand. On my arrival yesterday afternoon, writes Lafayette to Washington from Yorktown, on the 15th of March, I found that Baron Steuben had been very active in making preparations, and agreeably to what he tells me, we shall have 5,000 militia ready to operate. This, with the Continental detachment, is equal to the business, and we might very well do without any land force from Newport. In your first letter to the Baron, I wish, my dear General, you would write to him that I have been much satisfied with his preparations. I want to please him, and harmony shall be my first object. The preparations which Steuben had made for the attack on Portsmouth are detailed in his letter to General Greene on the 16th of March as follows. 4 18-pound cannon, 3 13-inch mortars, 8 field pieces, 7 or 8,000 pounds of powder, with shells and balls sufficient. 4 troops of cavalry, each 30, 120. 9 regiments of 400 each, 3,600 men. 500 riflemen, 600 militia from Carolina and Princess Anne counties. In all, 4,820 militia. Unfortunately, however, the greater part of these supplies, both of men and arms, existed only on paper, and Steuben was again forced to complain to the government about the unfulfillment of its promises, as will be seen from the following letter to Governor Jefferson, dated the 9th of March, 1781. I have received a letter from General Muhlenberg, dated the 7th instant, informing me that the reinforcements which were to have joined him on the 5th had not then arrived, and consequently he was prevented from detaching the 800 men destined to join General Gregory and to secure the passage of the Great Bridge. At the same instant arrived 12 men, being all of the 104 who were ordered from New Kent. They are unarmed and demand my orders. I am extremely sorry to declare that I shall give neither arms nor orders. On the assurance I received from government by Colonel Walker, I had the weakness to write General Washington and Marquis Lafayette that everything was ready for the expedition. My credulity, however, is punished at the expense of my honor, and the only excuse I have is my confidence in government. The quartermaster writes me that he has employed the assistance of government in procuring stores for the expedition. In fact, if the powers of government are inadequate to the furnishing what is indispensably necessary, the expedition must fail. In this situation, I suspend giving any orders that I received Your Excellency answer to this, which answer I will lay before the Marquis and the commander of the French fleet, that they may not engage too far in an enterprise for which there is no prospect of carrying it through. End of section 40. Section 41 of the Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. Chapter 19, continued. These apprehensions and hopes are confirmed in a letter of Steuben's, dated the 10th of March to General Nelson. An event is approaching, he says, which will have much influence on the operations of the next campaign. Your indisposition at this time is particularly unfortunate, as it deprives me of your counsel and assistance at a time I am in the greatest want of them. You are better acquainted than I am with the strength and weakness of this state, and you have the confidence of the people. Judge then how much I regret your absence. I am in want of everything, and government have not the power to assist me, in consequence of which I am disappointed in the most essential arrangements. Even the militia, ordered out for this expedition, refused to come. Here we have a pleasing prospect before us. We may, I think, be certain that a fleet will come to cooperate with us, and in that case the grand traitor cannot escape. If we, through neglect, fail in this, it will have a bad effect on the rest of our operations this campaign. Irving, in the 4th volume of his Life of Washington, in order to prove that the youthful Marquis was not so sanguine as the veteran Baron, quotes Lafayette's letter, dated the 7th of March, 1781, to Washington, according to which Steuben declared the taking of Portsmouth, sword in hand, a very easy affair. But he does not mention under what conditions and suppositions Steuben thought thus. The above letters, which are by no means sanguine, fully explain the grounds on which Steuben's opinion was formed, and on this account deserve particular consideration. The French fleet left Newport on the 8th of March, and its arrival in Chesapeake Bay could reasonably be expected about the middle of March. Lafayette reached the camp of Muhlenberg near Suffolk on the 19th of March. This general had been very active in the meantime. He held the actual command of the troops in the field, while Steuben was occupied in making preparations for the arrival of the French fleet, and gained many advantages over Arnold by cutting off foraging parties, driving in his outposts, and even taking his post at Great Bridge. Surrounded on the land side by Muhlenberg, Arnold could not expect to keep the place if he did not soon receive relief. Everything was ready to effect the capture of the place, should the French fleet arrive and lend the expected assistance by sea. At last, on the 20th of March, a large fleet was seen in the bay. The hopes of all parties were excited in the highest degree. The Americans were jubilant at the idea that Arnold could not escape, and that the British must suffer a decided defeat. But their joy was short, and was soon turned into bitter disappointment. On the 23rd, it was discovered that the fleet which had arrived was the British squadron under Arbuthnot, which had sailed 2 days after the departure of the French from Newport. At about 20 leagues off the Capes, it fell in with the French fleet and engaged it for an hour and a half, and that Admiral de Jouchet, though not beaten, had decided to return to Newport, while the British, considerably damaged, steered off and anchored first in Lynnhaven Bay, and then opposite Portsmouth, to repair their damages and send their wounded to the hospital. This indecisive engagement on the part of the British amounted to a complete victory, as Arnold and Portsmouth were saved. Thus the Americans were once again disappointed in their hopes of a successful expedition. Lafayette, whose troops had not advanced farther than Annapolis, returned by water to the head of Elk, and prepared to join the main army on the banks of the Hudson. It would be impossible to understand this movement on his part, were it not for the reason that in consequence of the failure of the arrival of the French fleet, he presumed his task at an end. With the true French ardor for flourish, he expected to capture Arnold, and withdrew when he found that the glory at which he aimed could not be won. The critical state of affairs in the South should have prevented Lafayette from drawing off his troops to the northward, the more so as the force of the enemy was lessened in the north by the detachment under Phillips, which arrived in Portsmouth while Lafayette was still in Williamsburg. Thus Steuben, who, notwithstanding Lafayette's presence, had not been superseded in the command, was again left alone. Arnold, however, was soon relieved by General Phillips, who, with 2,000 men, reached Portsmouth on the 26th of March, and being the senior general, took the command. His object appeared to be to join Lord Cornwallis, but in the first instance he remained quiet at Portsmouth with a force of about 3,500 men. "Nothing will hinder," wrote Steuben on the 23rd of March to the Board of War, "the enemy to penetrate further into the country. They will even be obliged to do so for subsistence. Virginia asks assistance, and a great part of the people expect it. I am very apprehensive that the invasion will stop all succor from this state to the Southern Army. The magazines will be exhausted, and all this merits the consideration of Congress and our allies." Steuben's force was still so small that he could scarcely take the precautions indispensable for the security of the state. His first care was to save those articles which at so much trouble and expense had been collected for the expedition against Portsmouth. On this occasion, the state assisted him with great energy. Steuben's next task was to prevent, if possible, the enemy from making incursions into the country, and from forming a junction with Cornwallis. On the 27th of March, he directed Muhlenberg to collect the whole of his force at one point, and to recall the 2 regiments which, under Colonel Parker, were detached to the Great Bridge. No time was to be lost, for if the enemy were, in the meantime, to send their new troops, it would have been difficult, if not impossible, to execute this project. Colonel Parker, however, by making night marches and crossing a considerable portion of the Dismal Swamp on logs, succeeded in effecting a junction with Muhlenberg, who now removed to his old camp near Scott's, leaving 2 regiments at Cooper's Mills and a battalion at the Chattatuck. I am now, says Muhlenberg on the 3rd of April in a letter to Steuben, in my opinion, in the best position this place affords, either to prevent them from making incursions into the country, or to keep pace with them, should they move up James River, which I am inclined to think they will attempt. Report says that Arnold is to march by land, whilst the fleet, with part of the troops on board, moves up the river. But the wholesale desertion of the militia forced Muhlenberg to retire still further and higher up the country, as the enemy would have broken him up if he had continued within their reach. Shortly previous to this, and just before the departure of Lafayette, Steuben had formed a project for effectually delivering the state from the enemy, and laid it before the executive, Lord Cornwallis being then in the environs of Hillsborough, North Carolina. Steuben proposed to the government to march with the whole of the militia, and by forced marches cross the Roanoke, and in conjunction with General Greene, engage the forces under his lordship before the enemy in Virginia could have time to form any plan. This maneuver, he flattered himself, would at least drive Cornwallis from North Carolina, and probably, by obliging General Phillips to follow Steuben with all his forces, have removed the seat of war from Virginia. Steuben submitted this plan to Lafayette, General Wheaton, and Colonel Gouvion, who approved it. On his way to Richmond, he met Lieutenant Colonel Morris, who came directly from General Greene, and informed him that Cornwallis had already begun to retire to Cross Creek, and that General Greene wanted a reinforcement to enable him to pursue the British with vigor. This served to strengthen Steuben's opinion, and as he had then upwards of 4,000 militia together, he confined his requisition to 2,000 men, whom he only required for 30 or 40 days. The state government, which, according to General Wheaton, had not an idea beyond local security, answered that, although the proposition seemed to them to be founded on very probable principles, yet, as the number of arms that such a detachment would necessarily carry with them was greater than the number that would remain in the state, it would be a measure unjustifiable in the present circumstances of affairs, the enemy having lately received a great reinforcement, that although the militia at present in service would be unable to resist the whole force of the enemy in any quarter, yet, being strangers to their certain intentions, the militia would be able to repel the incursions of detachments, which otherwise would be rendered utterly impracticable for the want of arms. Steuben, therefore, had to remain in Virginia. He repaired to Chesterfield Courthouse in order to accelerate the departure of the new levies destined for the southward. My situation, he says in a report to Washington, dated on the 15th of April, 1781, is not the most agreeable, as I am obliged to undertake the defense against 3,000 regular troops, with nothing to oppose to them but militia, whose numbers decrease every day. Those who have served since the beginning of the invasion have discharged themselves, and are not yet replaced by others, in consequence of which General Muhlenberg is left on the south side of the river with only 700 men, and General Wheaton on the north side with about 600 men. If the enemy have any intention to penetrate the country, the opposition which we can make will avail little. A very great evil resulting from this invasion is that it stops the recruiting for the army. So long as the county has any militia in the field, so long that county is prevented from drafting, and as most of the counties have had part of their militia either here or with General Greene, little or nothing has yet been done in the business. Only 52 have yet come in, and of these, Some have already deserted. Some will come as substitutes, have received 25 and 30,000 pounds for 18 months. I am much at a loss what to do for arms when the recruits do come in. I had reckoned on those by Monsieur de Tilly, and I must entreat your Excellency to order them on by land, as we have not the least prospect of a single musket any other way. We shall also be much distressed for ammunition. General Greene presses me for a supply, while I can scarcely find enough to supply the militia. The Marquis had sent 100,000 cartridges to Fredericksburg. These I will take care to forward to General Greene. Your Excellency has, I presume, been informed that the lead mines have given out. This article is not now to be had here. If the Eastern States do not send us a supply, we shall be sadly at a loss. Powder is also scarce. A powder mill near this was blown up some time since, supposed by an emissary of the enemy. I imagine Maryland would furnish some, on application of the Board of War. Another important and very difficult job is remounting the cavalry. The Assembly have passed a law limiting the price of horses for the cavalry at 5,000 pounds, a price inadequate to the purchase of the meanest horse. Very indifferent horses which have been impressed have been valued at from 20 to 30,000 pounds and upwards. Nothing, therefore, can possibly be done till the meeting of the Assembly. The Southern Army will require at least 300 cavalry horses for next campaign. I suppose 30 guineas to have been the old price of such horses. Allowing now 40 guineas, the whole will amount to 12,000 guineas. The price must be limited, or the Continent will not be able to pay the expense of remounting 2 regiments of cavalry. I beg your Excellency's directions for my guide in making a proper representation to the Assembly, which meets on the 10th of next month. Swords will also be much wanted for the cavalry. I have ordered 600 to be made at Mr. Hunter's works, but dare not reckon on them in time. Cartridge boxes are an article the state cannot furnish. If possible, 2,000 should be sent immediately from Philadelphia. The little success I have had in creating the line of this state and in furnishing the necessary supplies for the Southern Army induced me to request General Greene to call me to the army. Steuben communicates his troubles and disappointments in a more confidential manner to his friend General Greene than he would have done in his official correspondence with the General-in-Chief. Greene appears to have fully appreciated his embarrassing situation, and his letters are full of sympathy for Steuben's sufferings, and a vain, though sincere desire to alleviate them. Greene's letters do credit alike to his head and heart, and are a convincing proof of the ability and fine feeling of that noble man. If I preferred, says Steuben, in a letter from Chesterfield Courthouse on the 2nd of April, 1781, my own inclinations to the public interest, I should immediately set out to join you. My desire to act under your immediate directions, and the disgust I have from my situation here, are motives equally forcible to urge my departure hence. I, however, think it my duty to remain here till I am to bring my first detachment with me, which I intend shall amount to 500 infantry and 60 to 80 cavalry, and for this I am now exerting my utmost. I see and feel, writes Greene on the 3rd of April from his camp on the Deep River, for your disagreeable situation, and anything that is in my power to grant you, you may command. But if you leave Virginia, all things will run into confusion, and I am so far from thinking that you are disgraced by your command in Virginia, that everybody allows you to have acquired great credit, and though it is not of that splendid kind, it is nevertheless very honorable, and is founded upon the same line of conduct from which General Washington has justly acquired so much honor. I mean that of guarding against misfortune. My greatest expectations of support are from Virginia, drawn forth under your regulations and arrangements. If you leave them, state policy and partial views will counteract all the support we may expect from that quarter, and we shall all fall together to the southward. Nothing in my power shall be wanting to do justice to your reputation, and I feel my obligations to you for your exertions. Should you continue to wish to join the army, you shall most readily have my consent, for I am greatly in want of aid here as well as there. But it is my opinion that you can be more extensively useful there than here. However, my dear Baron, continues Green on the 6th of April, when you consider the critical and disagreeable situation I am in, the little prospect I have of acquiring glory, and the almost certain disgrace that will accompany my maneuvers, from the nature and constitution of our army, and from the many difficulties I have to combat, and compare your situation with mine, you may think yourself happy that you are not in as perplexing a state as I am. I wish both our prospects were better, but mine, of all men, is the most disagreeable. Let us labor and faint not. Happily we may get through the thorny path in due time, and by ways and means not very clear to either at present. This noble appeal to Steuben's ambition and sense of duty had the desired effect. He remained in Virginia. End of section 41. Section 42 of the Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. Chapter 20, Part 1. Dark prospects in Virginia. Steuben almost despairs as to an improvement. Lafayette appointed to the chief command in Virginia. He arrives in Richmond on the 29th of April. Till then, Steuben commander-in-chief. His dispositions at the invasion of Phillips. The latter ascends the James River, lands on Sandy Point, and goes as far as Petersburg. Steuben, everywhere hampered, cannot do much. The militia does not arrive. Steuben, however, opposes Phillips' advance. Steuben's report. Jefferson's acknowledgments. Phillips and Arnold's plundering inroads towards Richmond. Lafayette puts a stop to them. Phillips retires. Cornwallis marches from Wilmington into Virginia and forms a junction with Phillips at Petersburg. Lafayette goes to Wilton. Steuben on the Chickahominy accelerates the levy of the recruits. His letter to Greene about his position in Virginia. He wants to join Greene. The latter consents to his wish. Point of Fork, the general rendezvous. 1,500 recruits ordered to assemble there. Steuben finds only 340. He provides them with arms. He transports the magazines to the Point of Fork. The state does nothing for the protection of its inhabitants against the devastations of the enemy. It has no credit. Claiborne's sad but true report. Negligence in recruiting. General desertion. Steuben has only 500 men under him. He intends to join Greene with them. His reasons for the plan explained in a letter to Lafayette. He asks Greene by what road he wishes him to march to the south. Greene's answer does not arrive. It is intercepted on the way. Steuben secures in the meantime the magazines as well as possible. In the meantime, it became every day more apparent that the whole South must be abandoned to the enemy, and Greene's army sacrificed, if he were not speedily reinforced. The clouds hanging over Virginia were growing darker and darker, and even Steuben seems to have become somewhat discouraged. On the 11th of April, he wrote to General Hand, then Adjutant General of the Army, as follows. I wish it was in my power to give you a pleasing account of affairs in this part of the continent, but indeed everything is gloomy, very little in our favor, and appearances entirely against us. However, we must do and suffer, and if by any means we may obtain the prize we fight for, the price can scarcely be too great. The apprehended junction of Phillips with Cornwallis proved the danger of delay, and determined Washington to order Lafayette on the 6th of April, 1781, to march to the south and put himself under the orders of General Greene, who appointed him to the chief command in Virginia. Notwithstanding his forced marches and every possible exertion. It took Lafayette fully 3 weeks to reach Richmond, where he arrived on the 29th of April. Steuben therefore continued to hold the command in the state, and if not crowned with success, he at least had the satisfaction to prove on the occasion of Philip's invasion that even the militia could be disciplined into soldiers, and, when properly led, make an honorable stand against the English regulars. Immediately after the arrival of Philip in Virginia, Steuben made the following disposition of his forces. Should the enemy penetrate into the country, the whole militia will turn out, receive all the spare arms, and be embodied in battalions, regiments, or detachments, as General Muhlenberg thinks proper. Should the enemy dislodge General Muhlenberg from Broadwater, his retreat will be Petersburg, whence his movements must be such as to enable him to keep the upper country. Should the enemy direct his march toward North Carolina, General Muhlenberg's corps will still endeavor to keep their right flank at the same time. The troops on the other side of the river will follow the enemy and march in the rear. In case the enemy should move up James River so far as Richmond, General Muhlenberg's first movements will still be to Petersburg, and from thence the further movements of the enemy will regulate and determine his movements. The corps under General Nelson will consist of 800 men, infantry, and as many horses as can be collected, should the enemy land below. River. This corps must cross said river and govern his retreat and movements as those of the enemy may make it necessary. But as soon as the enemy lands at the south side, General Nelson's corps must endeavor to cross James River at the most convenient place in order to follow their march in the rear. Should the enemy come up by way of York River, General Nelson's corps must act according to circumstances in order to annoy the enemy. As the fort at Hood's is not in a state of defense, and our force in the field not sufficient to make the necessary resistance, so low down the river, the stores and arms from Prince George Courthouse are directed to be carried to Petersburg. General Phillips, after having fortified himself at Portsmouth on the 16th of April, ascended James River. He embarked his men in 25 flatboats, each of which carried 100 men. Muhlenberg, agreeably to Steuben's orders, had previously removed all the stores on the right bank of the river, from the lower parts of the state to Prince George Courthouse, but even this place was too near James River to be secure as a depot. Steuben, therefore, thought it prudent to remove them still further into the country beyond Richmond. At the same time, Colonel Ennis had packed the public stores on the left side of the river, and held them in readiness for removal at a minute's warning. On the 18th of April, the British fleet came opposite the mouth of Paga's Creek. Muhlenberg, in order to keep ahead of the enemy and to advise Steuben of their movements, on the 19th broke up his camp at Broadwater and marched via Wall's Bridge to Cabin Point, while the enemy proceeded on the 20th to Jamestown, and the next day landed at Sandy Point. Steuben had fixed the rendezvous with the cavalry at Petersburg, and ordered the other troops to retire before any superior force toward Richmond. He was at this time at Chesterfield Courthouse, and engaged in forming a corps of cavalry, and in removing, with the assistance of Davies, the stores from Powhatan Courthouse to Cumberland Old Courthouse, and the Point of Fork. On the 23rd, the enemy arrived at Westover, where 200 armed and 300 unarmed militia were unable to offer any effective resistance. Thus the enemy was able to commit considerable depredations. The number of the militia in the field being too small to offer battle, Steuben ordered his officers to avoid as much as possible the risk of a general action, which would inevitably have led to a defeat. He therefore thought it best to harass the enemy by small detachments, which could easily retreat, when beaten, to some place of rendezvous. The militia, writes Steuben on the 21st of April, 1781, from Chesterfield Courthouse to Washington and the Board of War, come in very slowly. Arms will be wanted for them and swords with the artillery that might assemble. The battery at Hood's is not half finished, Everything is in the same confusion as when Arnold came up the river. There is not a single company of regular troops in the state, and the militia are too inexperienced to hope for the least resistance from them. On the 24th of April, the enemy reached City Point at the entrance of the Appomattox into James River, about 12 miles from Petersburg. Steuben had left Chesterfield Courthouse on the 22nd, from which place he had directed the removal of the stores and the movements of the troops, and went down to Petersburg, where he took the command of the American forces. As some doubts are entertained whether Steuben was present at the ensuing engagements, we think it best to insert here the report which Steuben made to Washington and Greene about the affair near Petersburg, and which proves that he, and not Muhlenberg, commanded the Americans on that occasion. On the 24th, he writes on the road from Petersburg to Chesterfield Courthouse, 10 miles from Petersburg, on the 25th of April. I reconnoitered the enemy's fleet, then lying off Westover, and consisting of 13 topsail vessels and 23 flat-bottomed boats full of men. The whole number of troops on board I judged to be about 2,500. A Hessian sergeant who deserted to us made them 3,000. The fleet of the enemy soon came to sail and stood up the river toward City Point, which continued to keep me in doubt on which side they would debark. I therefore ordered the militia under command of General Muhlenberg to retire to the vicinity of Blandford. The same evening the enemy landed all their force at City Point, which fully evinced that their first object was Petersburg. Being obliged to send large detachments to the neck of land between Appomattox and James Rivers, I had not more than 1,000 men left to oppose the enemy's advance. In this critical situation, there were many reasons against risking a total defeat. The loss of arms was a principal one, and on the other hand, to retire without some show of resistance would have intimidated the inhabitants and encouraged the enemy to further incursions. This last consideration determined me to defend the place as far as our inferiority in numbers would permit. I made choice of Blandford as the place of defense, and the bridge of Pocahontas as our retreat. The troops were disposed accordingly and passed the night under arms. The morning of the 25th I was informed that the enemy was within 3 miles of our advance post, and that 11 flat-bottomed boats with troops were at the same time moving up Appomattox River. Towards noon the enemy came in sight, formed themselves and displayed to their left, but it was near 3 o'clock before the firing commenced, which continued from post to post till past 5 o'clock, when the superior number of the enemy and a want of ammunition obliged me to order the retreat, and the bridge to be taken up, which was executed in the greatest order, notwithstanding the fire of the enemy's cannon and musketry. The troops with the same good order retreated to this place, where they are just encamped. I am not yet able to ascertain our loss, but believe it not great. I do not think the enemy took a single prisoner. The enemy's loss I am also unable to form any judgment of. General Muhlenberg merits my particular acknowledgments for the good disposition which he made, and the great gallantry with which he executed it. Indeed, the gallant conduct of all the officers, and the particular good behavior of the men, must, I am persuaded, have attracted the admiration of the enemy. I had the pleasure to say that our troops disputed the ground with the enemy, inch by inch, and the maneuvers were executed with the greatest exactness. Jefferson, on the 26th of April, congratulated Steuben on this initiation of our militia into the business of war, and found Steuben's opinion justified, that the more the militia were employed in a small way, the more contented they would remain, and the more they would improve. In his letter to Washington on the 9th of May, 1781, he said that the enemy was received by Steuben, mind, not by Muhlenberg, with a body of militia somewhat under 1,000, who, though the enemy were 2,300 strong, disputed the ground very handsomely 2 hours, during which time the enemy gained 1 mile only, and that by inches. I am happy, says Greene on the 14th of May, 1781, in reply to Steuben's report, that you came to so judicious a determination of not hazarding a general action, and yet not permitting the enemy to advance without considerable opposition. You reported the good conduct of General Muhlenberg and the troops under his command affords me great pleasure, and claims my entire approbation. This spirit opposition will have a most happy effect upon their future operations. Phillips, after having destroyed the vessels lying in the river at Petersburg and burned the tobacco warehouses, proceeded to Chesterfield Courthouse, where he continued his work of devastation. Arnold pursued a similar course near Warwick, and having set fire to all the tobacco magazines, soon after joined Phillips in Manchester, opposite Richmond. It was their chief design to capture this latter place, because it was of importance as the capital of the state, and the key to the strategical operations in the interior of Virginia. Steuben alone was too weak to keep the city against the attack of the united forces of Arnold and Phillips. All depended upon the arrival of Lafayette, who might be expected at any moment. Fortunately, he arrived in time, and as he was soon joined by about 2,000 militia, the enemy did not dare to cross the river, which was at that time without a bridge. Lafayette took up a position at a point above the falls of James River, at which all the boats had been collected, and assumed the chief command of the American forces in Virginia, while Phillips, on the 2nd of May, slowly descended the river and halted opposite Cobham, where his movements were closely watched by Lafayette. On the 5th of May, Phillips, while still below Burwell's Ferry, was informed by a dispatch from Lord Cornwallis that he was on his march to Virginia, and that he intended to form a junction with him at or near Petersburg. Lord Cornwallis, after having arrived at Wilmington, North Carolina, at once understood that little or nothing could be done against the enemy from this remote place, and that in the Carolinas and Georgia no decisive blow could be struck. He therefore eagerly seized the advantage which Philip's arrival in Virginia opened to him, and resolved to march across North Carolina, and after having joined Phillips, to effect a junction with Clinton. He remained only 18 days in Wilmington to rest his army, and on the 24th of April commenced his march northward. It was one of the most daring and noble enterprises during the whole war, and deserves the admiration of both friend and enemy. When the orders of Cornwallis reached Phillips, the former was in Halifax, some 70 miles from Petersburg. Phillips ascended the river again and landed his forces at City Point, whence he marched towards Petersburg. Lafayette, who had received the same news of the approach of Cornwallis, tried to prevent a junction, but he came too late, and on the 9th of May, Phillips entered Petersburg unmolested. This British general died on the 13th, and Arnold had the temporary command, when a week after, Cornwallis arrived in Petersburg and took the command of all the British forces in Virginia. Lafayette, thus defeated in his design, recrossed James River and established himself at Wilton, some 20 miles below Richmond, on the north side of that stream. But Lord Cornwallis, on the 24th, followed him, crossed the river at Westover, and being reinforced by the arrival of 2 British regiments and 2 Anspach battalions, drove Lafayette towards the back country. The first object of Cornwallis was, of course, to beat Lafayette. His next, to destroy such of the enemy's stores as might be within his reach, after the American army had been either defeated or obliged to retire. It is not the purpose of this work to follow in detail the movements of Lafayette, except so far as they were connected with Steuben, who remained with him as long as there was any probability of coming to action. While Phillips lay in the river, Steuben commanded the militia, and formed the rear of the American forces on the upper part of the Chickahominy, at New Kent Courthouse and Bottom Bridge. But when the approach of Cornwallis became certain, and when his operations carried the American forces too far from their rendezvous, he exclusively devoted his time to accelerate, by his presence, the levy of the recruits for the South, to protect the stores and regulate their supply on and near James River beyond Richmond. End of section 42. Section 43 of the Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. Chapter 20, continued. When the Marquis arrived, says Steuben in a letter to Green, dated Carter's Ferry, on the 15th of May, 1781, I looked on myself discharged from attending the operations in the field, the more especially as he had 3 brigadiers under him. I therefore again turned my attention to collecting and equipping the recruits, and with the Marquis's consent, fixed the general rendezvous at Albemarle Barracks. We have as yet only 430 recruits assembled, unarmed, unequipped, and without clothes, nor do I expect above 400 more. All the south side of James River and those counties on the north side, which lay near the coast or river, are not obliged to draft their levies so long as they have any militia in the field. If, therefore, the enemy continues here, near 2/3 of the state will not furnish any recruits. In fact, if, with our greatest efforts, we get 1,000 men from Virginia, it will be the utmost. Notwithstanding this, my care to keep together and equip the few we have got has not failed to draw on me the censure of many of the great men here, who pretend that these recruits ought to be sent immediately into the field, and relieve so many of the militia. Otherwise men ridicule the distance from the enemy to which I have sent them, while their respective plantations are exposed. I am sorry to say that the desertion that prevails among the recruits equals that of the Virginia troops with you. I despair, my dear General, of ever seeing a Virginia line exist. Everything seems to oppose it. With all the trouble I can take, I find it impossible to assemble either officers or men, and even when a few are got together, I hear of nothing but of furloughs for the officers, and of the desertion of the men. The few recruits we have are formed into a regiment under Colonel Gaskins. About 150 of them are armed. I shall order them in a couple of days to the fork of the river, which will, in some measure, gratify the people by protecting their magazines, which are all assembled at that place, and they may, at the same time, be disciplined and equipped there. I shall also send some officers to Albemarle Barracks to receive the recruits that may be sent in from the other rendezvous, to equip them and send them on to join the regiment at the fork. Having completed these arrangements, I shall join the Marquis till I receive your orders, and I must give you notice that, from the many difficulties which daily occur, and of which I have mentioned only a small part, my presence in this state has become entirely useless. I shall, with great pleasure, fly to put myself under your more immediate command, and I beseech you, my dear General, to call me as soon as possible, for never was a man more disgusted than I am at the conduct and proceedings in this quarter. A few days after the date of this letter, Steuben received one from General Greene of the 1st of May, in which he anticipated Steuben's desire to join him, and gave him the following directions. The Marquis de Lafayette writes me that he is ordered to Richmond with his detachment, agreeable to my application. This will afford me an opportunity of indulging your wishes in joining the army, and it is my wish that you should march with all the Virginia drafts that are fit to take the field, as soon as you can. General Wayne, I am told, is on the march for this army with the Pennsylvania line. You will please to write him to follow as soon as possible. Our situation requires immediate support. I beg you to get the best state of the stores you can, and bring with you, and write to the Board of War our deplorable condition respecting arms. Unless a new supply can be had, or larger armories established for their repairs. We cannot keep the field. I beg you to take every possible measure to improve both. Bring forward also the cavalry with you that is fit for duty, ours being much broken down, and the enemy having more than 2 to our 1. And should we meet with another defeat, and the enemy have a superior body of force, nothing less than total ruin must follow. You will please to furnish the Marquis with the best information you can respecting the state of things in Virginia. I find myself so beset with difficulties that I need the counsel and assistance of an officer educated in the Prussian school, and I persuade myself I shall have in you both the friend and the general I want. Steuben immediately communicated this letter to Governor Jefferson and Lafayette at an interview in the council chamber at Richmond, and as the barracks at Chesterfield Courthouse had been burnt by the enemy, and as the situation was no longer proper for the rendezvous of the troops, he mentioned to the governor the necessity of fixing on some place less exposed, where he might collect the recruits, equip and form them, and with the consent of Lafayette, Albemarle Barracks was agreed on for the place. As the governor had said that those counties who had militia in the field would not proceed to draft, Steuben asked him what would be the number of the recruits of those counties that were not so circumstanced. About 1,500 men, answered Jefferson, in the presence of Lafayette. All that had been collected at that time were 300 men at Manchester, badly armed and worse clothed. Steuben determined, therefore, that they should march immediately to Albemarle Barracks, to be clothed and equipped for the field, that the other recruits should join them as soon as they came in, and that afterward they might join General Greene or the Marquis, as circumstances might require. Orders were accordingly given to them to march by way of Carter's Ferry. The day after, Steuben received a letter from Colonel Davies, in which he represented that Albemarle Barracks was a very improper place on many accounts, that a great difficulty would occur in transporting provisions there, that there was no wood near it, and that the barracks were nearly destroyed. He pointed out the fork of James River as the most proper place. Many articles for the equipment of the troops were, he said, already there, and he promised to make every necessary arrangement for the reception of the troops at that place. On this letter, Steuben joined Lafayette at Wilton, and he having no objection, the point of fork was determined on. The Marquis desired him to repair there to hasten the equipment of the 1,500 recruits whom they expected, and who were to join either General Greene or Lafayette. On his arrival at the fork, Steuben found, however, that not more than 540 men had yet come in, and of these a great number were unfit for the service. They were without arms and clothing, and badly equipped, and every day diminished in number by desertion and sickness. It was with difficulty that they were provided with arms, which had just arrived from Philadelphia. While Steuben was thus occupied, Lord Cornwallis crossed James River, and Lafayette retreated up the country. The principal part of the Continental stores was then on the south side of the river, at Prince Edward, Charlotte, and Halifax courthouses. Those of the state were dispersed everywhere, and a great part of them, by order of the government, were deposited at the point of fork. The retreat of Lafayette induced Steuben to represent to the agent and to the commissioner of the state the necessity of removing them higher up into the mountains. He told them that the troops were by no means destined to guard the stores, but that he should remove them as circumstances might direct. The greater part of the stores was accordingly removed, and those which, by the negligence of their own officers, fell into the hands of the enemy, were very inconsiderable. In general, all the preparations for the protection of the state against the enemy continued as insufficient as ever. All the departments were in disorder, which increased to the highest degree when the executive and legislature, at the approach of Cornwallis, moved hurriedly from Richmond to Charlottesville. The enemy seemed more determined to destroy property than to fight. The forces which were left to protect the stores were so inefficient and careless that at the first appearance of the enemy, they would have been lost. At Prince Edward's courthouse, for instance, all the officers and inspectors superintending the stores, laboratories, etc., were absent when Steuben sent an officer to look at them. The guards there were without an officer, and only a few militia present under the command of a tavern keeper. For want of wagons, the stores there could scarcely be removed, and upwards of 1,500 arms were unfit for service. Only 2 men had been employed by the state for the repair of arms since January, and there was no hope of any abatement of this shameful neglect. The government had to furnish arms and wagons, horses and drivers, and all the necessary means for the defense of the state. But it was impossible to get any material assistance from the powerless Commonwealth. The officers, who pledged their personal credit for meeting the present exigencies, lost the confidence of the people when they could not pay on account of the failure of the state, and instead of the support which they expected from the public, they received only execrations for their sacrifices. The noble Claiborne, deputy quartermaster for the state, who, as he justly remarked of himself, had made it his study and practice to promote the public interest, tried in vain to protect the state against the evil consequences of this carelessness. "It gives me much concern," he writes to Steuben from Richmond, on the 18th of May, "to assure you that what I have repeated to you a long time since has really come to pass. For want of material from the merchants, and security at our posts contiguous to navigable rivers, all the manufactories that I had established are so unfixed and broken up that I get little or nothing from them. I have never been able to get any leather worth mentioning from the commissioner of hides in this state. Private trade is broken up, and I am without money. I have made every trial in my power to procure horses and everything else, by certificates, and employing gentlemen of interest and influence. But they assure me that there is such a general dissatisfaction and suspicion among the people that they are determined not to suffer themselves to be deceived any longer by being connected with contracts on public account. I can assure you, sir, that faith in general among the people towards the public is totally lost, and that nothing is to be had, unless necessity obliges them to it, without cash, or some personal private obligation is rendered to them. Nevertheless, it was evident that if the military stores, which Davies had been laboring to collect for many months, were not at once transported beyond Carter's Ferry, they would have been lost, and the whole wealth of the state could never have replaced them. Nay, the only dependence for General Greene's army would have been almost totally cut off. The loss of these stores would have proved the loss of the whole country. Faults in war, remarks Steuben on this occasion, seldom go unpunished, and this state now feels the effects of its indolence. With a formidable enemy in the heart of their country, they are destitute of arms, or any of the resources necessary for their defense. The same improvidence prevailed in regard to the recruits. Of the 3,000 expected in February from Virginia, only 500 had come in on the 18th of May, and that was only 2 days before Cornwallis's junction with Arnold. Captain Reed informs me, writes Davies on the 24th of May, to Steuben, that he has received but 7 soldiers, 2 of whom have deserted, that it is uncertain when the draft in the neighboring counties will take place, and that indeed he does not know from what counties the men are to come who are to rendezvous there. Major Posey writes from Stanton that of deserters and others he has collected 21, that no draft has yet taken place in any of the back counties, neither could he inform me when it would, as the people are much averse to it, and in Augusta and Rockbridge have prevented it by force. He says he has a deserter or 2 delivered to him every 5 or 6 days, and expects to send a company of them down in a short time. Steuben had formed his 500 men in a battalion under Colonel Gaskins, which he disciplined and equipped with the utmost dispatch. He, at the same time, sent expresses to all the rendezvous to forward immediately all the recruits they had. He consulted with Lafayette and determined to join Greene with what recruits he had, expecting to be able to equip them towards the end of May. "It is certain, my dear Marquis," he writes from Point de Fork on the 20th May, 1781, "that if General Greene does not receive other reinforcements than mine, the handful of men whom I can take with me, he will not be very formidable. I have but 550 men collected, and no hopes that their number will be increased, unless I defer my departure for a fortnight. But if Lawson could join me, if perhaps North Carolina could make an effort, our force would probably be a little more respectable. But be it as it may, I am of opinion that my 550 men, and even if I had 1,000, joined to those under your orders, would never prevent Lord Cornwallis from going wherever he pleases. But the 500 men who pass James River with me will probably oblige him to send a detachment after me, or at least to observe me. By such detachment his force against us would be diminished, and his plan, I dare say, a little deranged. The letter of General Greene to Lawson, by which he summons him to the South, is of the 12th instant. I, therefore, do not doubt that at that time he was already informed of the maneuver of Cornwallis. But suppose even that it was not the case, as long as we can carry on the war in the Carolinas, the South is not conquered. This is my opinion, and I confess that if it depended upon me, I would not postpone my departure for the South for 24 hours, and that I regret extremely that I cannot collect all the necessaries as quick as I wish. I have arms, but no cartridge boxes. I expect today a little ammunition and a few blankets, shoes, and shirts. That's all I can expect from the state. Thus I hope to be able to march hence within 5 or 6 days. I propose to pass the Roanoke at 2 places. The troops will probably cross at Taylor's Ferry, and the baggage a little higher up. I am so fully convinced that my appearance on the other side of James River will annoy Lord Cornwallis that I am most impatient to get away. On the 26th of May, Steuben informed Greene from Albemarle Courthouse of his approaching march for the South. "In obedience to your orders," he says, "I have been here since the 21st, assembling the recruits and preparing them for the march. About 500 are now together, and tomorrow I expect about 60 more. This, I believe, will be all I shall be able to bring with me, except about 30 of Armand's corps, whom I am endeavoring to equip. The arms from Philadelphia I expect here today, but they are without cartridge boxes. I have, however, some old ones, and some hopes to receive some from Fredericksburg. The confusion into which everything has been thrown in this state makes it extremely difficult for me to collect those articles which are necessary. But be assured, my dear General, that nothing shall be left undone to hasten my march. I shall not wait for coats. I only desire shoes, overalls, shirts, and blankets. Notwithstanding this, I shall be happy if I get off from here the 4th or 5th of June. I must beg you to determine what route I shall join you." Steuben proposed to employ his time in better securing the military stores of the state until his men were in readiness to commence their march. He hoped to receive, in the meantime, another letter from Greene, as this general, when he wrote his last on the 1st of May, was ignorant of Cornwallis's moving towards Virginia and of his subsequent conjunction with Arnold, and as since that maneuver, the aspect of affairs had much changed in this state. But no new orders from Greene arrived. They were intercepted by the enemy. End of section 43. Section 44, The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. Chapter 21, Part 1. The States magazines at the Point of Fork. Steuben's measures for saving them. His letter to Lafayette. Steuben complains of his isolated position and of the desperate condition of his men. Movements of Cornwallis and Lafayette, the latter joined by Wayne. The former sends Tarleton against Charlottesville, and Simcoe against Steuben, who has only 500 men under him. Major Call's inexact report to Steuben about the destination of the enemy. Steuben transports stores and baggage to the right bank of the river. His men not reliable. Simcoe, on his arrival at the point, finds the magazines on the other bank of the river. Steuben hastens his retreat. Simcoe's stratagem. A part of the stores falls into the hands of Simcoe. Steuben's letters to Governor Nash and Lafayette, his motives for his retreat to Willis Creek, is strongly assailed for his retreat. Simcoe and Lee's account, the loss greatly exaggerated. Statements of Lafayette, H. Lee, and Lamborn. Davies' letter. Steuben's measures for securing the magazines in the interior of the state. He marches to Coles Ferry and summons the militia. His proclamation to the people and requisition from Governor Nash. Steuben receives at Elizabeth Courthouse the first indirect news from Greene. Greene's letters intercepted by the enemy. Greene directs Steuben to join Lafayette against Cornwallis. Steuben's characteristic letter to Captain Kirkpatrick. Steuben marches back to James River to join Lafayette. Lafayette's letter of the 13th of June. Cornwallis and Richmond. Steuben effects his junction with Lafayette on the 19th of June. Cornwallis evacuates Richmond and goes down to the coast. Affair near Jamestown. Lafayette almost annihilated. Cornwallis fortifies himself, first in Portsmouth, afterwards in Yorktown and Gloucester. Washington and the French army and fleet arrive from the north. Cornwallis besieged. Steuben, after his junction with Lafayette, sick, goes into the country near Charlottesville. Greene orders him to march for the south. Steuben's answer the 13th of August. Steuben remains in Virginia. He goes to Williamsburg. His letter to Greene. His happiest time in America. Operations before Yorktown. Steuben receives the command of a division. Is the only American officer ever present at a regular siege. He opens the second parallel. Wayne, his brigadier. Anecdotes. Dispute between Steuben and Lafayette. Steuben commands in the trenches when Cornwallis offers to capitulate. Anecdote of Captain de Kalb. Description of the capitulation by an eyewitness. Close of the campaign. The greater part of the stores of the state with the artillery was still at the fork, where they were by no means safe, considering the superiority of the enemy. Steuben ordered all the boats to be sent up from Richmond to the fork to secure the communication across the river. On the 29th of May, he took up a position at the fork and covered the removal of the stores. Here I am, writes Steuben on the 3rd of June, 1781 to Lafayette, with 550 men in a desert, without shoes, shirts, and, what is still worse, without cartridge boxes. I write everywhere, send expresses to all parts of the world, but I receive no answer. If I did not expect Lawson with a reinforcement, I would go to Charlottesville to sing a Jeremiah to my sovereign masters. Please let me have news from you. I am here as I would be in Camp Shotka. I do not know where you are nor what has become of Cornwallis. To Mr. Carey, Speaker of the State Senate, he wrote on the same day detailing his troubles and complaining loudly of the desperate condition of his men. The object of the present, he says, is to acquaint you with the condition of the men now collected here. Most of them arrived destitute of every article of clothing. On my orders, all the shoes, shirts, and other things in the public stores were distributed among them. It is painful me to see the number of sick men increasing every day, although this is only the natural consequence of their being exposed to the wet, without even the most necessary clothing. Frequent desertions are another consequence of this circumstance. The soldier who would be willing to lose his life in battle objects to being sacrificed to misery and destitution. As concerns the particular articles of clothing, I expected to find here shirts, shoes, overalls, linen, jackets, or hunting shirts, and blankets, all of which I was the more sure to be provided with, as they are to be manufactured in the state. I would never have believed that during the whole month of June, the entire state of Virginia could not furnish those objects for 500 men, being the sixth part of the supply voted by the Assembly in the month of November. Colonel Gaskin's battalion has been provided with arms sent from Philadelphia, but there is not a single cartridge box in store. General Greene has repeatedly insisted with me on being provided with those articles in our statement of last November, and I mentioned it several times to government as absolutely indispensable. Saddles for cavalry and cartridge boxes for infantry should always be the first things to be cared for, as they need more time to be made. And notwithstanding this, there is not a single one ready in the whole state. Nay, I doubt whether they have ever been ordered. I sincerely request you, sir, to lay this before the Honorable Assembly. It is disagreeable to dwell on such a state of things, but it is a matter of importance for me to be justified in the eyes of that estimable body, and before the people of this state, lest the delay before these troops can take the field be charged to my negligence. Think of this poor body of men camping in the woods, perishing without seeing the enemy, without even being drilled, as they are destitute of shirts and shoes. I beg most fervently to ask you, sir, whom I may address to have this melancholy state of things mended. While Steuben was thus engaged, Cornwallis had pursued Lafayette, and finding that he could not prevent the latter's junction with Wayne, he directed his attention to the more attainable object of breaking up the Virginia Assembly at Charlottesville, and of striking a blow at Steuben, whom he knew to be at the point of fork. To obtain the first object, he sent Tarleton with 250 men to Charlottesville, but only 7 members were taken. At the same time, Simcoe, with some 500 men, was detached against Steuben, and Cornwallis with the main body followed him, while Tarleton, having left Charlottesville, went down the Rivanna to cooperate with Simcoe if occasion should require. This combined movement, which made Steuben's position very dangerous, was kept so secret that he heard nothing of it till the 2nd of June, and when he received intelligence that the enemy were at Goochland Courthouse, moving up the river, he supposed that Lord Cornwallis and the whole British army were marching against him. This news, however, was not positive. Steuben therefore only repeated his orders for removing the remainder of the stores and collecting all the boats on both rivers above and below his position, in order to cross should there be occasion. At 5 o'clock in the morning of the 4th of June, Major Call of Washington's Corps arrived, and informed Steuben that the enemy had divided his forces into 2 parties, one of which had taken the route by Louisa Courthouse, and the other by Goochland Courthouse, that he had seen both columns on their march, with difficulty had escaped being taken. This report removed every doubt of their intention. Steuben therefore gave immediate orders for transporting the baggage of the troops across the river, placed a picket of 80 men on the point opposite which he expected Lord Cornwallis would soon appear in order to engage Steuben's attention, while the other party crossed the North Branch a little above, in order to catch him between the 2 rivers. Steuben then marched the battalion on the road by which the party who, he expected, would cross above must come, and waited there till the whole of the baggage had crossed. He left a picket of 50 men on the road, and crossed the remainder of the battalion. On the same day, General Lawson arrived and informed Steuben that he had 250 militia, whereof 15 were horsemen, who were on the other side of the river. Steuben ordered them to join the recruits, who were at that time reduced to 420 men. On the same evening, Colonel Davies arrived to secure the state stores, in which Steuben gave him every assistance in his power. He unloaded the wagons of the regiments and sent them to bring away the stores, but this business was very illy executed by the state officers. On the morning of 4th of June, Steuben sent Lieutenant Verdier of Armand's Corps with 4 dragoons up the road at the point of Fork to give intelligence of the enemy's approach, but himself and party fell into their hands. About 10 o'clock he received intelligence that the enemy were within 4 miles of the point of Fork, on which he sent Mr. Fairley, one of his aides, to call in the picket. He executed the order, but was himself taken prisoner. About noon, while on the bank of the river, Steuben perceived the approach of the enemy. He afterward learned that it was Simcoe with between 400 and 500 horse and foot, that Tarleton was above him within supporting distance, and that Lord Cornwallis was on the other side of the river, about 6 or 7 miles below him, although in fact Cornwallis was much further off. As an instance of the reliance that could have been placed in the men whom he had under his command, Steuben mentions that when the enemy first arrived, they fired only 1 shot from a 3-pounder they had with them, and that a picket of 50 men he had posted at the landing left their post, and that it was with much persuasion and many threats they were brought back again. Contrary to Steuben's orders, a number of canoes were still left in the North Fork, and consequently fell into the enemy's hands, and besides that, both rivers were at many places fordable. Steuben therefore determined to retire towards Willis Creek, which he did as soon as it was dark. When Simcoe arrived at the point of Fork, he found that not only the stores and boats were secured, but that Steuben's whole force had crossed the river, with the exception of some 30 men who, waiting the return of some of the boats, were taken prisoners. Thus the principal object of the British expedition was frustrated by Steuben's foresight. The appearance of Simcoe, however, whose troops Steuben, cut off as he was from any communication with the neighborhood, had taken for the van of Cornwallis, accelerated his march to the south. Simcoe, in order to make him believe that the main British army under Cornwallis was directed against him, lighted numerous watchfires on the surrounding hills, and by this stratagem confirmed Steuben in his mistake. A striking proof of the fact that it was not the arrival of Simcoe which induced Steuben to retreat from the point of Fork is furnished by some letters which he wrote at that time. "I was informed by Major Call yesterday morning," writes Steuben to Lafayette, from the south side of James River, 1 mile above the Fork, on the 5th of June, 1781, that he had seen, himself, a party of cavalry at Couchland Courthouse in the morning, and another large party at Louisa Courthouse in the afternoon, the latter of at least 1,000 men, that both parties seemed to direct their march this way. The northern branch being fordable in several places, my position became critical, and I therefore changed my situation. This I executed immediately and came here, first crossing the baggage and a quantity of state stores, which were at Fort Point. I have since heard nothing of the party which were at Louisa. Those at Goochland remained there yesterday. General Lawson has joined me with 300 militia, and we expect about 400 more today or tomorrow. I had ordered all the boats below this place to be brought up, but the current was too strong to permit it. I intend to move from here as soon as the weather clears up, and take a position at the mouth of Willis Creek, where I shall collect every boat on the river, and from there I have a communication everywhere. On the same day he informed Governor Nash of North Carolina that in the present situation of affairs he found it expedient to march directly to that state. Steuben, therefore, in his retreat was not surprised by Simcoe. It is true, nevertheless, as stated, that seeing a whole row of watchfires upon the left bank of the river, he hastened his retreat and abandoned such of his stores as were not transportable. Considering, however, that Steuben had taken for granted the approaching of a hostile body under Tarleton against his left wing, and that the advancing of Cornwallis towards the James River was probably intended to act in connection with this movement. Bearing also in mind that Steuben had no cavalry, and only 500 raw recruits, who had never seen the enemy, under such circumstances and such a situation as we have left Steuben, we can not only comprehend, but moreover, We must find it quite natural that he preferred sacrificing a part of his stores to that of his men, and that he, in consequence, retreated. Notwithstanding, Steuben has been assailed outrageously on account of his retreat, and particularly by the government of the state. The joy of his numerous enemies became apparent when they discovered one assailable point in him. In the following chapter we must once more return to this matter. In order to view Steuben's conduct strategically, we propose to examine what his gallant and, at this time, successful adversary, the British Lieutenant Colonel Simcoe, says while speaking of his triumph. All the absurd and insipid talk of the Virginia salons appears in its proper light when we read in Simcoe's military journal the following. Lieutenant Colonel Simcoe, who from his childhood had been taught to consider the military as the most extensive and profound of sciences, had no apprehension for the talents of such men as had been educated in different professions and whom accident had placed at the head of armies. And he had always asserted it as a principle that from the superiority of the king's troops and of the officers who led them, if he should ever have a command in which he should be superior in one species of troops, whether cavalry or infantry, he would be totally unconcerned for the event of any action he might have with the enemy. Baron Steuben had no cavalry, yet in the present situation there was great room for anxiety, since the immediate ground of encampment was not favorable for the exertions of his few but well-trained, well-officered, and invisible body of cavalry, and the enemy were led by a Prussian officer. The very military instructions of his king were capable of forming better officers than any other theory could possibly do, or probably could be effected by the experience of 10 campaigns under incompetent masters. In the exercise also which he had given the rebel army, the Baron Steuben had shown himself an able officer, and that he knew well how to adapt the science of war to the people whom he was to instruct, and to the country in which he was to act. He had passed the Fluvanna, but he had done this in consequence of his orders to join General Greene's army. An express sent to countermand this order, Lieutenant Colonel Simcoe knew had been taken a few days before by Lieutenant Colonel Tarleton, and it was fair to suppose that he might now have further intelligence, that he might be perfectly acquainted with the number of his opponents, and might possibly determine to attack Lieutenant Colonel Simcoe, as well as the detachment which the intercepted letter mentioned that he was preparing to meet. Lieutenant Colonel Simcoe was, therefore, apprehensive lest Baron Steuben, having secured his stores, which were of great value over a broad and unfordable river, and being in possession of all the boats, should repass his troops in the night, higher up the river and fall on him, so that if the British troops should be beaten, they would have no retreat, being shut up between the rivers, while those of the Americans, should they be repulsed, were preserved from the pursuit of the cavalry by the thick woods, which came to their encampment, and from that of the infantry by the fatigues that had undergone in a march of nearly 40 miles the preceding morning. These ideas occupied the mind of Lieutenant Colonel Simcoe, and he would have quitted his camp had he not thought the troops too much fatigued to search for a more favorable position, which was not to be attained for some miles, and partly had he not hoped that Steuben would believe him to be the advance of Earl Cornwallis's army, particularly as the light troops had no soldiers among them, clothed like the 71st Regiment in red. That regiment and the Queen's Rangers occupied the road with real fletches and other defenses. Simcoe's statement is confirmed by Henry Lee, who in his Memoirs of the War in the Southern Department of the United States thus describes Steuben's and Simcoe's movements. Cornwallis, with the main body, followed on the route of Simcoe. The former officer conducted his march with the utmost secrecy, and by detaining as prisoners all whom he overtook, he concealed his advance from the Baron. Although unapprised of the intended attack upon his own post, Steuben became acquainted with the movement of Tarleton. In consequence of this information, he engaged with diligence and removing our stores of every sort to the southern banks of the Fluvanna, which being done, he passed the river with his corps, securing all the boats on the south side. Simcoe reached the point of fork about the conclusion of the Baron's passage over the river, and captured a few of our troops, waiting the return of some of the boats. Chagrined at this disappointment, the British commander determined to recover by stratagem what he had lost by his enemy's foresight. He encamped on the heights opposite to our camp, and by the number of his fires suggested to the Baron the probability that the whole British army was only divided from him by the river. Thus impressed, and knowing that the corps of Tarleton were on his left, Steuben believed himself to be in imminent danger, and decided on saving his corps by the sacrifice of his stores. During the night, the Baron drew off, and marching diligently, placed himself 30 miles from his foe. Another reproach cast on Steuben in connection with this retreat has reference to the loss of the stores, and is equally unjust. We have two different statements, one on the part of Simcoe which, adopted by the state of Virginia, Stedman says, "They were destroyed at the point of fork 2,500 stand of arms, a large quantity of gunpowder, case shot, etc., several casks of saltpeter, sulphur, and brimstone, and upwards of 60 hogsheads of rum and brandy, several chests of carpenter's tools, and upwards of 400 entrenching tools, with casks of flints, sailcloth, and wagons, and a great variety of small stores necessary for the equipment of cavalry and infantry. Such linen and necessaries as would be of immediate service were divided among the captors. They were taken off a 13-inch mortar, 5 brass 8-inch howitzers, and 4 long brass 9-pounders, mounted afterward at Yorktown, all French pieces, and in excellent order. End of section 44. Section 45 of the Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. Chapter 21, Part 2. Lafayette, however, relates that no important harm was done on this occasion. Quelques effets peu importants sont détruits. Lee mentions that most of the arms found were muskets out of repair. Steuben himself, in a report to Greene, says that only a few articles fell into the hands of the enemy through the negligence of the commissaries and storekeepers. But even admitting that Steuben underrates his loss, we have already seen that before the arrival of the enemy, the principal part of the stores had been safely removed. It was impossible to save all, and Steuben succeeded in saving as much as possible. That the buildings and laboratories at the fort were destroyed by the enemy was a matter of course and a consequence of his superiority in number. Colonel William Langford writes that the enemy got hold of only 20 barrels of powder, and except a few canoes, did not get a single boat, as they were all sunk by the order of Steuben. The clothiers' stores and manufactories were, by the energy of the indefatigable Davies, removed to Stanton, from which place he writes to Steuben on the 23rd of June as follows. The assembly were at first much mortified at the losses we had sustained by the rapid incursions of the enemy, and in their discontent were really clamorous. They moderated their vexation, as they have since found that the mischief done by the enemy was inconsiderable compared with the plunder of the inhabitants, of whom we expect to recover a great deal. After having effected his retreat to Willis Creek, Steuben sent back an officer to observe the movements of the enemy, who reported that on the morning of the 6th, the enemy had constructed 2 rafts, each capable of transporting from 80 to 100 men, and that they had thrown a bridge across the North Fork, by which they communicated with their forces opposite Elk Island. I could not see, says Steuben in a memorial, referring to this subject, or could hinder the enemy from detaching a sufficient party to disperse my force and render themselves masters of the stores at Prince Edward, Charlotte, and Halifax courthouses. I thought it to be absurd making a bravado with a small number of bad troops against such a force, while the Marquis, being near 100 miles off, could make no diversion on that side. I therefore gave orders for dispersing the stores in such a manner that only part could fall into the enemy's hands on any route they could take, and sent off 3 officers successively to acquaint the Marquis of my situation. I wrote circular letters to the county lieutenants to call out their militia, and leaving General Lawson at Charlotte Courthouse, I marched the recruits to Coles Ferry on the Stanton. Steuben reached Charlotte Courthouse on the 9th of June, and Coles Ferry on the 10th. Here he halted on his march south in order to hear further from General Greene, whose last letter was dated on the 1st of May, or till he should receive orders from Lafayette. As it did not appear that the enemy proposed to follow him immediately, he left the militia at Charlotte Courthouse and ordered it to be employed in the defense of the state. At the same time, he directed General Lawson to secure the stores, to remove those nearest James River to Albemarle Old Courthouse, and to disperse those which were further in the country, at different places in a parallel line with the river, so that if the enemy marched by one route to the south, they would only be able to destroy or take what they found precisely in their way. In a circular addressed to the county lieutenants, he appointed Prince Edward, Cumberland, and Amelia courthouses as the places of rendezvous for the militia, by which he expected to increase his forces, and endeavored to convince them of the necessity of calling out every man that could possibly be armed. "Let me entreat you," he said, in the most earnest manner, "immediately to get together every man in your county who can possibly be armed, and in doing this permit me to hint to you the necessity of your own and your officers' exertions in persuading those people to bring out their arms who do not usually bring them out, and it will depend much on the officer to convince them how highly criminal such negligence will be in our present distress. If we succeed in collecting such a body of militia as can offer resistance to the enemy, I have not the least doubt that we shall not only preserve this part of the state from their depredation, but that in a short time they will be driven back to their shipping, and probably convinced of the impossibility of conquering a country defended by freemen. To be better secured against any attempt by the enemy to pass through the southern part of the state, Steuben requested Governor Nash of North Carolina to reinforce him with as many of the armed militia from the counties bordering Virginia as possible, and to engage as many horses as he could procure, for the superiority of the enemy in cavalry had been extremely prejudicial to Steuben. When he made these dispositions, he was still without news from General Greene, and as late as the 9th of June he informed him from Charlotte Courthouse that he was on his march to join him with about 550 recruits and a number of stores, while he left General Lawson behind him with 600 militia to prevent the enemy from ravaging the country in small parties. On the 12th of June, Steuben received intelligence from General Sumner that he was ordered to march with the Carolina line to Virginia and join him. This order enabled Steuben to form an adequate opinion of Greene's position and intentions, and having ascertained that Greene's force was sufficient for his task, and that his troops were more numerous than he could support, he resolved to return to James River and cooperate with Lafayette. His course soon after proved to be the right one, as Greene's letters on the 14th and 23rd of May, and some of Lafayette's, to join the latter against Cornwallis, had been intercepted by the enemy. At this time Steuben wrote the following letter to Captain Kirkpatrick, who had communicated to him the censure of the North Carolina gentleman of his intended march southward. "It is the fate of a general in this country," he says, "to have his actions criticized by every person without a knowledge of either his reasons or orders. I am happy that my conduct can bear scrutiny. I have halted here 2 days waiting for General Greene's orders. In the meantime, endeavoring to collect a sufficient body of militia to cover this side of James River, and promising, if they turned out with spirit, I would venture to remain in the state and join my small force to theirs. My reasons for marching southward, as I find a general must give reasons to every citizen for his conduct, were positive orders from General Greene, my own hopes that my moving this way would alarm Cornwallis and induce him to detach a part of his army in my pursuit, which would be of more essential advantage to the Marquis than if 5 times the number of my recruits would join him. Steuben arrived at Prince Edward Courthouse on the 13th of June, and having ordered General Sumner to join him with all the men he could collect, armed or not, and having requested Governor Nash to reinforce him with all the militia that he could arm on the borders of Virginia, he sent a detachment of the militia towards Carter's Ferry, while he proposed with the balance to take a position opposite the 7 Islands in James River, where he hoped to assemble all the militia that would come in. While on the march to James River, Steuben received Lafayette's orders to join him without delay. Lafayette had retired before Cornwallis as far as Raccoon Ford on the Rappahannock, but on the 7th of June he was reinforced by General Wayne with 800 Pennsylvanians, and by a rapid night march he was able to protect the stores along the Rivanna against an attack of the British. Cornwallis therefore gave up the pursuit and returned to Richmond. On his march he was closely followed by Lafayette, who, from Menchook Creek, Albemarle County, on the 13th of June, wrote as follows to Steuben: I request you, my dear sir, that you will immediately return this way, and with the Continentals and militia under your command, hasten to form a junction with us. I am afraid General Greene's letter requesting you to remain with us has not yet got to hand, but unless you have received orders subsequent to General Greene's march against 96 and Augusta, I can assure you his desire was then to form a junction. Should the enemy cross the James River, which I do not believe they will do, and which none of them have yet attempted, it must be with a view to reconquer Carolina. In this case, you would be in their way, and I shall request every obstruction to be put in their way, as I shall myself follow them as expeditiously as possible. But on the contrary, should they make the conquest of this state their main object, our united force is not too much to resist them. No news from the northward. It is reported General Washington is coming to Virginia with French and American troops, but I had no letter from him. Steuben made long and fatiguing marches to answer Lafayette's order. As early as the 16th of June, he crossed Carter's Ferry, and marching across Goochland County, on the 19th effected in Hanover County, some 25 miles northwest from Richmond, his junction with Lafayette. This junction induced Cornwallis to evacuate Richmond and to retire to the lower country. On the 25th, he arrived in Williamsburg, where he received an order from Clinton to send a part of his troops to New York. The British general-in-chief, from Washington's feints and sham dispositions, believing that the latter place was menaced. The decrease of his force would have weakened Cornwallis too much to allow him to continue in Williamsburg. He therefore, in conformity with his instructions from the ministry, to establish at some place in the Chesapeake a permanent post to serve as a central point for naval and military operations, resolved to establish himself in Portsmouth. Crossing James River at Jamestown, Cornwallis allured Lafayette into an action which only for the bravery of Wayne and for the inability of Cornwallis to pursue his advantage on account of the night would have resulted in the annihilation of the whole army. The troops for New York were already embarked when Cornwallis received counter orders and Clinton's permission to disembark and keep them in Virginia. He at the same time was directed to establish a defensive post for the protection of the ships of the line at a favorable point on the south side of the river. Cornwallis, finding that Portsmouth would not answer the purpose, evacuated that place and fortified himself at Yorktown and Gloucester, where his whole force was concentrated on the 22nd of August, 1781. In the meantime, Washington took care to keep Clinton under the belief he intended an attack against New York. From the end of June, he made all apparent preparations calculated to fortify Clinton's illusions, and while the latter prepared himself for a protracted siege, Washington, with his whole army, and the French clandestinely left the Hudson, and before Clinton even suspected their departure for the South, they were in Virginia, in the immediate neighborhood of Cornwallis. Everything worked well in this enterprise. The French fleet arrived in time in Chesapeake Bay, and from the 25th of September, Cornwallis was closely surrounded by the American and French forces. A retreat was impossible, and Cornwallis, expecting reinforcements from Clinton, strengthened his fortifications as much as possible against the combined operations of the Americo-French army, which, on the 28th September, marched from Williamsburg towards Yorktown. On the 1st of October began to invest the latter place. The first parallel was opened in the night of the 6th of October, and on the 19th, Cornwallis capitulated with his whole force. The foregoing sketch of the principal features of this eventful campaign was necessary to lead the reader to Yorktown, where Steuben resumed active duty. A few days after his juncture with Lafayette, he received Greene's positive orders to act with the Virginia recruits under the Marquis. Thus no change took place in the dispositions of Lafayette, but Steuben, immediately after his arrival at headquarters, fell sick, and with a body worn by the disease of the country, and a mind harassed and chagrined, retired to a country seat near Charlottesville, where, fortunate in the society of 2 or 3 respectable gentlemen, he remained till the beginning of September. Here it was that, at the end of July, he received General Greene's orders of the 18th of July to join him as soon as he could be spared from that quarter, even if he should not be able to bring a single man with him. "I have received," answered Steuben on the 13th of August, 1781, "your favor of the 19th of July, in which I am ordered to join you. If it had pleased God, my dear General, that this order had reached me a few months sooner, I should have escaped a great deal of pain and chagrin. But what I have to say on that subject shall rest till I have the pleasure to see you. My duty and inclination would have engaged me to set out immediately on the receipt of your letter, had not my ill state of health prevented me. An eruption of blood, which has covered my whole body, obliged me to retire to a country house. It is near Mr. Walker's, whom you saw in Philadelphia, a member of Congress, and his father, who is my physician. The heat of the season, uneasiness of my mind, and 1,000 other things have so used me up that I cannot yet sustain the fatigues of a journey. I shall, however, prepare to take up my line of march the last of this month, and hope to join you before your operations begin. I can say nothing to you on our affairs, either political or military. A sick man, you know, looks on things worse than they really are. I have the consolation to hope I shall soon be with the general I esteem and the friend for whom I have the strongest affection." Steuben's health improved toward the end of August. He was just about to set out to join Greene when he heard the news of the arrival of the French fleet, and received a letter from Lafayette, who entreated Steuben to come to his support, without which he was afraid of incurring blame or of being involved in ruin. The following letters are given in full, as they strikingly illustrate this important epoch, and are of a special interest. "In the moment," writes Steuben to Greene from King William's County, the 9th of September, 1781, "of my departure to join you, I received the glorious news of the arrival of the French fleet. The whole country is flying to arms. I had reason to apprehend that my departure at such a time as this would have been made to operate against me by persons who seek to destroy the reputation of every honest man. You are, without doubt, informed, my dear General, of the trouble and vexation to which I have been exposed in this state. The greatest sacrifice I can make to the public interest is to suspend my endeavors for redress until the present scene is finished. To have quitted the state before that period would have armed my enemies against me. 2 days before the arrival of the fleet, the Marquis wrote me to hasten to his assistance, but your orders and my wishes to join you made me decide for the southward. I beg you, my dear General, to permit my assisting this expedition which is preparing. Considering how small the number of your troops is, I think my presence may be dispensed with for some time. Nevertheless, if you judge it necessary, and should you think the motives which induce me to stay insufficient, the moment I receive your commands I shall begin my journey. Tomorrow I shall join the Marquis. I shall give him every assistance in my power. Lafayette was then in Williamsburg, from which place Steuben, on the 19th of September, wrote to Greene as follows. 2 days after joining the Marquis, I had the pleasure of seeing General Washington and Count Rochambeau. Everything is preparing for a grand enterprise, and, as far as we have gone, fortune seems to have seconded all our endeavors. The Count de Grasse's fleet has formed a junction with that of Mr. Barras, before the face of Graves and Hood. 2 British frigates were taken by our brave allies, after which the enemy's fleet disappeared. Cornwallis is fortifying himself like a brave general who must fall, but I think he will fall with honor. The day before yesterday, General Washington and Count Rochambeau went on board the Admiral. We expect their return today. Our troops and those of our allies from the north are expected every hour. They embarked at Baltimore on the 15th instant. As soon as they arrive, our operations will commence. This, my dear General, is the decisive moment, the happiest time I have spent in America. Every advantage appears to declare in favor of the righteous cause. Young Colonel Lawrence called to see me yesterday. He is just back from France, and brings with him everything which will be necessary to finish the war. The court of France has answered the Emperor on his proposition of a mediation, that they can enter into no negotiation without the consent of their allies. And as the haughty Britain will not consider this ally as an independent state, the negotiation is broken off. I trust the success of this campaign will render our enemies more tractable. End of section 45. Section 46 of the Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. Chapter 21, Conclusion. When the operations against Yorktown commenced, Steuben asked Washington for a regular command, and Washington, with great pleasure, gave him the combined division of Virginia, Maryland, and Pennsylvania. It numbered in all 2,309 men, of whom 1,346 were from Wayne's brigade, and 953 from the brigade of Gist. On the 3rd of October, 1781, according to a report made at that time, Wayne had only 730 men, and just 445 fit for service. No less than 617 were sick. Steuben was the only American officer who had ever taken part in a regular siege, and he had acted also at the celebrated siege of Schweidnitz as aide-de-camp of Frederick the Great. His services were, therefore, the more important, as the staff of Washington had to consult and act in common with the staff of the French army, and as Steuben, as an expert in both the theory and practice of the art of sieges, was also able in this particular, where his brother officers had no experience, to maintain most decidedly and energetically the honor of the American arms. I am happy, writes William Davies from Richmond on the 6th of October, 1781, that you are still in Virginia, and I sincerely congratulate you on the pleasing prospects before us. You had long expressed your opinion of the necessity of more attention and assistance toward us from the northward, and I doubt not that your representations in our favor have had an influence in procuring the aid we have received. Of Steuben's activity during the siege, very little mention has been made. We only know that on the 11th of October, he opened with his division the second parallel, and finished the same the next morning after having advanced during the night within 360 yards of the enemy's batteries. On this, as on other occasions, Wayne was with Steuben. The fact is fixed in my memory, relates North, by a circumstance that happened at the time. A shell thrown from the enemy fell near them. The Baron threw himself into the trench. Wayne, in the jeopardy and hurry of the moment, fell on him. The Baron, turning his eyes, saw it was his brigadier. "Always knew you were brave, General," said he, "but I did not know that you were so perfect in every point of duty. You cover your general's retreat in the best manner possible." Baron de Villomil, says Steuben, commanded in the trenches on the 10th of October. At 4 o'clock in the evening he sent Captain Depont to tell me that he had observed, while visiting the trenches, that my division was extremely weak, and as it was probable the enemy might make a sortie that night, he wished to reinforce my left wing from 500 to 800 men, if I should think it necessary. In presence of General Wayne, I answered Count Depont that I did not think that I wanted any reinforcements, and that if the enemy were to attack me, I should answer for being able to hold the battery until the Baron de Villomil could arrive to support me, and further, that in case he was attacked, he might rely on me to support him with 800 men in 2 columns. When Count Depont had gone away, Wayne remarked that I only had 1,000 men in my entire division. "No doubt of it," I replied. "That is my calculation, too. But if it should so happen, I should, on my own responsibility, leave 200 men to defend the battery, and with the remaining 800 men attack forthwith in 2 columns. I added that if I was guilty of a certain amount of gasconade with regard to the number of men, it was for the honor of his country, whereupon Wayne took me by the hand, and addressing himself to the officers present, said, "Now, gentlemen, it is our duty to make good the exaggeration of Baron Steuben, and to support him just as if he had double the number of troops that he has." Steuben was so fortunate as to receive the first overtures of Lord Cornwallis during his tour in the trenches. At the relieving hour next morning, relates North, the Marquis de Lafayette approached with his division. The Baron refused to be relieved, assigning as a reason the etiquette in Europe, that the offer to capitulate had been made during his guard, and that it was a point of honor, of which he would not deprive his troops, to remain in the trenches till the capitulation was signed, or hostilities recommenced. The dispute was referred by Lafayette to the commander-in-chief, but Steuben remained until the British flag was struck. The capture of Cornwallis closed the campaign. As there is not much known about the particulars of the surrender of Lord Cornwallis, we think ourselves justified in giving the few facts which we have gleaned from the sources within our reach, although they have no direct bearing upon the conduct of Steuben. Thus, at the storming of one of the redoubts of Yorktown by the French, on the 14th of October, the first French officer who, at the head of a Royal Grenadiers of the German regiment of Depont, entered the works, was Captain Henry de Kalb, a cousin of the American general who fell at Camden. Captain de Kalb had lost one of his shoes in climbing the parapet. He nevertheless kept on, and entering the fort, made a British officer prisoner. We have found in a manuscript diary of an Ansbach sergeant, John Conrad Doela, the following description of the closing scenes at Yorktown. The 19th of October was a day most unfortunate for England, when the heretofore so renowned and valorous General Lord Cornwallis was compelled to surrender, with all his troops and ships, to the allied French and American armies, under the command of General Washington and of the Count de Rochambeau. It was on the morning of this day that I mounted for the last time the engineer guard. At noon precisely all the guards and posts were withdrawn. Only one military guard, consisting of a sergeant and 16 men, was, for an hour or two longer, on duty. The capitulation and the terms of the surrender were then agreed upon. The French and Americans immediately occupied all our works in the line, and all the magazines and stores. We were left in full possession of all our equipage and apparel. Nothing belonging to us was taken or even touched. We were treated with fairness and respect, as prescribed by the usages of war. To speak out plainly, we were rather satisfied that the end of the siege had come at last, escaping therefrom on unexpectedly favorable terms, while we had been always of opinion that we should be taken by assault. Had it lasted a few days longer, a general storm was unavoidable. The French grenadiers were already preparing for it. The troops under the command of the brave General Lord Cornwallis and of General O'Hara of the Horse Guard were the following: 1. The 3rd Regiment. 2. The Light Infantry, consisting of 3 battalions, composed of detachments of all other regiments. They were all fine men, and had suffered particularly during the siege. 3. The 43rd Regiment, also fine soldiers. 4. The 17th Regiment, which had suffered a good deal. 5. The 23rd Regiment, also weak in men. 6. The 80th Regiment, still pretty strong. 7. The 76th Regiment, or the Green Scotch, a very strong corps. 8. The 71st Regiment, White Scotch, not strong. 9. A body of South Carolinian militiamen, called volunteers. 10. The Royal American Rangers, consisting of 6 companies. 11. A regiment of light horse or English light dragoons, numbering from 500 to 600 men. 12. 2 companies of English artillery, each of 60 men, including the engineers. 13. A number of English pioneers, or carpenters and bridge builders. 14. The Marines and seamen, including all men belonging to the naval service. These may be set down at 1,400 men. The German troops made prisoners of war were: 1. The Hessian Regiment Prince Royal, once strong, but now a great sufferer from death and desertion. 2. The Regiment von Boos, the weakest of all, having suffered the heaviest losses from the bombshells and cannonballs of the enemy. 3. The Corps of Artillery belonging to these 2 regiments. 4. The Ansbach Regiment, Colonel von Voigt. And lastly, the Baruthian Regiment, Colonel von Seybolden, both numbering about 900 men and having about 40 killed and wounded, besides losing 50 deserters. There was also a body of artillery attached to these regiments, and at Gloucester Point stood a small body of Hessian and Aspectian Jaegers. The trophies conquered by the enemy from these 4 German regiments consisted of 18 beautiful standards and 8 cannon. By the capitulation it was agreed with Lord Cornwallis that he should send 2 ships with the secret cargo to New York, unmolested and without search. In these were concealed many of the light infantry, of the Horse Guard, Rangers, Tories of the country, besides a number of Marines and seamen. Above all, however, the French and American deserters who had joined us during the siege. Lord Cornwallis himself and Colonel Tarleton embarked on board these ships after the surrender of the fortress, and sailed on the following day for New York. It was on the afternoon of the 19th of October, between the hours of 4 and 5 o'clock, that all our troops, with arms and baggage, standards covered but drums beating, marched out of the lines and of the whole camp. Brigadier O'Hara commanded at the surrender. We marched on the road to Williamsburg in platoons, arms shouldered, through the whole army of the enemy, the band playing. The whole united army, the French and Americans, was marched up by regiments in parade. In front of each regiment were their generals and staff officers. The French, who formed the right wing, had sometimes richly dressed haiduks, fancy servants in their suite, who, being very tall and handsome men, presented quite a dazzling appearance in their gold and silver-laced liveries. All the French generals, Count de Rochambeau, Marquis de Lafayette, Count de Dupont, and Prince de Lucerne, wore glittering stars and badges of military orders. On the right wing of each French regiment was gorgeously paraded a rich standard of white silk, with 3 golden fleurs-de-lis embroidered on it. Beyond these standards stood the drummers and fifers, and in front of them the band, which played delightfully. It must be confessed that the French troops altogether looked very well. They were all tall, handsome men. They all wore white gaiters. A part of them were clad in red, some also in green. Most of them, however, were in white regimentals. The German or Alsatian regiments had blue regimentals. The left wing of the line through which we had to march was formed of the Americans. In front of them their generals, Washington, Gates, Steuben, and Wayne. They were paraded in 3 lines, the first composed of the regulars, who had also a band, playing moderately well. They looked passable, but the militia from Virginia and Maryland, forming the second and third lines, were but a ragged set of fellows and very ill-looking. We, now prisoners of war, stared with amazement at all these troops, parading there in lines 3 ranks deep. We were quite astonished at the immense number of our besiegers, perceiving well that, compared with such a formidable army, we were little more than a mere guard, and that they were strong enough to have eaten us up to the last man. The lines of both armies extended nearly 2 miles in length. Think only of an army of 40,000 men, although drawn up in 2 lines 3 ranks deep. What space it must cover! Our small number quite puzzled the enemy. They had believed we were much stronger. After having passed through the lines of the armies, we turned at the right upon a large plain field or flat, where a squadron of French hussars had formed a circle. One regiment after the other had to march into this circle to lay down muskets and all other arms. When our colonel, Baron Steuben, had marched his regiment into the circle, he had us drawn up in a line, stepped in front of it, and commanded first, present arms, and then lay down arms, put off swords and cartridge boxes, while tears ran down his cheeks. Most of us were weeping like him. All the officers of the English army were allowed to keep their swords, the English as well as the Germans. This was done for military honor's sake, at the instance of the French, with whom this is the custom. All the generals and superior officers of the enemy were present in the circle. They showed much interest towards the capitulating troops, and above all they seemed pleased by the good condition and discipline of our 2 regiments. When all was over, we had to march again through the 2 lines of the Allied armies to return to our camp, but this was done in utter silence and without further encumbrance, as the poor equipage which we carried in our knapsacks was all we possessed. All the courage and spirit which at other times animate a corps of soldiers were extinguished, the more so as on this our return march the American part of our conquerors jeered at us very insultingly. We were again quartered in our lines and tents, enjoying, however, full liberty to walk anywhere in the lines as well as in the city, and I must say that the French behaved very well towards us. They were altogether kind and obliging, but the Americans, with the exception of their officers, were strictly forbidden to come within our lines, or even to enter the city. The French grenadiers, who occupied all our lines, did not allow any of the American militia to approach us, fearing, as they were at all times much addicted to plunder, they might not forget to rob us also, or to make mischief, as was their custom. During the 20th of October, we remained in our camp in order to recover a little from the hardships and many sleepless nights which we had gone through during the siege, and to be better prepared for the march before us. The French officers and seamen visited today the conquered English vessels, hoisted the French flag, and took the English colors down. The Americans on their side planted a high standard in Yorktown, upon the water battery. There are 13 stripes in their flag, a symbol of the 13 states forming the free North American United States. A part of the French and American troops left also today for Williamsburg. The 21st of October, a Sunday, was the day when we left Yorktown and commenced the march into captivity. After the capture of Yorktown, the superior officers of the Allied Army vied with each other in acts of civility and attention to the captive Britons. Lord Cornwallis and his family were particularly distinguished. Entertainments were given in succession by all the major generals, with the exception of Baron Steuben. He alone withheld an invitation, not from a wish to be particular, nor that his heart was closed to the attentions due to misfortune. His soul was superior to prejudice, and, as a soldier, he tenderly sympathized in their fate, while poverty denied the means of displaying that liberality toward them which had been shown by others. Such was his situation when, calling on Colonel Walter Stewart and informing him of his intention to entertain the British commander-in-chief, he requested that he would advance him a sum of money as the price of his favorite charger. "'Tis a good beast," said the Baron, "and has proved a faithful servant through all the dangers of the war. But, though painful to my heart, we must part." Colonel Stewart, to prevent a step that he knew must be attended with great loss and still greater inconvenience, immediately tendered his purse, recommending, should the sum it contained prove insufficient, the sale of pledge of his watch. "My dear friend," said the Baron, "'tis already sold. Poor North was sick and wanted necessaries. He is a brave fellow and possesses the best of hearts. The trifle it brought it set apart for his use. My horse must go, so no more, I beseech you, to turn me from my purpose. I am a Major General in the service of the United States, and my private convenience must not be put in the scale with the duty which my rank calls upon me imperiously to perform." The capture of Lord Cornwallis closed the campaign, and the Allied armies returned to the Hudson. Among the American generals, whom the commander-in-chief particularly named in the orders issued the day after the capitulation, was Steuben, with Generals Lincoln, Knox, Lafayette, and Duportal. End of section 46. Section 47 of The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. Chapter 22, Part 1. Steuben's relations with the state of Virginia and Lafayette. The loss of the magazines at the Point of Fork made a pretext for an attack against him. His energy and honesty made him many enemies. Resolutions of the legislature against Steuben. Ternent and Walker write to him about the suspicion raised against him. Washington thinks an inquiry the best way of refuting the charges against Steuben. Greene's letter. Even Lafayette in favor of Steuben. The latter writes to Harrison and Nelson to get his conduct in Virginia officially examined. Nothing is done. Steuben's relations to Lafayette. Lafayette intrigued against Steuben when he commenced to discipline the army. Probable reasons for the differences between them. Lafayette, for political motives, appointed as commander-in-chief in Virginia. Steuben obeys his orders without dispute. Lafayette's self-glorification. Lafayette of great political but not of military importance to the United States. His conduct in America and in Europe. He is the counterfeit Washington. His relations to Napoleon, the Restoration, and Louis Philippe. Steuben owes everything to his personal value and works his way step by step. His sacrifices for the American cause compared with those of Lafayette. The merits of both men in reference to the American independence. Before following Steuben to the north, it is necessary to examine the nature of the relations in which he stood to the government of Virginia, as well as to the Marquis de Lafayette, while commanding and acting in that state. It is chiefly on account of the misconceptions as to these relations that, regardless of the merits of the case, Steuben has often been assailed and condemned. But the true appreciation of the matter, a thorough knowledge of the facts is indispensable, and we consider it to be an act of justice, due as well to history as to Steuben, to detail them here, uninfluenced by party bias or personal prepossession. The more so, as not a word of defense has been spoken in favor of Steuben, and as even those who appreciate his services take all these charges against him for granted. We have seen in the preceding chapters how the exaggerated loss of the stores at the Point of Fork was taken for a pretext by the enemies of Steuben to assail and vilify him. It is a high, though indirect testimony to the value and ability of the man, that for more than 6 months they could not find any vulnerable point on which to attack him, and that they were forced either to calumniate him behind his back, or when he was on the point of quitting the state. It was inevitable that the disinterested energy with which Steuben performed his duty in Virginia should make him many enemies there, and that the state authorities should likewise become greatly irritated against him. The preceding chapters contain the convincing proof of either the inability or of the unwillingness on the part of the government to provide for the defense of the state, while Steuben exerted himself to the utmost to save as much as possible. But his fault was that he called things by their right names, and that when he did not find the same sense of duty in others, he never withheld his censure. As he was a foreigner, people very often resented his just reproaches as an insult. Lafayette, who caught at everything that he was supposed could exalt him, against his will bestows the loudest praise on Steuben in writing on the 23rd of May, 1781. To Alexander Hamilton, that he is glad that Steuben goes, as the hatred of the Virginians to him was truly hurtful to the service. Steuben himself knew perfectly well the state of feeling and of public prejudice, and for this reason, almost from the moment of his entering on his duties in Virginia, wished to join Greene. Steuben himself enumerates 9 reasons for the irritation of the Virginia government against himself, namely, that he insisted most earnestly on the completion of the Virginia line, according to the plan fixed by Congress, that he remonstrated against the bad rules and habits of the militia, that he was utterly dissatisfied with the behavior of the so-called volunteers, that he did not consent to the scandalous plundering of an English flagship, on which occasion the militia officers acted with such flagrant disregard of all subordination, and in such open violation of the law of nations and the honor of the country, that they even intercepted Steuben's letters and treated him as a suspicious character, that he wanted, in the hour of need, some 300 recruits to do service in the line instead of in the militia, that he loudly disapproved of the negligence and waste manifested in the different departments. Thus, for example, the best artillery was under the direction of a colonel whom Steuben had never seen, as he was traveling as surveyor in the upper country. The head of the Corps of Engineers was an old, habitually drunken fellow. The Department of War was managed by a bankrupt Scotch merchant, who was always in the company of abandoned women, and who had neither knowledge nor application. The Quartermaster General was at the same time prison warden, and a good-for-nothing fellow. Being compelled to derive his resources from such men, Steuben got an insight into their vileness and depravity, and complained of their unfitness. All this created enemies against him with the government and with the followers of these men. That he complained of the want of repair of the arms, of which, for instance, 6,000 were made unserviceable by throwing them in disorder into a salt house and other wet places. That he reproached the government. It had not provided a single saddle and cartridge box during the whole campaign, notwithstanding Steuben's repeated applications from the time he entered the state. And finally, that he had a quarrel with the governor at the time of the expedition against Portsmouth, when the latter answered him that he could not furnish any lead or balls, as the veins in the mines had been lost, while Steuben proved that the government was unwilling to comply with this request, as with due diligence and care sufficient lead could be obtained. Nothing could be said against this, but in all such cases the naked truth always hurts, and therefore Steuben's frankness met with a very bad reception. Steuben, by his zeal in the discharge of his duties, provoked the petty vengeance lurking against him, but during the whole winter no occasion furnished itself to give vent to it. Steuben's retreat from the Point of Fork, however, furnished the welcome pretext for an open attack. The State Assembly passed a resolution requesting Lafayette to require an explanation from the officers under his command relative to the loss of the stores at the Point. "I am sorry to see," writes Ternant on the 4th of July, 1781 to Steuben, "that you have enemies in Virginia, and even men whom I would never have expected to be such. But as they know my attachment for you, they do not make me any confidential communication." "I saw Ternant," writes B. Walker on the 13th of August, 1781, to Steuben, "this morning and explained fully the affair of the stores being lost, as I did also to General Varnum. They both saw the affair in quite another light to what it had been represented. In fact, from the clamor they have made about this affair, many people, I believe, imagined it included all the stores which the enemy had taken or destroyed in Virginia." Baron Steuben, writes Washington on the 6th of October, 1781, to Greene, from the warmth of his temper, has got disagreeably involved with the state, and an inquiry into part of his conduct must one day take place, both for his own honor and their satisfaction. Notwithstanding his endeavors to get this inquiry made, it never took place. Steuben, however, took all the necessary steps which might enable him to justify his course. He wrote to Greene and Lafayette, who both expressed their approbation of his operations since he had been in Virginia. "Your letter," answers Greene on the 17th of September, 1781, of the 13th of August, "gives me most sensible pain. I am sorry that a mind so zealous and intent in promoting the public good should be subject to chagrin and mortification for its well-meant endeavors. But let me beg of you, my dear Baron, not to feel too sensibly the illiberal attacks of a misguided populace. Merit is often veiled for a time, and the best intentions subject to partial censure, and this more frequently in republican governments than any others. But it rarely ever happens that a man of worth is long without his reward. For though society may mistake for a time, men are generally willing to retract and approve when properly informed. And I am so confident of the propriety of your conduct and the justice of the people, that I have not the least doubt you will see this verified in your case." Lafayette, soon after his dispute with Steuben in the trenches of Yorktown, could not avoid confirming Greene's testimony. "I have been honored," said he in his letter the 26th of October, 1781, "with your letter of this date, enclosing one from General Greene. The high terms in which he speaks, particularly on the object you allude to, are certainly sufficient for your satisfaction, so that I would think it needless for me to add anything to an opinion for which I have the highest veneration. I will, therefore, only speak of what can be supposed to have come under my immediate cognizance. In the beginning of the campaign, I considered you and the new levies as belonging to the Carolina Army. The letters in which General Greene and myself were positive for your joining me have been intercepted by the enemy. Lord Cornwallis's intention, as I have since still more particularly ascertained, was to maneuver me from a junction with Wayne. His endeavors were vain, but his movements towards our stores threw me for a little time at a pretty great distance from the enemy. The account you received was given by Major Call, whom I had requested to watch in that quarter, the motions of Lord Cornwallis. Your movements at that moment must have been directed by the intelligence you received, and what you conceived to be General Greene's intentions. I was happy in your reunion with me, and I think it determined Lord Cornwallis to a speedy evacuation of Richmond. Let me add that during all the time we served together, I have been so well satisfied with your assistance that I was only sorry your health forced you to leave the army, where your experience and exertions were so useful. Should I have forgotten anything that might add to your satisfaction, I will spare no pains to convince you of the sentiments I profess for you. Nothing, however, was done in the matter by the state, which Steuben wished to get settled before his departure for the North. As my duty, he wrote from Williamsburg on the 1st of November, 1781, to Governor Nelson, at present calls me northward. I cannot quit this state without asking your excellency to inform me by an official letter if government have any complaint against me, since I have had the honor of serving in Virginia, that if there should be any, I may justify myself before my departure. A reputation acquired during 27 years of service authorizes me in this point of delicacy. Steuben received no answer to this letter, and as he wanted an opportunity to justify himself, not only to the state of Virginia but to the world in general, he finally applied to General Harrison for a definite reply. I could but be, said he on the 13th of December, 1781, exceedingly hurt by the implied censure passed on me by the resolve of the Assembly. The state of Virginia had before honored me with a particular mark of esteem, and conscious that I had exerted my utmost to deserve it, I was unwilling to leave the state before I had fully justified my conduct. I accordingly wrote to Governor Nelson, desiring him to acquaint me with the nature of any complaint the state may have against me, but never received an answer. I must therefore repeat the same request to you, sir. Colonel Davies, General Lawson, and Colonel Meade will be my witnesses as to the propriety of my conduct at the point of fork. The resolutions of the last Assembly, answered Speaker Harrison on the 28th of December, 1781, respecting the loss of the stores of the Point of Fork, were sent to the Marquis de Lafayette, who informed the present Assembly by letter that he had been too much engaged to enter on the inquiry, for which he begged their excuse. There the matter rests, and I dare say will not be again taken up. It was, therefore, not the fault of Steuben when the matter thus rested. It is only another proof of its not having been near so dangerous as they had tried to make it. They were glad to have found a plausible pretext in the inactivity of Lafayette for letting the accusation drop. As regards Lafayette, we remember that in February 1781, when Washington expected the capture of Portsmouth, he was appointed over the head of Steuben to the chief command in Virginia. Up to that time, they had little to do with each other, except a letter which Lafayette wrote on the 12th of March, 1778, during the Conway Cabal, to Steuben on the noble character of Washington. The Steuben papers and Lafayette's memoirs contain no written evidence of a friendly intercourse between them. But a few months later, Lafayette, with the Generals Lee and Mifflin, is at the head of the officers who intrigue against Steuben's reforms in the army, and who succeed in overthrowing the hardly commenced new order of things. Why Lafayette sided with this clique is not quite apparent, as according to his seniority, he stood above Steuben. A positive interest is not likely to have instigated him, as he, as well as every other intelligent officer, was bound to acknowledge the evil consequences of the existing disorder. It therefore seems that Lafayette either was afraid of Steuben's growing influence and saw in him a dangerous competitor, or that in his catching at popularity, which never quitted him until his death, he made common cause with the other officers. Occasional remarks of Steuben's aides, as Walker and North, show that they, as well as their general, thought very indifferently of Lafayette's military abilities. Steuben himself, here and there, says that he did not like Lafayette, and that he was often shocked at the young man's unbounded vanity and his thirst for glory, which went so far as to claim for its own satisfaction the merits and deeds of others. If we consider, in addition to this, the difference in the age, and consequently in the views of the two men, the one being a plain, matter-of-fact Prussian soldier, the other a thorough young and aspiring Frenchman. We will easily understand the want of mutual attraction between them. Besides these individual differences of character, taste, and objects in life, there were political considerations, which, giving Lafayette greater prominence, tended to alienate them from each other even more than nature had done, and accorded to the one especially a preeminent importance, while it threw the other undeservedly into the background. When it was an ascertained fact that the French fleet was to cooperate with the American forces against Portsmouth, Washington acted very wisely in giving the chief command of them to Lafayette. His appointment was a compliment paid to a powerful ally, on whose goodwill, just in that emergency, so much depended, and he, of course, could not care for hurting the feelings of another, however meritorious officer, whose brevet of Major General was of more recent date, and who had no political influence. There was a necessity, says Washington, of sending a general officer with a detachment hence, and political considerations, as it was to be a combined operation, depending upon critical circumstances with the French land and sea force, pointed to the Marquis de Lafayette. It was, of course, not at all desirable for Steuben to leave the stage just at the moment when the last act was being played, and after he had, with indefatigable energy and endless trouble, prepared everything for a successful result. He was, on the other hand, too good an officer not to obey at once, and submit without complaint to the orders of the commander-in-chief. Thus he formed an honorable exception to the general rule in the American army, where the insubordination of the superior officers prevailed, where even colonels, for instance Neuville, refused to obey a major general, where newly appointed major generals like Smallwood preferred to retire rather than put themselves, notwithstanding the express orders of the general-in-chief, under the command of their senior officer. Steuben never complained to Washington, and only in his private letters to Greene alluded to the mortification of his being superseded in the command. But he says at the same time that he would not in the least relax his zeal. In this respect also, he showed himself a model of an old soldier, and the worthy disciple of the greatest commander of his age. End of section 47. Section 48 of the Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. Chapter 22, continued. It was, therefore, not so much on account of his appointment as on account of the manner in which Lafayette exercised the powers conferred on him, that misunderstandings and differences between him and Steuben did away with the good feeling which subsisted between them at the beginning. Lafayette was too young and inexperienced, and too greedy for glory and show, to possess the necessary coolness and impartiality essential to the due performance of his functions, and inborn with great generals like Washington and Greene. He supposed himself to be alone competent to perform the task entrusted to him, and imagined that he gave convincing proof of his own ability by criticizing and finding fault with everything that others had done. Thus he writes a few days after he arrived in Virginia that the enemy's works had not been reconnoitered by Steuben, and that he thought it necessary to see with his own eyes, but he could not yet appreciate the reasons which had prevented Steuben from examining the works, and at the end Lafayette himself did not execute his purpose. On the other hand, he did nothing, and as all the necessary arrangements had been previously made by Steuben, in which even Lafayette did not propose any alteration, his silence must be taken for approval, and his duties were, therefore, confined to those of a mere looker-on. To Hamilton he wrote on the 23rd of May, 1781, "It became my duty to arrange the departments which I found in the greatest confusion and relaxation," and to the General-in-Chief he reported that no departments existed at the time of his arrival, and that he had to establish them. Aside from the contradiction contained in his own words, the young Marquis forgot that all that could be done was already done, that the departments were organized by Steuben and his assistants, that he depended entirely on him for information and advice, and that at the same time he wrote to Steuben in the politest terms to assist him, as without him he would not be able to perform his duties. In fact, all he did was to change the officers with questionable judgment. Lafayette possessed in a high degree the talent of coloring and grouping, or, as the French say, arranging facts. When Steuben left him to join Greene, he wrote to Washington, "The Baron is to lead me with the Virginia troops. Phillips, with his whole force joined with Arnold, is opposite to me. Cornwallis in full march from Hillsborough. It is too much, my dear General. 3 armies against the little force under my command." All these facts were true in one sense, but they were not so in the sense that the Marquis wished them to be understood. "My entering this state," wrote Lafayette on the 29th of July, 1781, to Washington, "was happily marked by a service to the capital. Cornwallis had the disgrace of a retreat. The same Cornwallis who had driven Lafayette more than 200 miles before him in rapid retreat, and afterward, for quite other reasons than the formidableness of Lafayette, retired to the lower country. We will give one more instance of the boastful and arrogant character of the French lieutenant, suddenly sprung into a general officer. As Lafayette was under the impression that the theater of war would be transferred from Virginia to New York, he asked to command under Washington. The war in this state, he says, would then become a plundering one, and great maneuvers would be out of the question. A prudent officer would do our business here, and the Baron is so to the utmost. Should the enemy remain quiet in this state, Steuben might do very well. This self-sufficiency is really admirable and gives a better clue to Lafayette's character than all his memoirs taken together. There is nothing extraordinary in Lafayette, having conceived the idea that his experience as a subordinate officer in the French army and as a dangler in dining rooms and saloons was superior to that of a man who had spent his entire life in active military service and had won considerable distinction on hard-fought fields under the ablest and most distinguished captains of any country or age. But it is extraordinary that the American people should accord him any such superiority, or that they should fail to see that, while politically Lafayette's accession to the American cause was of vast importance, in a military point of view a great many foreign officers were immeasurably superior to the Marquis. His subsequent career and his visit to the United States contributed considerably to increase the popular enthusiasm and regard for him. Enveloped in a certain romantic mist, he is remembered in this country as one of the greatest heroes of our modern times. But history is no 4th of July oration, and duty and justice to Lafayette's contemporaries, who labored with him, require that his position in the American and French revolutions should be presented calmly and impartially. In the first place, the part taken by Lafayette in the War of Independence must be regarded in 2 separate points of view, namely, the political and the military. So far as the first is concerned, it is impossible to form too high an estimate of his importance. Indeed, it may be said that were it not for him, the alliance with France would not have been concluded, and that in the crisis of the war, when everything depended on prompt and sufficient aid in arms and money, the United States were chiefly indebted to his negotiations for their final success. In consequence of his family connections and his relations with the court of France, Lafayette was the most prominent representative of that brilliant host of French noblemen who, influenced by veterans like Von Kalb in their hatred of England and their newfangled enthusiasm for Rousseau's imaginary ideal of a republic, aided in bringing about the participation of France in the American War. Lafayette owes his historical prominence and his honorable place in the records of history to this noble enthusiasm and energetic activity, while his deeds, both as an American general and a participator in the French Revolution, and the events which followed it, are not only undeserving of particular mention, but are rather calculated to detract from than add to his renown. Lafayette was a young lieutenant of 19 years of age when he came to America and offered his services to Congress. That he had no military experience and could have had none is perfectly manifest. So far as military capacity was concerned, the most obscure French captain was more valuable and preferable to him. But he belonged to one of the first families of France. From the first, Congress saw the great political value to be derived indirectly from engaging Lafayette. It acted like a sharp and calculating man of business when it conferred on him the highest military rank. The resolution of the 31st of July, 1777, points out so clearly the motives of Congress that further comment is unnecessary. Whereas the Marquis de Lafayette, out of his great zeal to the cause of liberty, in which the United States are engaged, has left his family and connections, and, at his own expense, come over to offer his service to the United States, without pension or particular allowance, and is anxious to risk his life in our cause. Resolved that his services be accepted, and that, in consideration of his zeal, illustrious family and connections, he have the rank of Major General in the Army of the United States. Congress had calculated rightly. This resolution tended mainly to win France for the American cause. As soon as Paris, says Count Séguer, rang with reports of the first battles in which Lafayette and his companions in arms had raised the reputation of the French name, the court itself became proud of his achievements, and he became the great object of envy to our young men. Thus public opinion, declaring itself more exclusively in favor of war, rendered it inevitable, and drew after it, as a matter of course, a government which had not strength enough to resist the impulse. If Lafayette had been the subject of some small German prince, he would not have been worth one iota more than 100 others, or any more considered. His advantage and his good fortune consisted in the fact that, by his birth, he belonged to the highest nobility of the country, which was one of the arbiters of Europe and the rival of England. The above resolution, however, accurately described Lafayette's position, as we have seen that Washington also regarded him as an instrument to effect an alliance between the two countries. The admiration and respect which the young Marquis felt for the American commander-in-chief was responded to by the letter with a heartfelt friendship, which contributed in no small degree to bind Lafayette more closely to the United States. Whenever it was possible, Washington placed Lafayette at the head of enterprises, which, if they were not of any decisive importance, yet promised brilliant results. The young Frenchman discharged the duties entrusted to him, neither better nor worse than an average general officer. His operations manifest neither great genius nor great want of judgment. His chief merit consisted in the address with which he got himself out of difficulties. If Lafayette were really what he is here considered to have been, he had abundant opportunities after his return to France to fulfill the promises of his youth. When the French Revolution commenced, his consequence and reputation were exceedingly high. He was one of the few who took part in the movement, whose name was generally known and respected. Seldom has fortune been more profuse in her richest favors to any man than she was to Lafayette. The empire of the world was at his feet. All parties offered it to him. He had only to accept and hold the preferred scepter. He did not possess that constant aversion for power, and that forcible conscientiousness with which Washington indignantly refused to offer of a kingdom. He might have done so, but he did not dare it. Petty views and considerations, ambition and intrigues prevented his ever taking a decided step or performing any great deed. He is, on a small scale, the Pompey of modern history, that same pusillanimous man, great in small things and small in great things, who for a while seemed great, because Caesar had not yet made his appearance. But the original Pompey, at least for some time, occupied a place by the side of Caesar, while Lafayette was laughed at by Napoleon. Lafayette's ambition was not that of a great character, but that of narrow-minded vanity. He therefore did not use the open and great means of courage, but the hidden tricks of intrigue. One day he moved the Declaration of the Rights of Man and proclaimed war against despotism to be a sacred duty. The next day he intrigued with the court against the Duke of Orleans, and the day after he took the field against the revolution with which he fraternized 2 days before. He allowed himself to be bent and swayed by the impression of the moment, allowing circumstances to direct him instead of his directing circumstances. He broke with everyone, and finally had no party to support him. It is therefore an ignorance of historical truth which induces many to mistake Lafayette's weakness for moderation, and is certainly an unmerited honor to consider him, as he is here often styled, the French Washington, apart from the consideration that in France a Washington is as impossible as a Napoleon in the United States. Lafayette is one of those weak, aristocratic characters who are ready to make any sacrifice while it is so considered and estimated, and who are even capable of great sacrifices, as long as outward honor and glory are to be reaped from it, but who are immediately the enemies of the cause for which they have volunteered their services, the moment that their enthusiasm and self-devotion are regarded as a matter of course. His boundless vanity allowed him to see in all things nobody but himself. He sided, therefore, with the revolution only as long as it seemed to promise satisfaction to his heartless egotism, and became its declared enemy the moment he ceased to play the first part. He copied in France the simplicity of American manners and pretensions without possessing it. He copied Washington, even as to his white horse, without having one particle of his character or talents. He was the Don Quixote of the American Republic in Europe, the pretender to heroism, without being in any respect a hero. He was nothing but a counterfeit Washington, and when he would play the real, sage, well-informed and far-seeing Washington before the Legislative Assembly of France, he forgot that Washington addressed Congress from the camp, while he, in the hour of supreme danger, abandoned his forces, and when the Assembly disapproved his conduct, stole away over the frontiers of his country. If there is any fact that shows the character of Lafayette in its true light, and the good luck that invariably followed him, it is this ignominious flight at which he was taken prisoner by the Austrians, who had declared war to the knife against the same principles for which Lafayette had taken up arms, and been elevated to the rank of commanding general. Had he, by order of a court-martial, been shot for treason, he would have deserved his fate. He did not deserve a martyrdom cheaply obtained by an imprisonment in an Austrian jail. In this case, the question is not whether the convention was right or wrong. The only question was whether the general it appointed had to obey its orders or not. Nobody compelled Lafayette to accept the command of a Republican army, but after having once accepted it, he acted shamefully in leaving it for only personal reasons. Napoleon called him a simpleton in politics, naïs en politique, and proved by his acts that that was his real opinion of him. He persecuted and hunted down the prominent generals of the Republic, while he put himself out of his way to procure the release of Lafayette, and as if he wanted to make him ridiculous, offered him the appointment of ambassador to the United States. When Napoleon had fallen, Lafayette revenged himself at a small expense by giving him a few kicks. Under the Bourbons, he played the role of a conspirer behind the scenes, and as the tutor and protector of young students and soldiers, gained again an insignificant popularity. When the Bourbons were driven to flight, Lafayette, en cheveux blancs, assisted the financial and industrial aristocracy, as if he was anxious to play to the last act the part of Voltaire's Candide, in establishing the citizen king, whom he called La Meilleure République. Steuben's position in the American army is the exact opposite to that of Lafayette. He owed everything to himself, and his nationality was more an obstacle than an advantage to him. He had to work his way step by step, and to contend for years against distrust, detraction, and animosities, before he could establish himself firmly. Washington himself, although he recognized at once to the fullest extent the value of Steuben's reforms, put him on the same level with the mass of adventurers who at that time were flocking into the country, and were besieging Congress to grant them place and rank. His brothers in arms were hostile to him, particularly at the beginning, and frequently made his efforts for discipline in the troops and creating an official inspectorship of the army a reproach, as evidence of his thirst for power and inordinate ambition. By degrees he succeeded in doing away with these prejudices and obtaining that position to which his merit entitled him. His activity in service, from the beginning to the end, was a personal sacrifice, a sense of duty, the conviction, perhaps, that his services were indispensable, and the hope daily increasing that the American arms would be successful, alone animated him to perform his task cheerfully. There was no officer in the American army who had to contend with so many enmities and slights, and who, notwithstanding, never relaxed his zeal. Steuben's first consideration was the common welfare. His own interest was quite a secondary matter. In regard to Lafayette's generosity, it must be universally conceded that he acted in the most high-minded and unselfish manner, and spent enormous sums for the good of the cause of independence. But it must also be conceded that Steuben made equally large, if not larger, sacrifices in proportion to his means. If Congress had not accepted his services, he would have been reduced to absolute mendicancy, since in the autumn of his life he had given up an honorable position and a certain and adequate income for an uncertainty, and in the hope of serving what he believed to be a good cause. Lafayette, when he returned to his country, found his fortune and his home, where he was honored and rewarded. But Steuben abandoned both interest and capital, and lost his home when he entered the American army. The amount of the sacrifice is not to be considered so much as the character of him who made it, and the spirit in which it was made, and in this respect also Steuben, if he be compared with Lafayette, will stand in no inferior position. It may be objected that these remarks about Lafayette are beside the question, but we consider it our duty to touch upon the most remarkable events of his life, as they constitute the only true index to his political character, and as his exploits have been often made the standard by which those of Steuben have been measured. The greatest honor that can be done to a man of historical eminence is to criticize him justly by the light of his time, and not by writing his apotheosis. It is not our intention by the above remarks to elevate Steuben by detracting from Lafayette. We believe that, in a political sense, the services of the latter were more important than those of any other foreigner in the American army, but we do design to correct the impression that Lafayette's military share in the War of Independence is entitled to greater prominence and praise than that of Steuben. Both men served the cause of the Republic with energy and zeal, and if Lafayette's relations with the court of France and social position in that country rendered his cooperation of high political value, Steuben's actual services in the camp and the field, and in Washington's councils, were of equal, if not of more material value. End of section 48. Section 49 of the Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. Chapter 23, Part 1. Steuben returns with the army to the north. He resumes his office as Inspector General. His new plan for the establishment of the inspectorship adopted by Congress. This plan contains Steuben's original ideas, set forth from the beginning in 1778. Its tenor. Steuben's parades and maneuvers excite the admiration of the French officers. His hospitality. State of the army. Nothing is done for supplying its wants. Extreme misery. Steuben himself greatly embarrassed. His description of the state of the soldiers. His opinions about an attack of New York, which, however, is not effected. Inspection of the troops. A monthly return. Washington's general orders. The absolute want of provisioning the troops. Poverty of the officers. Steuben cannot get $10 on credit. Walker's letter about the dissatisfaction of the army. Steuben asked what is due to him. He goes to Philadelphia. His letter to Congress. Resolution of Congress of the 30th December 1782. Letters of Gates and Howe. Steuben returns to headquarters. Steuben returned with the army to the north, continually employed in perfecting its discipline. He found it, however, necessary to simplify his system. As the officers were all furnished with the printed ordnance and knew their duties, the only question was to watch for their execution. When the department of the inspection was first instituted, wrote he, in the beginning of January 1782 to Washington, the principal object was the introduction of a uniform discipline throughout the different armies of the United States. This introduction of a system in an army, where none had existed before, would at all times be difficult. In our army it was practically so, and required the utmost pains of a number of officers appointed to assist in that business. By their zeal and attention, the business has been effected. The system is introduced, and the officers become so well acquainted with it as to require little further instruction in the several branches of their duty. All, therefore, that is now requisite is a general inspection of the whole, to see that the discipline established is kept up, and that no part of the army deviates in any respect from the rules laid down. I would therefore propose that in future the officers of the department be limited to an inspector general and 2 inspectors, one for the northern and one for the southern army. The general duty of their office to be to muster the troops monthly, and to inspect everything relative to their equipment. They will at the same time see that the service is carried on agreeably to the regulations in the respective armies in which they serve. This is only the general plan of what I would propose. Should it meet the approbation of your Excellency, a more particular plan might be made out, in which the duties of the inspectors will be more distinctly defined. Washington supported Steuben's plan, whereupon it was approved by Congress on the 10th of January 1782, and executed with perfect success. It contains all the original ideas which Steuben had elaborated and partly reduced to practice in the camp of Valley Forge, when the jealousy of the native officers to their own injury interrupted his work. It had thus required more than 4 years before the army understood that unity in the discipline, inspection, and formation of the troops could only be reached by a simplified organization of the general inspectorship. When Steuben in 1778 required one single inspector general, subject only to the orders of Congress, the Board of War, and the Commander-in-Chief, the demands which he made in the interest of the service were construed as selfish ambition. In remarkable want of judgment, his opponents went so far as to subordinate the general inspectorship to the good, or rather bad will, of a newly made colonel or general. Finally, after 4 years' experience, the original plan of Steuben was adopted, who thus proved beyond cavil that he was right in all he proposed. If this plan had taken place in 1778, the inspection would have effected more and done greater benefit to the army. From this time, Steuben was Inspector General of the armies of the United States, while Colonel Stewart acted as Inspector of the Northern and Lieutenant Colonel Turnant as Inspector of the Southern Army. The following resolution repealed all former resolutions, relative to the inspector's department, and gave to the latter the following form, powers, and privileges, viz., there shall be an Inspector General of the Armies of the United States, to be appointed by Congress from the general officers, and to be allowed one secretary, in addition to the aides which he has in the line of the Army. The secretary shall be taken from the line, and be entitled to the pay and emoluments of an aide-de-camp. There shall be one inspector for each separate army, to be taken from the field officers of the line of the Army, to be allowed $30 per month in addition to his pay and emoluments in the line. The Inspector General or Inspector of a separate army shall, once in every month in such time, place, and mode as the Commander-in-Chief or Commanding Officer of a separate army shall direct, review, and muster the troops of every denomination in service, at which review they shall inspect the number and condition of the men and horses, the discipline of the troops, the state of their arms, accoutrements, ammunition, clothing, and camp equipage, and make returns thereof to the Commander-in-Chief or Commanding Officer of a separate army, noting the deficiencies, neglects, and abuses, and if possible, the manner in which they happened, and at the same time pointing out the alterations and amendments they may think necessary in any branch of the military system, duplicates of which return shall be transmitted by the Commander-in-Chief or Commanding Officer of a separate army to the Secretary at War. At the end of every review, the Commanding Officer of the Corps reviewed shall exercise his corps in the manual and evolutions before the inspector, so as to enable him to inspect and report the discipline of the troops, agreeably to the foregoing paragraph. And when the Inspector General or Inspector of a separate army finds it necessary to have any particular evolutions or maneuvers performed, either by one or several corps, he shall furnish a plan of such evolutions to the commanding officer of the army, who will approve or amend them and order them executed as he may think proper. At every review, the commanding officers of companies and corps shall produce to the inspector returns of their respective companies and corps, and such other papers and vouchers relative to the enlistment of men as he shall judge necessary. 3 muster calls shall also be made out by the commanding officer of each troop or company, and signed by him, one of which shall be returned to him certified by the inspector. One shall be certified and delivered to the regimental paymaster, to be fixed to the payroll, and the other shall be retained by the inspector. The Inspector General or Inspector of a separate army shall, as soon as possible after every muster, transmit an abstract of the muster of the whole army in which he is serving to the commanding officer, who shall transmit a duplicate thereof to the Secretary of War. As soon as possible after every review, the inspector shall report to the Commander-in-Chief or commanding officer of a separate army all such soldiers who, from inability or other causes, it may be necessary to discharge or transfer to the invalids, and no discharge shall in future be valid unless signed by the Commander-in-Chief or officer commanding the army where such discharge is given. The Inspector General or Inspector of a separate army shall be authorized to call on the Quartermaster General, Clothier General, and Field Commissary of military stores, or their deputies, for returns of the articles which have been issued from and returned to their several departments by each corps, that the inspectors may see whether every article so delivered has been regularly and satisfactorily accounted for or charged to the corps, agreeably to the established regulations. The Inspector General or Inspector of a separate army shall be authorized and required to visit the military hospitals of the United States from time to time to examine the general state of them and the treatment of the patients, which he shall report to the officer commanding the army, and the director, deputy director, or superintending surgeon of any hospital shall furnish them with such returns as they may find necessary for the better execution of their office. The Inspector General shall himself, previous to the opening and at the close of every campaign, or as often as the Commander-in-Chief shall think fit to order, visit every part of the Army to see that uniformity prevails throughout the armies of the United States. The Inspector General and inspectors of a separate army, in the execution of their offices, shall be subject only to the order of Congress, the Secretary at War, Commander-in-Chief, or commanding officer of a separate army, and that the inspectors may attend the better to the duties of their offices. They shall be exempt from all other duties, except when the Commander-in-Chief or commanding officer of a separate army shall think proper to order otherwise. All returns in the inspector's department are to be made agreeably to the forms which shall be delivered the Inspector General. Each inspector of a separate army will be allowed to take an officer from the line of captains to assist him in the duties of his office, who shall be allowed $10 per month in addition to his pay in the line. Resolved that Major General Baron Steuben be, and hereby is, continued Inspector General of the Armies of these United States, and vested with the power to appoint all officers necessary to carry the aforegoing plan into execution, they being first approved by the Commander-in-Chief. Steuben was at that time at or near the headquarters of Washington. As many French officers who were his old acquaintances visited his post, he had much pride in showing them the discipline and military expertness which the American troops had attained under his instructions. Many parades were ordered, and the adroitness and above all the silence with which the maneuvers were performed were remarked with astonishment by the officers of the French army. This last particular excited the more surprise, as the French troops were noisy in their marches and evolutions. "Noise?" exclaimed the Baron to General Montmorency, who was remarking upon this point. "I do not know where the noise should come from, when even my brigadiers dare not open their mouths but to repeat my orders." On a subsequent occasion, when a violent storm had caused a grand exhibition to be postponed, Steuben was asked by one of the French generals, who had retired with him to his marquee, what maneuvers he had intended to perform. On being told, the officer mentioned an addition of some difficulty, which he had seen practiced by the Prussians in Silesia. "But we do not expect you to equal the veteran army of the King of Prussia. All in good time. The time shall be next week," said Steuben after his guests had retired. "I will save the gentlemen who have not been in Silesia the trouble of going any further than Verplancks Point for instruction." The order for the review was brought in. One of his aides wrote as Steuben dictated. The appointed day came, and amid a large concourse of officers, the proposed evolutions were performed with great precision. "Alas, when I think of that day," says North, "and look to that eminence on which General Washington's marquee was pitched, in front of which stood that great man, firm in the consciousness of virtue, surrounded by French nobles and the chiefs of his own army, my heart sinks at the view. Who but how few of all that brilliant host is left, those few now tottering on the confines of the grave?" The Baron's tent that day was filled and more than filled with Frenchmen. "I am glad," said he, "to pay some part of the dinner debt we owe our allies." At the siege of York, or rather immediately afterward, he sold such part of his camp equipage, brought from Europe, as was of silver, that he might give a feast. "I can stand it no longer," said he. "We are continually dining with those people who cannot give a piece of bratwurst in return. They shall have one grand dinner, if I eat my soup with a wooden spoon hereafter." The whole year, however, passed without an important event. The American army was encamped in the neighborhood of Newburgh-on-the-Hudson and in the Jerseys in order to be ready for operations against New York, which, however, never took place. The public mind felt confident of the conclusion of the peace, and little or nothing was done to make new sacrifices or even to fulfill old engagements. Thus the army was kept incomplete. Their wants were neglected, their pay withheld, and nothing done to answer the exigencies of the present. Steuben felt the bad consequences of this neglect, as well for himself as for his department and the whole army. On the 1st of March 1782, the United States owed him $6,850 in specie, and being unable to draw bills of exchange at a loss of from 38 to 40%, or to borrow money any longer, he requested the Commander-in-Chief to support his demands for the payment of what was due to him. "Without troubling your Excellency," said he in a letter of the 1st of March 1782 to Washington, "with a tedious detail of the hardships attending my situation, I pray you to consider the peculiarity of my employment compared to that of other officers. The arrangements are going to take place for furnishing the army with provisions, forage, etc., will not be of advantage to me, and I am bound to travel from one part of the country to the other, to live at double expenses in taverns, in which I have to pay ready money not only for my personal expenses, but also for the entertainment of my aides de camp, and horses necessary to perform our journeys. I would be happy if the pay allowed by Congress were equal to such expenses. I do not want to lay up any part of my pay. I ask no addition to it, but I declare it to be totally out of my power. If my appointments, as well those of January and February as those occurring in future, are not regularly paid me. With regard to the airage, I shall be satisfied to leave in the public fund $6,000, provided I am paid the remaining $850, which are indispensably necessary to enable me to discharge my expenses here, and provide myself with the necessary equipage for the ensuing campaign." At the special intercession of the Commander-in-Chief and other personal friends, Steuben obtained these $850 and $500 besides, on account of his pay for January and February, which was all that he had received since he was in service. In the army, general discontent prevailed, and it is not to be wondered at that the spirit of exasperation and distrust among the officers, and that of mutiny among the soldiers, manifested itself more impatiently, if we read statements like those made by Steuben on the 25th of May, 1782, to the Minister of War, General Lincoln. "Yesterday," says he, "our army was the 3rd day without provisions. The horses of the officers will a fortnight have been without forage. Every department is without money and without credit. That of the Quartermaster General appears to be stopped in all its branches. Our army could not make a day's march, as we are without the necessary means or provisions. Officers and soldiers are discontented to the highest degree. The last arrangement by which the rations have been withdrawn in reality, without the least compensation in cash, has redoubled their clamors. You have doubtless heard of the premeditated mutiny of the Connecticut line. It was discovered a day previous to that on which it was to be put in execution. The ringleader was punished with death. A few days after, the sergeants of the Massachusetts line presented a memorial to the Commander-in-Chief demanding their pay. Wherever I go, I hear complaints which make me dread the most fatal consequences. The officers of the staff of the army, from whom both servants and servants' rations have been taken, will all resign. The judge advocate, as also several others, have already sent in their resignations. It is certain the distress of our country have arrived at the highest possible degree. The officers cannot stand it any longer. Shall we absolutely drive them to despair? What I have related is not properly in my department, and I believe it is only a duplicate of what you will hear from the Commander-in-Chief. But I conceive it my duty to represent to you all the calamities of the army, and to express my apprehensions for their consequences. End of section 49. Section 50 of the Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. Chapter 23, Part 2. Under these circumstances, it was fortunate that the enemy did not know the embarrassments and the want of exertions in the American army, as he probably would have availed himself of the general lethargy and struck an unexpected blow. Thus the British confined themselves to observe Washington, and made no move out of the old channel in which they hitherto had conducted the war. Besides, their force was too inconsiderable to make any impression. On the American side, however, the state of public affairs was such as not to promise any decided exertions. Washington, at the beginning of 1782, meditated an attack against New York, and among others asked Steuben for his opinion about his plan. It clearly elucidates the situation of both armies, and therefore may be appropriately inserted here. Before I can give an answer to the question which Your Excellency has proposed to my consideration, I conceive it will be necessary to take a comparative view of the troops which the enemy have actually in the field on the continent, and those which we may have the probability of bringing into action the next campaign. In the first instance, the force the enemy may have at Quebec and Halifax is not comprehended, and in the latter I will not pretend to estimate the number of militia which may be able to collect in case of necessity. The balance will then stand as follows. British troops, regulars at New York, 9,000. Militia at New York, 3,000. Garrison at Charleston, 3,000. Garrison at Savannah, 700. Total 15,700. Allied Army. Northern Continental Army, 10,000. French troops, 4,000. Southern Army, 2,000. Total 16,000. This balance above will be sufficient to prove that superiority of numbers cannot be the motive with us to undertake a vigorous offensive campaign, much less to undertake the siege of places fortified by nature as well as by art, such as New York and Charleston. The three propositions simply tend to the enterprise against New York. The first presupposes the enemy's force in that garrison to be such as I have stated, that they retain possession of the harbor and have a naval superiority on the coast. The second, that they have the above force by land, keep possession of the harbor, but lose the superiority at sea. In either of which cases, any attempt against the garrison appears to me absolutely impracticable, even though our numbers were doubled by the militia. The position of the enemy is on 3 islands. Whenever we attack one, the other 2 must be kept in check. If then the besieged should consist of 12,000 men, and the besiegers of 24,000, the latter must be divided into 3 parts, each consisting of 8,000 men. The points of attack are the passage at King's Bridge, the heights of Brooklyn, and the works on Staten Island. The shortest line of communication between them is from 20 to 24 miles, with a river between each. How then is the one to support the other in case of a superior attack, which the enemy may easily make, as they possess every possible advantage by water? And even supposing we should obtain possession of either island, what position should we take to cover our flanks from the enemy's force by water? But if we should be unfortunate enough to have any one division defeated, what retreat is left while the enemy keep possession of the water? These reasons alone prove to me sufficiently the impropriety of such an undertaking, so long as the enemy keep possession of the port and the river by which the islands are surrounded. As soon as the superior fleet shall have blocked up the harbor without, our principal object, I conceive, will be Long Island, in which case the greater part of our strength will be necessarily employed in carrying the works at Brooklyn, either by storm or regular approaches, and to erect batteries to bombard the city and the fleet in the bay. But even then it will be necessary that our frigates should be in possession of the Sound, and that batteries should be erected on our flanks commanding the river. The last proposition supposes that we were in possession of the harbor and had the superiority at sea. In this case, we should be highly reprehensible if we did not make the attempt. Yet even then, I would propose that we should have the most pointed assurances that the fleet destined for this service should remain long enough to effect cooperation on the occasion. It would also be necessary to make an exact estimate of the number of troops and the means which we possess to make the attempt. If the enemy should abandon the southern states and collect their whole force at New York, it would amount to 16,000 men, and by recalling our troops thence, we should amount to nearly the same number. If they retain possession of Charleston and Savannah, General Greene must also remain there, and then we shall be in the same proportion of 14,000 to 14,000. It would be no less difficult than hazardous to attack the enemy in their present position with less than double this number, or 28,000 men. If the states of Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, and Jersey could send 4,000 men as rank and file into the regular army, it would amount to 14,000 men, Continental troops, 4,000 French, and 10,000 militia. With this, and no less than this, I conceive we might attempt the enterprise. But independent of the troops, we should make an exact estimate of the artillery, engineer, quartermasters, and commissary departments, that we may not find ourselves embarrassed with the difficulties that always arise from the want of means necessary for the several branches of the army. Thus, sir, have I given you my opinion on the subject which you did me the honor to submit to my consideration, though I cannot help expressing to your excellency my fears that the suppositions on which the questions depend will never be realized. The late unfortunate defeat of the French fleet in the West Indies, the improbability of collecting a force sufficient to carry on the siege, and the difficulty, I had almost said, the impossibility of supporting them, afford but two just grounds for this suggestion. However, though our particular situation makes it hazardous to undertake an operation which calls for more force and greater resources than we at present possess, yet I am not of opinion that we should permit the campaign to waste away without improving those advantages which are within our reach. The army should move down and take some advantageous position at or near the White Plains, and if our force will admit that the 2 York regiments, with Hazen's, should be added to the 2 Hampshire regiments, who are now stationed on the northern frontier, and march under the command of Hazen toward St. John's in Canada, by the road lately laid out by thee, or which other way may appear most proper. If this diversion should be attended with no other advantages, it would at least prevent the incursions of the savages, a circumstance of the greatest importance. Should it, therefore, be advisable to recall the French troops from Virginia, I should conceive the army would be formidable enough to move down and take an advantageous post at or near White Plains, and if by the addition of recruits or militia, our situation would admit of a diversion with the 2 York regiments under Hazen, added to those of Hampshire, toward the garrison of St. John's in Canada, I am persuaded it would be attended with the most salutary consequences. But even these diversions were not made. Steuben continued to review and inspect the army, and to make his monthly reports to the Commander-in-Chief and to the Secretary of War. We select at random a report which we find in Steuben's carefully written and revised inspection book. It contains all the returns kept in the same way from April 1782 to 1784, and furnishes a striking proof of the progress of the order and discipline in the army, as well as the final success of Steuben's exertions. We give in the appendix copies of all the returns for the Northern Army, furnishing as they do an exact account never before published of the numbers and efficiency of the army. They seem to us worthy of preservation. General strength of the different corps composing the Northern Army is taken from the regimental returns accompanying the inspection of June 1782. Table Infantry regiments and corps. 1st Massachusetts, 1 colonel, 1 lieutenant colonel, 1 major, 9 captains, 10 lieutenants, 4 ensigns, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 1 fife major, 27 sergeants, 17 drummers and fifers, 6 sick and absent, total 383. 2nd Massachusetts, 1 lieutenant colonel, 2 majors, 9 captains, 12 lieutenants, 3 ensigns, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 1 fife major, 30 sergeants, 15 drummers and fifers, 18 sick and absent, total 382. 3rd Massachusetts, 1 colonel, 1 lieutenant colonel, 1 major, 9 captains, 11 lieutenants, 6 ensigns, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 1 fife major, 34 sergeants, 18 drummers and fifers, 14 sick and absent, total 380. 4th Massachusetts, 1 colonel, 1 lieutenant colonel, 1 major, 9 captains, 12 lieutenants, 5 ensign, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 sergeant, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster major, 1 drum major, 1 fife major, 34 sergeants, 18 drummers and fifers, 11 sick and absent, 372 total. 5th Massachusetts, 1 colonel, 1 lieutenant colonel, 1 major, 9 captains, 11 lieutenants, 8 ensigns, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 1 fife major, 32 sergeants, 17 drummers and fifers, 14 sick and absent, total 375. 6th Massachusetts, 1 lieutenant colonel, 2 majors, 9 captains, 13 lieutenants, 8 ensigns, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 1 fife major, 28 sergeants, 18 drummers and fifers, 10 sick and absent, total 382. 7th Massachusetts, 1 lieutenant colonel, 2 majors, 9 captains, 13 lieutenants, 3 ensigns, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 29 sergeants, 14 drummers and fifers, 4 sick and absent, total 382. 8th Massachusetts, 1 colonel, 1 lieutenant colonel, 1 major, 9 captains, 13 lieutenants, 7 ensigns, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 1 fife major, 30 sergeants, 18 drummers and fifers, 16 sick and absent, total 375. 9th Massachusetts, 1 colonel, 1 lieutenant colonel, 1 major, 9 captains, 12 lieutenants, 4 ensigns, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 1 fife major, 27 sergeants, 18 drummers and fifers, 5 sick and absent, total of 381. 10th Massachusetts, 1 colonel, 1 lieutenant colonel, 1 major, 9 captains, 11 lieutenants, 8 ensigns, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 40 sergeants, 15 drummers and fifers, 3 sick and absent, total 370. Total, 7 colonels, 3 lieutenant colonel commanders, 7 lieutenant colonels, 13 majors, 90 captains, 118 lieutenants, 56 ensigns, 10 adjutants, 10 quartermasters, 10 paymasters, 10 surgeons, 10 mates, 10 sergeant majors, 10 quartermaster sergeants, 10 drum majors, 8 fife majors, 305 sergeants, 168 drummers and fifers, 101 sick and absent, total 3,782. Rhode Island, 1 colonel, 2 majors, 8 captains, 13 lieutenants, 2 ensigns, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 1 fife major, 34 sergeants, 17 drummers and fifers, 17 sick and absent, total 536. 1st Connecticut, 1 lieutenant colonel, 2 majors, 8 captains, 12 lieutenants, 6 ensigns, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 1 fife major, 32 sergeants, 18 drummers and fifers, 16 sick and absent, total 378. 2nd Connecticut, 1 colonel, 1 lieutenant colonel, 1 major, 9 captains, 12 lieutenants, 4 mates, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 1 fife major, 36 sergeants, 17 drummers and fifers, 4 sick and absent, total 357. 3rd Connecticut, 1 colonel, 1 lieutenant colonel, 1 major, 9 captains, 13 lieutenants, 2 ensigns, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 1 fife major, 38 sergeants, 17 drummers and fifers, 20 sick and absent, total 369. 4th Connecticut, 1 colonel, 1 lieutenant colonel, 1 major, 8 captains, 13 lieutenants, 4 ensigns, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 1 fife major, 40 sergeants, 19 drummers and fifers, 22 sick and absent, total 372. 5th Connecticut, 1 lieutenant colonel commander, 2 majors, 9 captains, 12 lieutenants, 4 mates, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 1 fife major, 35 sergeants, 17 drummers and fifers, 11 sick and absent, total 356. Totals: 3 colonels, 2 lieutenant colonel commanders, 3 lieutenant colonels, 7 majors, 43 captains, 62 lieutenants, 20 ensigns, 5 adjutants, 5 quartermasters, 5 paymasters, 4 surgeons, 5 mates, 5 sergeant majors, 5 quartermaster sergeants, 5 drum majors, 5 fife majors, 181 sergeants, 88 drummers, 73 sick and absent, total 1,832. 1st New York, 1 colonel, 1 lieutenant colonel, 1 major, 9 captains, 12 lieutenants, 9 mates, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 1 fife major, 38 sergeants, 19 drummers and fifers, 13 sick and absent, total 590. 2nd New York, 1 colonel, 1 lieutenant colonel, 1 major, 9 captains, 13 lieutenants, 6 mates, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 1 fife major, 36 sergeants, 22 drummers and fifers, 7 sick and absent, total 531. Totals: 2 colonels, 2 lieutenant colonels, 2 majors, 18 captains, 15 lieutenants, 15 mates, 2 adjutants, 2 quartermasters, 2 paymasters, 2 surgeons, 2 mates, 2 sergeant majors, 2 quartermaster sergeants, 2 drum majors, 2 fife majors, 74 sergeants, 46 drummers and fifers, 20 absent and sick, total 1,031. 1st New Jersey, 1 colonel, 1 lieutenant colonel, 1 major, 9 captains, 13 lieutenants, 6 mates, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 30 sergeants, 19 drummers and fifers, 7 sick and absent, total 380. 2nd New Jersey, 1 colonel, 1 lieutenant colonel, 1 major, 9 captains, 13 lieutenants, 6 mates, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 1 fife major, 36 sergeants, 16 drummers and fifers, 12 sick and absent, 376 total. Totals: 2 colonels, 2 lieutenant colonels, 2 majors, 18 captains, 16 lieutenants, 12 ensigns, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 2 sergeant majors, 2 quartermaster sergeants, 2 drum majors, 1 fife major, 66 sergeants, 35 drummers and fifers, 19 sick and absent, total 756. Artillery, Massachusetts, 1 colonel, 1 lieutenant colonel, 1 major, 10 captains, 9 captain lieutenants, 10 first lieutenants, 9 second lieutenants, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 mate, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 drum major, 1 fife major, 47 sergeants, 35 corporals, 22 bombardiers, 21 drummers, 20 drummers and fifers, 315 matroses, 17 sick and absent, 393 total. New York, 1 colonel, 1 lieutenant colonel, 1 major, 10 captains, 9 captain lieutenants, 10 first lieutenants, 20 second lieutenants, 1 adjutant, 1 quartermaster, 1 paymaster, 1 surgeon, 1 sergeant major, 1 quartermaster sergeant, 1 fife major, 28 sergeants, 21 corporals, 12 bombardiers, 25 gunners, 18 drummers and fifers, 290 matroses, 7 sick and absent, total 348. Artificers, 1 captain, 1 captain lieutenant, 1 first lieutenant, 3 second lieutenant, 17 sergeants, 57 matroses, total 57. Total: 2 colonels, 2 lieutenant colonels, 2 majors, 21 captains, 19 captain lieutenants, 21 first lieutenants, 32 second lieutenants, 2 adjutants, 2 quartermasters, 2 paymasters, 2 sergeants, 1 mate, 2 sergeant majors, 2 quartermaster sergeants, 1 drum major, 2 fife major, 92 sergeants, 56 corporals, 34 bombardiers, 46 gunners, 38 drummers and fifers, 662 matroses, 14 sick and absent, total 798. How much Washington was satisfied with the progress of the inspection is evident from the following general order. Headquarters, Newburgh, June 18, 1782. The General informs the Army he had great occasion to be satisfied at the review of the 2nd Connecticut Brigade, and yesterday especially, with the soldier-like veteran appearance of the men and the exactness with which the firings were performed. He felt a particular pleasure in observing cleanliness and steadiness of the 2nd Regiment under arms, the activity and emulation displayed by the detachment of artillery during the late review deserve encouragement and applause. The review of this army by brigade being now completed, the Commander-in-Chief is happy in having this opportunity to present his thanks to Major General Baron Steuben for the indefatigable assiduity and singular attention exhibited in the late inspection and review, and for his eminent service in promoting the discipline of the Army on all occasions, and at the same time to express his approbation of the present laudable disposition and pride of corps, which seemed to be diffused throughout the Army. From the spirit of emulation and the consideration of the amazing contrast between the past and present appearance of the troops, the General anticipates the happiest consequences, but being persuaded that appearance alone is not sufficient to establish the reputation and ensure the success of our arms, and that frequent and repeated exercise is absolutely necessary to constitute the perfection of discipline. He requests in the most pointed terms that the commanding officers of division and brigade will punctually exercise the troops alternately every other day in brigade and by detail. In the course of these exercises, the officers are permitted to vary the maneuvers as time, circumstances, and inclination may prompt, provided they do not deviate from the established principles. It was, however, not Steuben's fault that the business of the inspection did not go on as well as he himself wished. There were impediments in his way which he could not remove, and first of all the want of the most indispensable means prevented the perfection of that order and exactness, at which he aimed from the first day on which he performed the duties of his office. The more wrote he on the 2nd of June, 1782, to the Secretary at War, I am convinced of the necessity that a state of the army should be regularly laid before you. The greater was my surprise yesterday at finding that the returns for the month of March were still deposited at headquarters for want of cash to defray the expenses of forwarding them to Philadelphia. The blank muster rolls for the New Hampshire regiments had been detained here 2 months at the Quartermaster General's office for the same reason. It is in vain, sir, it is absurd to talk of order, of discipline and arrangements in our present situation. Musters and inspections are totally useless unless a fund is established to defray the necessary expenses of the different departments of the Army. For my part, I do not hope to see the troops in a situation to do honor to themselves or service to their country, while we are deprived of means of laying their wants before those who alone have the force of supplying them. This, sir, is only a duplicate of what I had the honor to mention to you in person, and I now take the liberty to report it officially, that you may have an occasion to procure the truth of it. Such, indeed, was the poverty of the officers in consequence of not receiving their pay, that when Congress ordered that no letters were free except public business was written on them, and that when several regimental returns, not being superscribed as above, arrived at Newburgh, they could not be taken out of the post office. The adjutant general would not pay 6 cents postage. The other adjutants could not, and thus the Minister at War received only returns from a part of the army. Several heads of departments, says William North, from whom we quote these facts, had letters in the same way, which they could not touch, so that it was thought probable that Congress would amend their act. End of section 50. Section 51 of the Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. Chapter 23, Conclusion. To send Major Barber and Captain Popham to Saratoga for the inspection of the troops, Steuben had to pay the money out of his own pocket. When Colonel Stewart was about to review the regiment of Colonel Hazen at Lancaster, the Minister at War declared that it was not worth the while to take a roundabout way. It is my opinion, remarked Steuben very justly, that omitting the inspection of only one regiment for 1 month can cause more expenses to the United States than the inspection of the whole army for a year can cost. If my life, if my honor had depended on it, writes Steuben at this time, I would not have been able to raise $10 on credit. The certificate for $6,000, which I held from the United States, I offered in vain for 1/10 of its nominal value. There is no resource whatever left to me. I have already lost 6 horses since I am in the service, chiefly for want of forage. The 2 best were stolen, as, while in West Point, I had to send them 20 miles from that place to find pasturage for them. Besides that, for want of bolts and bars for my house, my silver and linen were stolen, so that I am reduced in everything. In the meantime, the dissatisfaction among officers and soldiers in the army respecting the arrearages of their pay and their future prospects had increased to an alarming degree, which grew still worse when the troops took winter quarters in the neighborhood of Newburgh and had more leisure to think of and converse among their really miserable situation. The army, wrote Walker from Newburgh on the 20th of November 1782 to Steuben, are not so quiet a people as you imagine, and as soon as they have settled in their huts, I fear they will be less so. A very dangerous spirit seemed to be rising, but the prudent have turned it a better way than it was going. The officers of the lines have already appointed a committee to memorialize and to receive communications of other lines. I fancy it will end in a memorial of the whole army to Congress. The general officers were in no better condition than the privates. They received no pay, and starvation and misery were staring them in the face. But they adopted other means to get their claims acknowledged and settled. As to Steuben, we have seen that at the opening of the campaign he had received $850 on account, and his pay for January and February. This money was spent during the subsequent 4 months. In June 1782, he applied again to Congress, representing to the Secretaries of War and Finance the absolute necessity arising from his peculiar situation in the army to have his ordinary expenses defrayed. While other officers, said Steuben in his memorial of June 1782, were stationed within their respective divisions, brigades, and corps, and could avail themselves of the ordinary supplies, the nature of my duty kept me in constant motion, from one division of the army and even from one army to another, necessarily subjecting me to all the expenses incident to traveling. I ever have been, and ever will be, disposed to draw an equal lot with those truly brave men whose sufferings have long since called aloud for speedy redress. With them have I frequently wanted not only the conveniences but even the necessities of life, and if my duty confined me to camp or quarters, would not conceive myself entitled to any extraordinary privilege. Hitherto I have never made a requisition of any kind to Congress, and I entreat your Excellency to be persuaded that it is with singular pain I am compelled to make one at this time. But the duty I owe to my own feelings, as well as the respect I entertain to that august body, require that I should be thus explicit with them. But although receiving encouragement that proper attention would be paid to his situation, Steuben's expectations were again disappointed, as Congress did nothing. Even the $84 per month which were granted to him in 1779 as extra pay to defray his traveling expenses were overlooked in the new plan of inspectorship, and therefore not paid to him. Thus Steuben stood without any provision for his services as Inspector General beyond his allowances as Major General. He therefore concluded to go himself to Philadelphia, reviewing the New York and Jersey lines on his route, and on the 7th of July, for the purpose of better sustaining his claims, put the following questions to Washington. Is the Department of Inspector General necessary in the Army, or is it not? Has this department been conducted during the course of 5 years agreeably to your wishes, and have the consequences resulting from my exertions as chief of the department answered your expectations? To which queries the Commander-in-Chief replied, I give it as my clear opinion that it has been of the utmost utility, and continues to be of the greatest importance, for reasons too obvious to need enumeration, but more especially for having established one uniform system of maneuvers and regulations in an army composed of the troops of 13 states, each having its local prejudices, and subject to constant interruptions and deviations from the frequent changes and dissolutions it has undergone. It is equally just to declare that the department, under your auspices, has been conducted with an intelligence, activity, and zeal not less beneficial to the public than honorary to yourself, and that I have had abundant reason to be satisfied with your abilities and attention to the duties of your office during the 4 years you have been in the service. But Congress again did nothing, and months passed away before Steuben took up the matter again. Your services, wrote North on the 29th of October, 1782 to Steuben, to my ungrateful country, have been treated with neglect shocking to every man of sensibility. The army whom you have formed alone feel how much America is indebted to you, and their honest cheeks glow with indignation at the ingratitude of their countrymen. The Army, the United States, know what you have done. Your intimate friends only know what you have suffered, since you took upon you the Herculean task of forming the American armies. It is now 5 years since you undertook this last work. How well you have succeeded the present state of the Army will declare. But unfortunately for our honor, your reward only consists in the consciousness of having acted a great and good part. The war, my dear General, is perhaps drawing towards a close. It has happily been successful, and you doubtless have acquired lasting honor by the part you had in it. But honor alone will never compensate for your sacrifices in Europe, nor your sacrifices in America. A reward of another kind is due. Justice to yourself and to your friends points out the necessity of your endeavoring to procure it. Steuben, however, did not want a reward. He only expected to get what he had a right to ask. At last he could bear the procrastination no longer, and on the 4th of December, 1782, appealed, in the following noble letter, to E. Boudinot, President of Congress. Sir, it is now 5 years since I was first honored with the Major General's commission in the service of the United States, having given up respectable commands in affluent circumstances in Europe to become useful to this country. It would be doubly mortifying to me to find my endeavors ineffectual. The journals of Congress will show that this is the first application I make to the honorable body concerning my private affairs. They will at the same time manifest that while I attended my duty, I wholly neglected my private concerns. I feel the satisfaction that if I ever partook of the honor, I likewise shared in the inconveniences, toils, and dangers to which the Army was exposed. My private resources being exhausted, I entreat your Excellency will recommend to Congress their directing a committee to examine into my situation and report to them the reasonableness of my demands. I shall be happy to evince to their committee that the internal administration of the regiments and corps, with the institution of which I was entrusted, has been productive of the most beneficial savings to the public in men, arms, ammunition, accoutrements, and camp equipage. The testimonials of the Commander-in-Chief and commanders of the separate armies, as well as of the generals and other officers of the Army, will place this assertion beyond all doubt. To address this letter to you at a time when our Army is honored with the approbation of Allied troops, remarkable for their order and discipline, is to me a singular happiness. Encouraged by their suffrage, I dare assure you that your enemies cannot oppose to you an infantry equal to your own, unless it be superior in numbers. You have officers whose military knowledge equals their courage, and soldiers who can execute every possible command. With such an army you will boldly look for a peace glorious to your country and promising happiness to your posterity. When I drew my sword in defense of these states, I did it with the determination that death only should force me to lay it down before Great Britain and acknowledge the independence of America. And I still persist in the same resolution. Your own feelings, sir, and those of Congress may enable you to judge of those of an old soldier who finds himself obliged to mention facts of such a nature as those I have been laying before you. Congress will do me the justice to believe that, in doing justice to the zeal and capacity of the officers and the docility of the soldiers of the Federal Army, to speak of myself is a task highly painful and disagreeable to me. Congress on the 30th December 1782 resolved that to enable Steuben to take the field another campaign, and for his present support, $2,400 should be paid to him, and that he should be allowed $300 per month in lieu of his extra pay, and subsistence and forage for himself and family. The committee, consisting of Mr. Hamilton, Mr. Clark, and Mr. Carroll, to whom was referred a letter of the 5th from Major General and Baron Steuben, having conferred with him thereupon, submit to the consideration of Congress the following facts, resulting from the communication made to them, supported by the testimonials of the Commander-in-Chief and many other principal officers of the Army. First, that the Baron de Steuben was in Europe possessed of respectable military rank and different posts of honor and emolument, which he relinquished to come to America and offer his services as a critical period of the war, and without any previous stipulation. Secondly, that on his arrival he actually engaged in the Army in a very disinterested manner, and without compensation similar to those which have been made to several other foreign officers. Thirdly, that under singular difficulties and embarrassments in the department in which he has been employed, he has rendered very important and substantial services by introducing into the Army a regular formation and exact discipline, and by establishing a spirit of order and economy in the interior administration of the regiments, which, besides other advantages, have been productive of immense savings to the United States, that in the commands in which he has been employed, he has, upon all occasions, conducted himself like a brave and experienced officer. The committee are therefore of an opinion that the sacrifices and services of the Baron de Steuben justly entitle him to the distinguished notice of Congress and to a generous compensation whenever the situation of public affairs will admit. The committee further report that the Baron de Steuben has considerable arrearages of pay due to him from the estates on a liquidated account, and that having exhausted his resources in past expenses, it is now indispensable that a sum of money should be paid him for his present support, and to enable him to take the field another campaign, and propose that the sum of $2,400 be paid to him for that purpose, and charged to his account aforesaid, whereupon resolved that the foregoing proposal of the committee be referred to the Superintendent of Finance to take order. The committee further observing that from the nature of the department in which Baron Steuben is employed, he is under the necessity of making frequent journeys, by which he incurs an additional expense, and is often deprived of the allowance of forage to which he is entitled. Thereupon resolved that the Baron Steuben be allowed $300 per month, in lieu of his extra pay, and of subsistence and forage for himself and family, including wagon as well as saddle horses, and that these allowances hereafter cease. While Steuben was arranging his affairs at Philadelphia, the Army had taken up their winter quarters at New Windsor. In this connection we give the letter of General Gates, who had just arrived in camp after having lost sight of the progress of the Army since the last 3 years. For this reason his letter is the more interesting. Lieutenant Colonel Howard, writes Gates on the 22nd of November 1782 to Steuben, does me the favor to be the bearer of this letter. I am happy in so good an opportunity to present you with my most affectionate regards. Saturday, after you left camp, the left wing of the Army marched for their winter quarters, and on Sunday they were followed by the right. From the time of our arrival on this side of the mountains, we have been constantly employed in hutting and making every preparation necessary to keep us warm and healthy through the severity of the approaching season. I think another week will complete the business. Our men are become so adroit and perfect in the art of hutting that I think they will be more comfortable and better lodged in the quarters they build for themselves than in those any city in the continent would afford them. This mode of covering an army for the winter is new in the art of war, and I wish, for the good of mankind, that the princes and generals of Europe may not adopt it, for then adieu to those respites from carnage which hitherto the winter has so generally given to European armies. We have just heard that the enemy are preparing for a large embarkation. It may be the whole are going to the West Indies. I am fully of opinion that is what they ought to do, as here they have little to gain. There they have everything to lose. That commerce, which is their great resource, must be ruined should Jamaica fall. I therefore believe they will abandon all here to save it. If I am right in my conjecture, the warfare between us and Britain finishes with the year. But believe me, my dear Baron, my great respect for you will not end with the war. The astonishment with which I beheld the order, regularity, and attention which you have taught the American army, and the obedience, exactness, and true spirit of military discipline which you have infused into them, does you the highest honor. Gratitude obliges me to make you this declaration. The generosity of the governing powers, both civil and military, will, I trust, be actuated by the same generous principle, and by proclaiming to the world your merits and their obligation, convince mankind that the republics of America have at least the virtue to be grateful. About the same time, General Robert Howe wrote a letter to Steuben, which confirms Gates' statements about Steuben's popularity in the army, while it shows its condition in a more favorable light than we have viewed it. We give it here in full. I have waited, my dear Baron, writes Howe on the 30th November 1782, a long while, in hopes that some event would have happened worthy of your notice, but there has been such a barrenness of incident, and is likely to continue, that I will no longer deny myself the pleasure of writing to a man I so truly and warmly esteem, were it only to ask what you are doing in Philadelphia. You promised me at parting that I should hear from you upon your arrival, but either the pleasures or vexations you have been involved in have induced you to postpone fulfilling it. I am too deeply interested in your happiness, not earnestly to hope that my disappointment has been owing to the former cause rather than to the latter. But in either case, I charge you to let me hear from you. If the first, the information will make me happy. If the second, it will induce every sensibility in my mind, and call for me every consolation which can result from affectionate sympathy. Your children, for so I call our army, have been laboring night and day to build their huts, and a wilderness is already changed into a city. Were I writing to a man less acquainted with our troops than you are, I should perhaps expatiate upon their endurance of fatigue, their patience under the greatest sufferings, the faithful services rendered their country, without reward and almost without the hope of it, their resignation to cruel and repeated disappointments without a murmur, with 10,000 other virtues with which you know them to be endowed, and therefore now not to be told of. I cannot conclude this letter without conveying to you what I am sure your attachment to the army will render pleasing to you. That is, that they universally think and speak of you with love, pleasure, gratitude, and applause, and you will, I am persuaded, hear very shortly from them. Steuben, however, did not return to headquarters until in March 1783. End of section 51. Section 52 of the Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. Chapter 24, Part 1. The year 1783 is devoid of remarkable events as the preceding. Peace certain. It is announced to the army. The latter dissolved. Claims of officers and soldiers. Letter of Richard Peters. Steuben's advice as to the dissolution of the army. His proposals for the discharge of the soldiers, about a peace establishment and a military academy. Lincoln's answer. Closing scenes of the war. Address of the officers of the 2 New York regiments to Steuben. Steuben's last official mission to Canada. Washington's instructions. Want of success of his demands on General Haldimand. Steuben's report. He goes to Philadelphia and New York. Washington's letter on the day of his resignation. Steuben's answer. Office of Secretary of War vacant. Knox referred to Steuben. Reasons why. Steuben resigns the inspectorship. Congress accepts it and votes him a gold-hilted sword. Its description. The year 1783 passed over more quietly than its predecessor. The conclusion of peace was already certain at its beginning. In March, the intelligence that the preliminaries had been signed reached the camp, and as early as the 19th of April, the cessation of hostilities was proclaimed to the army. From this date begins its disbandment. A difficult business considering the just claims of the soldiers and the inability of Congress to send them home satisfied. Our means, writes Richard Peters on the 23rd of April 1783 to Steuben, are small, though our wishes are favorable and sincere. Our circumstances afford an odd contrast to those who have heretofore experienced. The difficulty which heretofore oppressed us was how to raise an army. The one which now embarrasses us is how to dissolve it. Everything that Congress can do for our deserving soldiers will be done, but an empty purse is a bar to the execution of the best plans. Steuben was often consulted by the commander-in-chief as well as the minister at war about the business connected with the disbandment of the army and about the arrangements to be made for the defense of the country after the conclusion of peace. As to the former object, he wrote on the 26th of April, 1783 to Washington. Before the dismissal of the men engaged for the war, it will be necessary that each of them should receive a printed discharge, signed by the commander-in-chief. If they leave the army without being regularly discharged, the consequence will be that those who have been engaged for a longer time will take this moment to leave the army also, and entering into the class of citizens with them. It will not be known who are entitled to their dismission and who are deserters. Moreover, A discharge signed by the Commander-in-Chief will give a dignity flattering to soldiers who have served their country with fidelity. It would have a good effect if the soldiers, by their discharges, were authorized to apprehend and deliver to their respective governments those who have left the Army without a legal discharge. A certificate of the retiring officers ought to be printed on parchment, if possible, signed by the Commander-in-Chief, and sealed with his arms. They will, in the most honorable terms, express the value of their services. The dismissal of the troops must be executed with the greatest dignity possible, for which purpose I submit to your Excellency whether a board should not assemble to be composed of a brigadier general, a colonel, a lieutenant colonel, and a major of each line, at which board the inspector general could preside. The certificates of the officers and the discharge of the soldiers to be signed and filled in such a manner that nothing would remain for the board but to insert the name, rank, and date of the person discharged. The names of the officers and soldiers so dismissed to be entered by the board in a book, which, in memory of those brave citizens who have fought for the independence of their country, should be preserved in the archives of Congress. The troops to be discharged in lines, beginning with New Hampshire. The board dismissing those enlisted for the continent might be assembled at the temple. The general of the line, the field and staff officers of the regiment, and the officers of the company who are to be discharged will be present. The troops to be marched to the temple in regiments or battalions, formed for inspection. Each non-commissioned officer and soldier will be examined as to his pretensions, and if any doubt should arise as to the term of his engagement, the necessary inquiries may be made, as at this moment every person will be present who can be supposed to give information in the matter. The discharging. When a battalion is finished, the inspecting general or inspector will divide them into companies and divide the officers who are to command them. This formation will exist on the march, and until they arrive at the rendezvous in the respective states, where they will be finally discharged. Those who remain will be formed in battalions and companies for the present, until the new battalions are composed. As soon as the troops of a line are discharged, the senior officer will, with the general's order, conduct them to the place assigned for their final dissolution. If the soldiers could be made sensible that this plan for the dismissal was adopted, they might return to their states with that honor and dignity which their service merits, and that the least disorder, excess, or want of subordination would be more disgraceful on this than on any other occasion, and would the merits of their past service it would, in all probability, have the best consequence. This prudent advice, though approved by the Commander-in-Chief, could not, however, be realized, on account of the hurry with which the army, for fear of disturbance, was dissolved. The troops dispersed without control or order, and without any ceremony. A great many bitter remarks of Steuben in regard to this matter will be found in the Appendix. Washington further asked Steuben's opinion on a final peace establishment, while General Lincoln, the minister at war, requested his sentiments on the establishment of a military academy and manufactory. I had the honor, wrote Steuben on the 15th of April, 1783, to Washington, yesterday, of receiving your letter requesting my sentiments on a final establishment. I am sorry that my knowledge of our frontiers and of the sea-coast will not permit me to answer your Excellency's wishes. I am firmly of opinion that whatever troops may be kept up, that they should be entirely continental, forming a division or brigade, from which division or brigade the post may be garrisoned by battalions or companies. By such a formation, the order and regularity which has been introduced into our service would, in a great measure, be preserved. The pay for the non-commissioned officers and privates for the peace establishment ought, in my opinion, be less than the pay of those grades are at present. It is but reasonable that troops on a peace establishment should receive less than in time of actual war, and if these emoluments should be paid regularly, a small sum would suffice to answer all their real wants, and some imaginary ones. I am also of opinion that no ration should be furnished to troops on a peace establishment, but the money at which they are valued, for the troops, provided they are paid weekly. In the present movement, there are other establishments which deserve to be attended to. The establishment of military academies and manufactories. Those, as well as the other matters, are, in my opinion, of sufficient consequence to require the deliberation of a committee of Congress and the general officers of the Army. And on the 21st of April, he continues, I have the honor to enclose to your Excellency my thoughts on a peace establishment for our interior defenses, how far my plan is adapted to the circumstances of the United States, and whether it will agree with the principles of our government, I am not able to determine. This I am certain of, that we have need of a regular force for the protection of our frontiers, that our militia ought to be on a regular establishment, and that the establishment of military schools and manufactories will be the best means for providing for our security and future, and that a system of this nature will make us more respectable with the powers of Europe than if we should keep 50,000 men in pay. In his letter of the 16th of April, 1783, transmitting his plan of a military academy to Lincoln, Steuben says, among other things, want of time prevented me from detailing the different objects I had in view, which I wished the more as I wanted to answer all and any objections and doubts which might be raised as to my statements. The calculation, however, is very just, the expense taken at the highest, and the result at a very moderate rate. The appointments and salaries in all the classes are such that England, Germany, and France will furnish acceptable teachers. The ideas which you communicated to me serve me as a direction in regard to the number. Several objects require a more detailed explanation. I therefore should like to be present when the plan will be taken into consideration. I have been honored, answered Lincoln, on the 24th of April, 1783, with your favor of the 16th instant, covering a system for the military academy. I am exceedingly obliged by your attention to this subject, and for your well-digested and judicious arguments. Please to accept my most cordial thanks. I am fully convinced as to what is the interest of the United States, but I cannot be so certain what line of conduct they will pursue. However, the committee have under consideration your observations. If I differ from them in my report, it will not be because I think them ill calculated to promote the general interest, but from a full conviction that so necessary and extensive a plan cannot be carried in Congress. I hope you will be heard before your plan is rejected. If the very best measure cannot be obtained, we must at present be content with the next best. I have received your plans, wrote R. Peters, to whom Steuben had just given his opinion about the line of conduct to be pursued towards prisoners of war on the 6th of May, 1783, and given them to the Committee on Peace Establishment. You know how much I value all your military opinions, and therefore I need not tell you that I find much, too, in them. But if I were to go into the details, my answer would be wordy, and possibly not well grounded. All of them will not be adopted, but they will furnish a very respectable part of any building we may erect. Steuben's plan for the establishment of a military academy and manufactory, which he made at the request of the Secretary at War, is one of the most interesting of all the drafts he made at this time. How far it served as a basis for the military school at West Point, established in 1803, we are not able to judge, but it will easily be seen by competent judges from the following particulars. Steuben's leading idea in regard to the school was the creation of an institution similar to the Prussian cadet houses, as, for instance, Potsdam and Berlin, in which young men are educated for officers. He says, 1. The establishment shall consist of a military academy and a military manufactory, the direction and government of which shall be committed to a director general, the 4 senior officers of the establishment, and 2 professors of the academy, who shall be called the council of directors. 2. The superior and inferior officers, the professors and masters of the academy, shall be appointed by Congress. 3. Commissioners appointed by Congress shall yearly examine the administration of the establishment, to whom the Council of Directors shall expose their accounts, and give every information respecting the establishment which may be required of them. 4. 120 young gentlemen, under the denomination of volunteer cadets, shall be educated every 3 years, 80 of whom shall be destined for the infantry, 20 for the cavalry, and 20 for the engineers and artillery. 5. No person shall be received as a volunteer cadet under the age of 14 years, nor without having received what is called the grammar school education. 6. No cadet shall be obliged to enter into the army against his inclination, but shall be at liberty to choose what career he pleases. 7. Each cadet shall pay for his board, clothing, and instruction, $300 per annum. 8. If a cadet leaves the academy before his 3 years expire, he shall be deprived of his certificate and the benefits thereof. 9. Each cadet shall be instructed in the following sciences and arts: natural and experimental philosophy, eloquence and the belles lettres, civil law and the law of nations, history and geography, mathematics, civil architecture, drawing, the French language, horsemanship, fencing, dancing, and music. Independent of the above, those cadets assigned to the artillery and engineers will receive particular instructions from the officers of this corps. 10. The cadets shall live in a convenient house. They will eat at 4 different tables, which will be cleanly and equally served, and at each of which an officer will preside in rotation. They will be uniformly habited, and subject to the rules of the academy. The clothing, except linen, and subsistence will be furnished by the establishment. 11. There will be 5 professors, for each of whom a convenient house will be constructed, and land annexed sufficient for a yard and garden. They will also receive the pay and emoluments mentioned in the list of appointments. Professors: 1 of mathematics, 1 of history and geography, 1 of the law of nations and civil law, 1 of natural and experimental philosophy, 1 of eloquence and the belles lettres. 12. There will be 7 masters of arts, who will have convenient houses and gardens, with the pay and emoluments noted in the list of appointments. Masters: 1 of architecture, 1 of drawing, 1 of the French language, 1 of riding, 1 of dancing, 1 of fencing, 1 of music. The rules and statutes for the academy shall be formed by the first council of directors, or by persons named by Congress, whose sanction shall be necessary to their existing as a permanent ordinance. Congress will recommend the passing a law by which no person shall be employed as an officer in the army, who has not served as an officer in the late war, or received his education at one of the military academies, and can produce a certificate signed by the Director General of his capacity. The rank of each cadet will be shown by the date of his certificate, and if an army should be formed, the first class would serve as captains, the second as lieutenants, and the third as ensigns. The manufactory connected with the above school consisted, according to Steuben's plan, of 600 men employed in the different branches, viz., of 7 master artificers, 20 artificers of the first class, 150 artificers of the second class, 26 common tradesmen, 396 common working men. The manufactories in which they had to work were: first, a manufactory of cannon powder, which was to furnish 1,000 barrels per annum, at $16 a barrel. Second, a manufactory of iron to cast 400 tons of ore into cannon, mortars, howitzers, shells, and shot. Third, a manufactory of bar iron to furnish 100 tons, each ton at $50. Fourth, a manufactory of carriages to furnish 120 carriages a year at $100 apiece. Fifth, a manufactory of firearms to furnish 3,400 muskets at $6 apiece. 500 carabines at $4, and 500 pair of pistols at $4. Sixth, a manufactory of white arms to furnish 3,000 swords for the cavalry at $2, 3,400 bayonets at $1 apiece, 500 lances and 500 hatchets. Seventh, a manufactory of leather to furnish 3,700 cartridge boxes at $2 apiece, 3,000 scabbards for swords, 300 bridles, 300 saddles, and 300 halters. Eighth, a brass foundry to cast annually 8 field pieces, 6-pounders, 8 field pieces, 3-pounders, 8 howitzers of 8 inches, and 8 howitzers of 5.5 inches. Ninth, a complete laboratory for the artillery. Steuben computed the costs and expenses of both establishments at $142,636 per year, deducting from them the articles manufactured at $95,950, and the tuition fee received from 120 cadets at $300 per head, at $36,000. A balance was left of $10,686 to be charged to the United States. Among the annual salaries we quote, Director General to receive $2,832, each assistant teacher $1,488, in all $8,784, 5 professors $6,721, 5 masters of arts and tutors $3,264, hospital department $4,212, 80 infantry cadets $21,384, 20 cavalry cadets $5,124, 20 artillery and engineer cadets $5,472. It was just at this time that the Order of the Cincinnati was formed, in the establishment of which Steuben took a very prominent part, as we shall have to refer to it in another chapter. We relate here the last incidents of the war, and Steuben's participation in the memorable events which ended the year 1783. His position in the army just about to dissolve is best characterized by the following letter which the officers of the 2 New York regiments, on the 9th of June 1783, addressed to Steuben before they left their quarters. It reads as follows: The objects for which we took upon us the profession of arms being accomplished, we are now about to retire from the field and return to the class of private citizens. But before we separate forever, permit us, the officers of the 2 New York regiments, to express our feelings toward you on this occasion. The essential and distinguished services you have rendered this country must inspire the breast of every citizen of America with sentiments of gratitude and esteem. But we, sir, feel sentiments of another nature. Your unremitted exertions on all occasions to alleviate the distress of the army, and the manner in which you have shared them with us, have given you more than a common title to the character of our friend. As our military parent, we have long considered you. Ignorant as we were of the profession we had undertaken, it is to your abilities and unwearied assiduity we are indebted for that military reputation we finally attained. We therefore feel ourselves bound to you by the strongest ties of affection, and we now take leave of you with that regret which such sentiments must occasion, wishing you long to enjoy in health and happiness those rewards which your services here have merited, and which your grateful people cannot fail to bestow. We have the honor to remain yours, etc. End of section 52. Section 53 of the Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. Chapter 24, continued. The last duty which Steuben performed in the service of the United States was a mission which he undertook by order of the Commander-in-Chief to Canada. Washington selected him as the most proper person to claim from General Haldimand, the governor of that province, the delivery of the posts on the frontier territory ceded to the United States. This mission, although it afterward proved unsuccessful, was the more honorable as it required at the same time a sound military and political judgment. The following instructions were given by Washington to Steuben on the 12th of July, 1783. In consequence of powers in me invested for that purpose, I do hereby authorize and desire you to proceed with such dispatch as you shall find convenient into Canada, and there concert with General Haldimand or other British commander-in-chief in that province all such measures as you shall find necessary for receiving possession of the posts now under his command within the territory of the United States, and at present occupied by the troops of His Britannic Majesty, and from which His said Majesty's troops are to be withdrawn, agreeably to the 7th article of the provisional treaty between His said Majesty and the United States of America. In accomplishing this negotiation, you will obtain, if possible, from General Haldimand his assurances and orders for the immediate possession by the United States of the posts in question, or at least a cession of them at an early day. But if this cannot be done, you will endeavor to procure from him positive and definitive assurances that he will as soon as possible give information of the time that shall be fixed on for the evacuation of those posts, and that the troops of His Britannic Majesty shall not be drawn therefrom until the sufficient previous notice shall be given of that event, that the troops of the United States may be ready to occupy the fortresses as soon as they shall be abandoned by those of His Britannic Majesty. You will propose to General Haldimand an exchange of such artillery and stores now in the posts as you shall think proper, and which you shall judge will be of benefit to the United States, agreeing with the British Commander-in-Chief that an equal number of cannon and an equal quantity and kind of stores, to what he may consent to exchange, shall be replaced to His Britannic Majesty by the United States at such time and place as shall be fixed on by you for the purpose. Having formed your arrangements with General Haldimand, you will be pleased to proceed in such manner as you shall think best, to visit the several posts and fortresses on the frontier territory of the United States, as far as Detroit. View their different situation, strength, and circumstances, and forming your judgment of their relative position and probable advantage to the United States, you will report the same to me, with your opinion of such of them as you shall think it most expedient for the United States to retain and occupy. In passing Lake Champlain, you will critically observe the width of the waters at the northern extremity, and the nature of the ground adjoining, with a view to determine whether there is any spot south of the 45th degree of north latitude, and nearer our extreme boundary, on which it would be convenient, should Congress judge it expedient, to erect fortifications which would command the entrance from Canada into that lake. At Detroit you will find a very considerable settlement, consisting mostly of French people from Canada. To these you will please to intimate in the fullest manner the good disposition of Congress and the inhabitants of the United States for their welfare and protection, expressing at the same time to them our expectations of finding the like disposition in them toward us, and the post which we may establish there, and any future settlement which may be formed in their neighborhood by the subjects of the United States. As the advanced season or other unforeseen accidents may render it difficult to get a detachment of American troops to that place before it may be convenient for the British garrison to be withdrawn from that post, you will do well to engage in this case some one or more of the respectable and well-disposed inhabitants of the district to provide a company of militia, if there be any, or others, at the expense of the United States, to take charge of the works and buildings of the fortress, assuring them such reasonable pay as shall be deemed adequate to their service, or as you may condition for. You will also make particular inquiry whether the farmers or merchants of Detroit are able or willing to supply an American garrison at that post with provisions and other necessaries, and upon what terms. Washington himself at the same time visited the northern and northwestern part of the state of New York, as far as the Mohawk River and the eastern banks of the Susquehanna, in order eventually to assist Steuben and to facilitate the operations which would be necessary for occupying as soon as evacuated by British troops the post ceded by the Treaty of Peace. In compliance with his instructions, Steuben at once proceeded to Canada and arrived at Chambly on the 2nd of August, whence he sent Major North to announce his arrival to General Haldeman. According to the latter's appointment, they met at Sorel on the 8th, where Steuben opened the business on which he was sent. To the first proposition which I had in charge to make, reports he to Washington, on the 23rd of August, 1783, General Haldeman replied that he had not received any orders for making the least arrangement for the evacuation of a single post, that he had only received orders to cease hostilities, those he had strictly complied with, not only by restraining the British troops, but also the savages, from committing the least hostile act, but that, until he should receive positive orders for that purpose, he would not evacuate an inch of ground. I informed him that I was not instructed to insist on an immediate evacuation of the post in question, but that I was ordered to demand a safe conduct too, and a liberty of visiting the posts on our frontiers, and now occupied by the British, that I might judge of the arrangements necessary to be made for securing the interests of the United States. To this he answered that the precaution was premature, that the peace was not yet signed, that he was only authorized to cease hostilities, and that, in this point of view, he could not permit that I should visit a single post occupied by the British. Neither would he agree that any kind of negotiation should take place between the United States and the Indians, if in his power to prevent it, and that the door of communication should on his part be shut until he received positive orders from his court to open it. My last proposal was that he should enter into an agreement to advise Congress of the evacuation of the posts 3 months previous to their abandonment. This, for the reason before mentioned, he refused, declaring that until the definitive treaty should be signed, he would not enter into any kind of agreement or negotiation whatever. I esteem myself very unfortunate that I could not succeed in the business with which I was charged, and am only consoled by the idea that Your Excellency will believe that everything which was in my power to do was done to answer the wishes of Your Excellency and of Congress. Not having anything to hope from a continuance of the negotiations, Steuben left St. John's on the 13th of August, arrived at Saratoga on the 21st of August, and having restored his weakened health, returned to headquarters, where he resumed his old duties till the army was finally disbanded. Congress, on the 18th of October, 1783, discharged all officers and soldiers from service, and retained only those who had enlisted for a definite time, till the new peace establishment was organized. On the recommendation of Steuben, Major William North was appointed inspector of the troops who were under the command of General Knox. Steuben at this time left headquarters by order of the General-in-Chief, and went to Philadelphia, where he dissolved the posts still outstanding, gave orders for the sick and invalid soldiers, and emptied the hospitals. The performance of those duties kept him until the latter part of November, when he returned to headquarters. The British soon after evacuated New York, and on the 25th of November, 1783, Washington, with his staff officers, entered the city. Steuben was among them, and took part in all the festivities attended on the occasion, and from that time to the 4th of December, when the Commander-in-Chief left New York to proceed to Annapolis, Maryland, to resign his command into the hands of Congress. Washington, even an hour before retiring to private life, remembers Steuben's merits and devoted service to the great cause which was now triumphant. He honored him with the testimonial more flattering than any ever gave to the other officers of the Revolutionary Army, thus recanting his former harsh judgment which confounded Steuben with the crowd of foreign adventurers who offered their services in the first years of the war. This was his last letter, while in the service of his country, and in this respect, too, is an interesting historical document. It reads as follows. Annapolis, December 23, 1783. My dear Baron, although I have taken frequent opportunities, both in public and in private, of acknowledging your great zeal, attention, and abilities in performing the duties of your office, yet I wish to make use of this last moment of my public life to signify in the strongest terms my entire approbation of your conduct, and to express my sense of the obligations the public is under to you for your faithful and meritorious services. I beg you will be convinced, my dear sir, that I should rejoice if it could ever be in my power to serve you more essentially than by expressions of regard and affection. But in the meantime, I am persuaded you will not be displeased with this farewell token of my sincere friendship and esteem for you. This is the last letter I shall write while I continue in the service of my country. The hour of my resignation is fixed at 12 today, after which I shall become a private citizen on the banks of the Potomac, where I shall be glad to embrace you and testify the great esteem and consideration which I am, my dear Baron, etc. Steuben answered, the letter of the 23rd of December, which I have had the honor of receiving from your Excellency, is the most honorable testimony which my servant could have received. My first wish was to approve myself to your Excellency, and in having obtained your esteem, my happiness is complete. The confidence your Excellency was pleased to place in my integrity and abilities gained me that of the Army and of the United States. Your approbation will secure it. A stranger to the language and customs of the country, I had nothing to offer in my favor but a little experience and a great goodwill to serve the United States. If my endeavors have succeeded, I owe it to your Excellency's protection, and it is a sufficient reward for me to know that I have been useful in your Excellency's operations, which always tended to the good of our country. After having studied the principles of the military art under Frederick the Great, and put them in practice under Washington, after having deposited my sword under the same trophies of victory with you, and finally, after having received this last public testimony for your esteem, there remains nothing for me to desire. Accept my sincere thanks, my dear General, for the unequivocal proofs of your friendship, which I have received since I had the first honor to be under your orders, and believe that I join my prayers to those of America for the preservation of your life and for the increase of your felicity. On the 12th of November, 1783, the office of Secretary of War had become vacant in consequence of General Lincoln's resignation, and the attention of the majority of Congress for this office was now concentrated on Steuben and General Knox. The only objection made against the former was that he was a foreigner, and that a foreigner could not be trusted with a post of such importance. This objection, absurd as it was, settled the question, and while nobody disputed Steuben's superior knowledge in his science and in the administration of the army, Knox, the native candidate, got the appointment. Steuben did not conceal his indignation at being compelled to yield to such a stupid pretext. The man, said he in a letter upon this subject, who had abandoned all his appointments and the brightest prospects in Europe to devote his services to the United States, who had served them with zeal and fidelity during a war of 7 years, as critical as trying. The man who had got possessions in Virginia, Pennsylvania, New York, and New Jersey, with what effrontery could he be called a foreigner? As to the importance of this ministerial office, the man who had organized the whole American army in the midst of the war, the man who solely had established and put in execution the principles of strict military rules, this man cannot be entrusted with the administration of a corps of 400 men in time of peace. What fine reasoning! But in fact, Mr. Knox had engaged the delegates of Massachusetts to secure to him this place. His own state could not provide him with a post worthy of his ambition, and therefore the Confederation had to give him a suitable appointment. Without disputing his knowledge in the art of artillery, I dare to assert that on my arrival at the army it had no idea of maneuvering with a single field piece, and that I was the first who taught them to make use of their cannons in the attack and retreat. Steuben gave in his resignation on the 24th of March, 1784, which Congress accepted on the 15th of April. To smooth his exasperated feelings, Congress promised soon to settle his claims against the United States, and resolved that the thanks of the United States in Congress assembled be given to Baron Steuben for the great zeal and abilities he has discovered and the discharge of the several duties of his office, that a gold-hilted sword be presented to him as a mark of the high sense Congress entertain of his character and services, and that the Superintendent of Finance take order for procuring the same. This sword was presented to Steuben 3 years afterwards, on the 4th of January, 1787, with the following letter from General Knox. War Office, January 4th, 1787. Sir, the United States and Congress assembled, by their act of the 15th of April, 1784, expressed their high sense of your military talents, services, and character, and as an honorable evidence thereof, they directed that a gold-hilted sword shall be presented to you. It is with great satisfaction I embrace the occasion of presenting you with the invaluable memorial of their sentiments and your eminent merits. Were it possible to enhance the honor conferred by the sovereign authority, it would be derived from the consideration that their applause was reciprocated by the late illustrious Commander-in-Chief and the whole army. To which letter Steuben on the 5th of January returned the following polite answer. I have been honored with your letter, and Captain Stagg has delivered me the sword which the United States were pleased to order by their act of the 15th of April, 1784. Permit me, sir, to request that you would express to Congress the high sentiments of respect and acknowledgment with which I receive this distinguished mark of their regard. To a soldier such sentiments are ever dear, and that this is accompanied with the approbation of our late Commander-in-Chief, of yourself, and the Army in general, will always be my greatest glory. Accept, sir, my sincere thanks for the very flattering manner in which you have communicated this present, and believe me, etc. In the New York Daily Advertiser, the 11th of January, 1787, from which we quote the above letters, the following description of the sword is given. It was made in London, under the direction of Colonel Smith, and executed by the first workmen in that kingdom. The small medallions on each side at the top of the hilt present an eagle perched on a bunch of arrows, with a wreath of laurel in her bill, and wings extended ready to rise. The modest genius of America fills the front medallion on the hilt, dressed in a flowing robe, ornamented with the new constellation, holding an olive branch in her right arm, and a dagger in her left hand, and the fair field of liberty flourishing in the background. It is answered on the opposite side with the full figure of Minerva, in martial dress, robed and ornamented with the same stars. The bird of wisdom is seated near, her left hand being extended, presents the olive branch while the right is properly supported by the spear. This figure is martial and gay. The other is mild and modestly embraces the olive branch, but holds the dagger with firmness. The bow at the hilt presents drums, colors, halberds, etc., etc. The sword and blue book fill the two lower ones, two eagles seated on knots of color, surrounded with stars and holding a sprig of an olive branch in the bill, with extended wings, are emblems of peace and protection, under the sword and blue book, which our country cannot too strictly attend to. The two opposite medallions are filled with trophies of war, and the following inscription, modestly placed out of view under the shield. The United States to Major General Baron Steuben, 15th April 1784, for military merit. End of section 53. Section 54, The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. Chapter 25, Part 1. Treatment of the revolutionary officers on the part of the United States. Ingratitude of republics. Monarchies more grateful. The United States forfeit their word. They refuse to do justice to their officers. Way in which they were treated. Resolution of the 26th of April 1778, granting half pay for life. Repealed by resolution of the 15th of May, granting half pay for only 7 years. Unjust jealousy of the people against the officers. Frivolous complaints against them. Washington tries to compromise in favor of the officers. His endeavors partly crowned with success in October 1780. Ex parte repeal of the old law by new Congress. Mean attempts to justify this breach of promise. Memorial of the officers of December 1782. The Newburgh addresses. Washington interferes. Final settlement of the officers' claims. Steuben's situation at the end of the war. He is more helpless than his brothers in arms. History of his negotiations with Congress for getting his claims settled. The conditions under which he entered the service of Congress. Resolutions of the 30th December 1782. Steuben, in resigning, wants a final settlement. No resolution arrived at. Specification of his claims. Congress goes to Trenton. Steuben's demands unfavorably looked upon. His motives suspected. The validity of his agreement with Congress questioned. A committee appointed for examining Steuben's claims. It proposes to pay him $7,000 as reward for his services. Steuben does not want a reward but justice. Hamilton's letter to Washington. Steuben's personal friends pronounce in favor of his claim. He prints a pamphlet and distributes it among the members of Congress. Hamilton to Washington about the necessity of satisfying Steuben. Washington agrees with Hamilton. A new committee appointed. It meets with unforeseen difficulties. It does not arrive at a conclusion. Steuben's destitution. Armstrong's letter. The first Congress under the new Constitution resumes the matter. Alexander Hamilton, then Secretary of the Treasury, reports favorably. New committee in favor of Steuben. Its proposals accepted. Steuben gets an annuity of $2,500. Speech of Mr. Page. Importance of this act. Republics are accused of ingratitude towards those who have done them good service, more often than any other government. Comparisons are drawn between the absolutist and free forms of political society, in order to show that kings and princes are the more grateful in recompensing their faithful servants. Although it cannot be denied that the sovereign power, when vested in an individual, has a greater personal interest to prove its gratitude to those who served its ends than a government which only temporarily represents the people, we nevertheless cannot admit that this reproach is justified. The very nature of government excludes gratitude. There are too many in office, or desirous of office, who claim its full attention, and do not allow it to indulge in feelings of acknowledgement. The dead are forgotten, and those out of office necessarily overlooked. The people at large have a short memory. They are directed by the impulse of the moment, and control each other in the instinct of their narrow-minded interests. Here and there a brilliant exception, as in this country, for instance, the honors bestowed upon Washington, confirms the general rule, in all the hard sufferings. All the glorious deeds of great men would soon be forgotten, were it not the pious act of the historian to preserve them for the benefit of future generations. The United States, far from being grateful, have been particularly forgetful in regard to their great men. In no country in the world do they make so pompous a display of them and remember so little what they have done. As an example, Nathaniel Greene, after Washington, the greatest in the Revolutionary War, a man who had almost no equals in a great period, and contributed so largely to the establishment of the national independence, is forgotten. The spot where his ashes repose is not known. Alexander Hamilton, the great legislator and statesman, one of the eminent founders of the Constitution of the United States, is hardly spoken of but by professional men. The people at large do not know him, while in other countries, which at least honor their deceased heroes, public places would be adorned with his statues, schoolrooms decorated with his busts, and private houses ornamented with his portraits. It really appears that in this country the enthusiastic veneration of Washington excludes any recollection of the services of his compeers. But be this as it may, we do not require gratitude on the part of a government. All we can ask, and what we have a right to ask, is justice and the strict fulfillment of its obligations. Governments having their duties as well as their rights, the due performance of the one being the best title to the other. But even in this respect, the United States failed in their dealings with the revolutionary officers. A striking illustration of this fact is afforded by the 8 years' negotiation which Steuben had with Congress for the settlement of his claims. It is our unpleasant office to give the history of those proceedings, which have been often employed to cast a reproach on the character and disinterestedness of Steuben, in order to be just and make them clearly understood and considered in the spirit of their time. We must, before entering into the particular of Steuben's demands, refer to the treatment which the revolutionary officers in general experienced on the part of the United States. The pay of the American Army was originally so small that it offered to those that had families dependent upon them an inadequate support, and so early as 1778, Washington, perceiving the ill effects that must arise from the mistaken policy of Congress toward the Army, addressed the President of Congress in the first of a series of most able letters, which extends through the 5 following years. Accordingly, Congress resolved, on the 21st of April, 1778, that provision should be made for the officers of the Army after the close of the war. 5 days afterwards, a proposition was carried that half pay be granted to them for life, to commence at the end of the war. The next day it was resolved that the United States should have the right to redeem the half pay for life by giving to the officer entitled 4 years half pay, and on the 15th of May, Congress substituted for the whole scheme a provision of half pay for 7 years. It was soon found that the resolution of the 15th of May was wholly inadequate, and Washington again pressed the subject upon the attention of Congress. On the 11th of August, 1779, 8 states against 4 voted that the half pay granted by the resolve of the 15th of May be extended so as to continue for life, and on the 17th it was further resolved that this extension be deemed suspended, and that it be recommended to the states that had not already adopted measures for that purpose to make an adequate provision for the officers enlisted for the war, who should remain in service till the establishment of peace. Pennsylvania had already voted to her officers half pay for life, but no other state followed her example or heeded the recommendations of Congress. In the autumn of 1780, Washington again applied to Congress, and on the 21st of October a resolution was passed that half pay for life should be granted to such officers as should remain in service till the end of the war. From this time, the officers remained in the service, relying upon this resolution in the belief that the public faith would be kept with them. But the resolution of Congress in 1780 was supplanted by the Congress of the Confederation, whose members could not be brought to see that the resolution of the 21st of October, 1780, was a compact with the officers, obligatory upon every succeeding Congress. On the contrary, it was maintained that the resolve, having passed before the Articles of Confederation were signed, could not bind Congress under the Confederation, as that instrument required the votes of 9 states for an appropriation of money. Nothing, therefore, was done, and the officers of the Continental Army, fearing it would be disbanded before their claims would be settled, destitute of money and of credit, oppressed with debts and with the sufferings of their families at home, presented in December 1782 a memorial to Congress in which they offered to commute the half-pay for life, granted to them by the resolution of October 1780, for full pay for a certain number of years, or for a reasonable sum in gross. The committee, chosen from among the officers themselves to advocate their claims, waited upon Congress until March 1783, when they wrote to the constituents that nothing had been done. On the 10th of March, the famous Newburgh letter made its appearance in the Army. It was written with great ability and skill, and called upon the officers of the Army at Newburgh to meet together to consider the late letter from their committee at Philadelphia. Although it was anonymous, it is well known it was written by John Armstrong, a major in the Army. The crisis called forth all Washington's conciliatory tact and firmness. He issued an order at once forbidding an assemblage at the call of an anonymous paper, and directing the officers to assemble on the 18th of March to hear a report of their committee at Philadelphia, and to determine what course should be pursued for the future. The senior officer in rank was directed to preside and to report the result of the meeting to the commander-in-chief. On the next day after issuing of this order, a second anonymous letter appeared from the same writer. In this paper, he affected to consider the order of Washington as a sanction of the whole proceeding which the writer had proposed. Washington saw at once the necessity of being present at the meeting, and by his influence, aided by Putnam, Knox, Brooks, and Howard, resolutions were adopted in which the officers, after reasserting their grievances and rebuking all attempts to seduce them from their allegiance, referred the whole subject to their claims again to the consideration of Congress. The effect of these resolutions was the passage by Congress of certain resolves on the 22nd of March, 1783, commuting the half-pay for life to 5 years full pay at the close of the war, to be received at the option of Congress in money or in such securities as were given to other creditors of the United States. In July, the accounts of the Army were ordered to be adjusted, and after the disbanding of the Army in October 1783, the officers passed in the whole mass of the creditors, dubbed the Confederation. Steuben's position was quite different from that of his brother officers when he retired to private life. Old, fatigued, and without resources in a foreign country, he stood helpless and alone. He knew none of the civil occupations by which others succeeded in gaining an honorable existence. He had nothing to rely on but his past services to assure him of a livelihood during his declining years. He expected that Congress at once would do justice to his claims, but when American officers were treated in so mean and miserly a way, a foreigner had still less reason to hope that his claims, however just, would be acknowledged. It took Steuben no less than 7 years to arrive at a final settlement with Congress. As stated above in Chapter 5, Steuben in February 1778, when asked by Congress on what conditions he would enter the service of the United States, declared to a committee sent to him for this purpose that he had come to offer his services as a volunteer, and asked neither rank nor pay, that if the United States failed in their revolution, or if he did not give satisfaction in his operations, he asked nothing, but that, leaving to their generosity any other reward of his services, if at the end of the war they should meet the approbation of the commander-in-chief, and if the great object of independence should finally be accomplished, he expected not only a reimbursement of all his expenses incurred in coming to America, but also an indemnification for the emoluments which he was obliged to renounce in order to devote his services to the United States. Congress thanked Steuben for his generous and disinterested tender of his talents, and directed him to join the army without delay, whereupon he set out for the camp. During the whole war he fulfilled, as we have seen, his engagements like a good general and a man of honor. The independence of the United States was acknowledged by a peace with Great Britain as advantageous as glorious to the United States, for which it now remained to fulfill, among others, their engagements with Steuben. As long as the war lasted, they seem to have been conscious of their obligations. In December 1782, Steuben made an application to Congress to have his accounts liquidated and to obtain some further assurances for the accomplishment of the engagement on the part of the United States towards him. As stated in Chapter 23, a committee was appointed for this purpose, consisting of Messrs. A. Hamilton, Clark, and Carroll, on the 30th of December 1782. They made their report in which the amount of the compensation was left blank, but a verbal proposal was agitated in Congress to pay Steuben a gross sum of 10,000 guineas, in full discharge of all claims and demands whatever, the payment of the revenue which he had sacrificed, and for the indemnification of which he had stipulated, he feared might be regarded as a pension, and in that light be disagreeable to the country. He therefore resolved to limit his claim to a gross sum, payable in Europe in such reasonable installments as to obviate any difficulties on the part of the United States in paying it. The sum which he fixed amounted to £10,000. The resolution of Congress on this subject was deferred because it was suggested that the public finances were utterly deranged, and that Congress would be embarrassed by a number of foreign officers then at Philadelphia, who might be induced to increase their demands, on such generous treatment being given to Steuben. Always retaining the fullest confidence in Congress, he acquiesced in the reasons given and rejoined the army. On the 24th day of March 1784, when Steuben sent in his resignation, he repeated his request for a final arrangement of his business. Mr. E. Gerry then proposed that the sum of $40,000 should be given as an indemnification and satisfaction of all his claims, but that the $9,000 for his commutation should be included therein. The resolve of Congress of April 15, 1784, then sitting at Annapolis, shows a promise of ample justice, and ordered that till the most speedy and efficacious means of satisfying his demands were procured, in the meantime, the sum of $10,000 should be advanced to him on account. This sum was indeed paid to him, but at different periods and with irregularity and loss, and was deducted from his pay and commutation as Major General. It was, however, objected by some that Steuben's demands were exorbitant, that his avarice was insatiable, and that he was not to be satisfied with any fixed sums, however large. In closely examining his claims, they do not at all appear indefinite. They are, on the contrary, fixed to a certain specific sum, which is by no means exorbitant. According to the stipulations which he made in entering the service, he asked, first, the reimbursement of his expenses in coming to America at 620 louis d'or, in dollars, $2,815.80. Interest thereon, for 10 years at 7%, $1,971.08. Second, the payment of a loan made 1778 at Gerard and Beaumarchais, agent, to defray his camp equipage, horses, etc., 1,400 louis d'or, $6,358.32. Interest thereon for 9 years at 7%, $4,005.72. Third, indemnification for a yearly revenue of 580 louis d'or, $52,683.32, for a total of $67,834.24. Brought over $67,834.24. Fourth, The above-named revenue of 580 louis d'ors since his resignation in March 1783 to September 1787, being 4.5 years without interest, $11,853.72. Total, $79,687.896. Received on account, traveling expenses in 1779, 150 louis d'or, $681.24. Interest thereon 8 years at 7%, $381.48. Commutation is Major General, $9,090. A gratification of $7,000 to $17,152.72. Balance due $62,535, $32.96. Footnote: Steuben made at different times different statements setting forth his claims. Their principal item, however, viz., the indemnification for his yearly revenue of 580 louis d'or, is in all the same, and other apparent inconsistencies are caused by the difference of the accumulated interest. We have chosen the account which in 1787 he laid before Congress, deducting from its net amount the unsettled items 3 and 4. It is even less than the result of the Secretary of Treasury's account of 1790. This gentleman arrives at a balance of $7,396.74.96 in Steuben's favor, while he himself asks only $998.24. End of footnote. Thus it is evident that the sum of £10,000 sterling, which Steuben had fixed on as full compensation for everything, was not exorbitant, but fell short of what was in justice due to him. When he had decided to limit his claim to the sum before mentioned, he consulted with several members of Congress, who all thought the proposition reasonable, and promised to support it. From Annapolis, Congress soon after moved to Trenton, and Steuben again presented himself to them for a final decision on his demands. It was at this period that the nature of the affair began to change its face. Hitherto Steuben had been treated with a degree of respect, but now the language was changed, and some of the members of Congress not only acted in open opposition to his claims, but even did not refrain from suggestions injurious to his character as a man of honor. They denied the validity of the engagements on which Steuben founded his claim. They depreciated his services and suggested that the sacrifice of revenue in Europe was not proved, but that, like other needy adventurers, he had come over to seek employ in this country. Some even insinuated that he was paid by the court of France for his services in America. And from these suggestions or impressions, a system of opposition was formed against his demands. However mortifying these proceedings were to Steuben, it was some consolation that they were supported by a very small minority in Congress, sufficient, however, to defeat the intentions of a respectable minority, who at all times were disposed to do him justice. In the month of January 1785, Congress removed to New York. A majority of them then pressed for a decision on the affair, and another committee was appointed to examine his pretensions. The opposition denied the existence of the engagement at York, but agreed that Steuben merited a reward. A sum of $20,000 was proposed, then a less sum, and finally they passed the following resolution: that in full consideration of the Baron Steuben, having relinquished different posts of honor and emoluments in Europe, and rendered the most essential services to the United States, he be allowed and paid out of the Treasury of the United States a sum of $7,000, in addition to former grants. It appeared evident by this act that no contract or engagement was recognized. The grant is expressed to be as much of a reward for his services and sacrifices. The poor Baron, writes Alexander Hamilton, on the 23rd of November 1785 to Washington, is still soliciting Congress and has every prospect of indigence before him. He has his imprudences, but upon the whole, he has rendered valuable services, and his merits and the reputation of the country alike demanded that he should not be left to suffer want. If there could be any mode by which your influence could be employed in his favor, by writing to your friends in Congress, or otherwise, the Baron and his friends would be under great obligations to you. In consequence of this formal attempt to evade the contract, it became Steuben's duty to prove that it existed. At the time he laid his terms before the committee, it certainly did not enter his head to execute a written agreement before a notary public. In making stipulations with the sovereign, he had not conceived it necessary. He had, therefore, nothing in writing to show. The journals of Congress were searched, but nothing was to be found. All that could be done was to appeal to the individuals with whom he had treated. He accordingly wrote to Dr. Witherspoon, chairman of the committee, Mr. Gerry, then member of Congress, Mr. Peters, the secretary of the Board of War, to Mr. Dewar, member of Congress and of the Board of War. These gentlemen, without hesitation, certified to the facts which passed at the time, and these certificates corroborated all that Steuben had advanced on the subject. In answer to the other objections and to the suggestions which had been thrown out, Steuben collected a number of letters and papers tending to show that he was not a needy adventurer, as has been insinuated, nor the pensioner of France in the service of America. Steuben, from an unwillingness to trust wholly to his own judgment in a matter which so immediately interested him, concluded to take the advice of some friends on whose sense of justice he could rely. With this view he submitted the statement of facts and the certificates accompanying it to John Jay, Chancellor Livingston, Alexander Hamilton, James Duane, and Mr. Dewar, requesting them to favor him with their impartial opinion of the merits of his pretensions. These gentlemen, after deliberate consideration of the papers laid before them, unanimously declared it to be their sentiment that the transactions vouched by the certificates produced to them amounted in substance to a contract binding in good faith on the United States. Steuben then printed a few copies of this state of facts, with the several letters and papers annexed, and gave a copy to each member of Congress for their information, and presented a memorial to Congress insisting on the justice of his cause. "I send you," writes A. Hamilton to Washington on the 30th of October, 1787, at the request of the Baron de Steuben, a printed pamphlet containing the grounds of an application lately made to Congress. He tells me there is some reference to you, the object of which he does not himself seem clearly to understand, but imagines it may be in your power to be of service to him. There are public considerations that induce me to be somewhat anxious for his success. He is fortified with materials which in Europe could not fail to establish the belief of the contract he alleges. The documents of service he possesses are of a nature to convey an exalted idea of them. The compensations he has received, though considerable, if compared with those which have been received by American officers, will, according to European ideas, be very scanty in application to a stranger who is acknowledged to have rendered essential services. Our reputation abroad is not at present too high. To dismiss an old soldier empty and hungry, to seek the bounty of those on whom he has no claims, and to complain of unkind returns and violated engagements, will certainly not tend to raise it. I confess, too, there is something in my feelings which would incline me, in this case, to go further than might be strictly necessary, rather than drive a man at the Baron's time of life, who has been a faithful servant, to extremities, and this is unavoidable if he does not succeed in his present attempt. What he asks would, all calculations made, terminate in this, an allowance of his 550 guineas a year. He only wishes the recognition of the contract. He knows that until affairs mend, no money can be produced. I do not know how far it may be in your power to do him any good, but I shall be mistaken if the considerations I have mentioned do not appear to your Excellency to have some weight. End of section 54. Section 55 of the Life of Frederick William von Steuben and Friedrich Kapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. Chapter 25, continued. I thank you, Answers, Washington, on the 10th of November, 1787, for the pamphlet contained in your letter of the 30th ultimo. Application has been made to me by Mr. Secretary Thompson by order of Congress for a copy of a report of a committee which was appointed to confer with Baron Steuben on his first arrival in this country, forwarded to me by Mr. President Lawrence. This I have accordingly sent. It throws no other light on the subject than such as derived from the disinterested conduct of the Baron. No terms are made by him, nor will he accept of anything but with general approbation. I have, however, in my letter enclosing the report to the Secretary, taken occasion to express an unequivocal wish that Congress will reward the Baron for services, sacrifices, and merits to his entire satisfaction. It is the only way in which I could bring my sentiments before that honorable body, as it has been an established rule with me to ask nothing from it. Another committee was appointed and every effort made to throw obstacles in the way. It was even suggested that the certificate of Dr. Witherspoon was not genuine. The doctor was called before the committee and the question put to him, whether the committee, which had treated with Steuben and of which he had been chairman, had made a contract with him, when the doctor very justly answered that they had no such authority, that they were appointed only to hear Steuben's terms and report to Congress. This answer was considered sufficient to show that no contract was made, and that consequently none existed. It was further objected that there were several members of the committee, and that the certificate of one only was produced. Steuben wrote to the others, and their testimony also was brought forward. They then called on Steuben to prove that what he had asserted with respect to his revenue in Europe was true. He told them that he had already satisfied Congress on that subject, that the letters he had brought over from Dr. Franklin announced the rank and dignity he held in Europe, and that for the honor of the United States he would produce no further proof on this occasion. Before anything decisive was done, some of the members of the committee left Congress. Another committee was afterward appointed, but they also broke up without doing anything, and thus the matter was referred from committee to committee, and from one Congress to another. At last a report was brought in and entered on the journals. A majority, however, disapproved it, and it was again committed. Another report was then made more favorable to Steuben's pretensions. No questions, however, was taken on it. It was not entered on the journals. Finally, Steuben proposed that the validity of his agreement should be submitted to any 3 Chief Justices of the United States. Nothing, however, was determined, but the matter left undecided when Congress broke up in November 1788. About the unfortunate situation which Steuben found himself involved at that time, General J. Armstrong thus writes on the 30th of May 1788 to General Gates. The Baron passed the winter at the same lodging-house with me. To this he has come at last. The Louvre is dismantled and deserted, and he is once more upon the justice and generosity of the public. But the public has neither, and he has only to choose between starving here and begging in Europe. This is calamitous to him and disgraceful to us. He is now with North. As a matter of course, the different sums which Steuben had received since the peace, having been paid to him in small amounts at distant periods, the payments had always been anticipated by his wants, and had not prevented his being obliged to have recourse to his friends for fresh loans to support his current expenses. Nevertheless, Steuben found himself drained of every resource. The matter stood thus when the first Congress under the new Constitution assembled. On the 25th of September 1789, the House referred another memorial of Steuben, in which he reiterated in substance the above-quoted facts, to the Secretary of the Treasury, who on the 6th of April 1790 laid his report before the House, and after doing careful examination of all the vouchers, letters, and documents, arrived at the following conclusion. The statement made by the memorialist of what passed in the conference at York is authenticated by such strong, direct, and collateral evidence as ought, in the opinion of the Secretary, to secure full credit to the existence of the fact. Waiving the regard due to the memorialist's own assertion, it is not supposable that if his representation had been ill-founded, it could have obtained the sanction of so many disinterested persons, agents in or witnesses to the transactions. Notwithstanding this, it may be inferred, as well from the written report of the committee as from other circumstances, that the idea of a precise contract did not generally prevail. It is probable that, as the indemnity and reward for the sacrifices and services of the Baron were by him made to depend on the success of a national revolution, the mention of them was viewed rather as a suggestion of expectations than as a stipulation of terms. This might the more easily have happened as it is presumable that the situation of affairs at the time must have disposed Congress to consider an officer who had had the opportunities of the memorialist as a valuable acquisition to the service, and to regard a compliance with the expectations intimated by him, in the event of success, as too much a matter of course to need a stipulation. This view of the affair appears to the Secretary to afford a satisfactory solution of any difficulties which might result from seemingly discordant circumstances, and to place all the parts of the transaction in a simple and consistent light. Upon the whole, therefore, as it cannot with propriety be questioned that a conversation of the kind stated by the Baron did take place at the conference at York, as the services rendered by him to the United States are acknowledged to have been of a very signal and very meritorious nature, as the expectation alleged to have been signified by him in the conference are, all of them, reasonable in themselves, being nothing more than that his necessary expenses while in the service of the United States should be defrayed by them, and that, in case they should establish their independence, and he should be successful in his endeavors to serve them, then he should receive an indemnification for the income he had relinquished in coming to this country, and to such marks of the generosity of the government as its justice should dictate. The Secretary is of opinion that, whether the transaction relied upon by the Baron be deemed to have the force of a contract or not, it will be most consistent with the dignity and equity of the United States to admit it as the basis of a final adjustment of his claims. Should this opinion appear well-founded, it will remain to designate the rule by which the necessary expenses of the memorialist are to be adjusted, taking it for granted that his actual expenses will not be deemed a proper one. There occurs to the Secretary no better criterion than the current allowances annexed to the stations he filled. This excludes the half-pay or commutation. It is presumed that the current allowances to the officers of the American Army in general were regulated wholly with a view to their respective situations, and the half-pay granted as a future reward. According to this principle, the Secretary has caused an account to be stated in which the memorialist is credited with his emoluments as Major General and Inspector General, exclusive of half-pay or commutation, and with an annuity of 580 guineas, being the amount of the income stated to have been relinquished by him from the time he left Europe to the last of December 1789, with interest at 6% per annum, and is charged with all the monies under whatever denomination received from him from the United States, with interest at the like rate, upon which statement there is a balance in his favor of $7,396.74. In addition to this, he would be entitled for the remainder of his life to the yearly sum of 580 guineas, as a continuation of the indemnity for the income relinquished, and to such reward as the government in its discretion should think fit to allow, for which purpose a moderate grant of land, if deemed expedient, would suffice. The Secretary begs leave further to state that there is good ground to believe that the above-mentioned balance will be short of a sufficient sum to discharge the debts now owing by the memorialist, and contracted partly to enable him to come to this country, and partly for his subsistence here, and in the last place to observe that the memorialist, who, being a foreigner, voluntarily came to offer his services to the United States in a critical and perilous moment, and who, from the circumstances of having been a foreigner, is less likely to participate in the collateral rewards which, in numerous instances, await those who have distinguished themselves in the American Revolution, while he cannot, like many other foreign officers, look for rewards elsewhere, gives a peculiarity to his case which strengthens his own pretensions. That it appears unequivocally that his services have been of a nature peculiarly valuable and interesting to the American cause, and such as furnish weighty considerations, as well public as personal, for rescuing him from the indigence which he is now involved, and from the still greater extremities with which he is threatened. A settlement, on the principles suggested in this report, will terminate all the claims of the memorialists on the United States, in a manner equally satisfactory to him and honorable to them. It was on the strength of this able report of Alexander Hamilton that the House, on the 19th of April, 1790, appointed a committee to report a bill of resolutions in conformity with the views of the Secretary of the Treasury. It consisted of Messrs. Gerry, Wadsworth, Vining, Lawrence, and Smith of South Carolina, and as early as the 30th of April presented a bill for finally adjusting Steuben's claims. They proposed to allow to him the pay and other emoluments of Major General and Inspector General, specified in several acts of Congress relating to him, from the 10th of March, 1778, to the 15th of April, 1784, an annuity for life of $2,706, to commence on the first day of October, 1777, and 1,000 acres of land in the Western Territory of the United States, to be located in such manner as shall be hereafter prescribed by law, provided that the foregoing allowances shall not be construed to include either half pay or the commutation for half pay. On this notion, Mr. Page made the following remarks, which is believed to be the only speech reported on this subject. Mr. Speaker, I am against the motion for striking out the $2,706 and inserting $1,500 because it is incompatible with the preceding clauses of the bill, which state the sum, $2,706, as justly due to the Baron, according to the report of the Secretary of the Treasury, and because it is derogatory to the honor and veracity of the members of the Committee of Congress, on whose testimony the Baron's claim is founded. Some gentlemen laid great stress on the want of proof respecting what is called the contract with Baron Steuben. But, sir, I think we have had all the proof that nature of the case will admit of, and for my part, I should want no other than Mr. Lee's letter to the Baron. Sir, this illustrious veteran offered his services on such generous terms, and served us so essentially, that I shall blush for Congress should the ideas of some gentlemen now prevail. It is unworthy of Congress, after having so long enjoyed the benefit of those services, now to be thus scrutinizing the terms on which he offered them, and speaking of them as of little importance. I weigh them not with the dollars proposed. They are far beyond any sum which we can give. And if the worthy member from North Carolina, Mr. Bloodworth, who moved the motion, wishes to abandon the principles of the bill, and instead of paying to the Baron the debt there stated as due to him, means to give him a sum by way of compensation for his services and his economy, I would advise him to withdraw his motion. For if we depart from the principles of the bill, they who value this great man's services as I do, will vote to give him much more than the bill proposes. If I should be at liberty to propose a compensation for the sacrifices he made by coming to America and serving in her war, and to recompense him for his great services, I am sure I shall propose a much larger sum than has yet been talked of. Sir, had the Baron stipulated to receive but 2% on the articles under his direction, or, I may say, on what he saved, he would be entitled to much more than is now proposed to be given him. The economy he introduced into the army was the occasion of an immense saving. Who can say now what was saved in arms, accoutrements, and ammunition, and by the reduction of baggage and forage? I have been told that officers who had loaded a wagon with their baggage were soon reduced to a single pack horse. Some gentlemen have made light of the discipline which has been attributed to the Baron, and told us of the affairs of Bunker's Hill, Trenton, Princeton, and Germantown. It was true, those were brilliant actions, but the member from South Carolina, Mr. Smith, and the member from Delaware had replied fully to this observation. They well observed that brilliant as those actions were, valor without discipline is often vain, and may lead only to destruction. That the commander-in-chief did wonders without the Baron, and, they might have added, he was wonderful in resources, and in himself a host. But we should not now consider what the commander-in-chief did before he had the Baron's assistance, but what he did with his assistance, and what use he made of his services. And to this, as far as relates to the Baron, he has repeatedly and generously borne ample testimony. Sir, the Baron, as Adjutant General and Director General, was peculiarly adapted to the purpose of the American Army, having served 22 years in the Prussian Army, which Americans have been taught to believe was the best disciplined in the world. His discipline was more readily embraced, and more confidence reposed in it than would have been the case had almost any man of any other nation undertaken that great task. The praise now given to the Baron is no disparagement, therefore, to other officers. A commander-in-chief stood in need of an adjutant like him, from the peculiar situation of our army, and has acknowledged his services. Therefore it does not become us to speak of them as unimportant. Sir, the importance of those services would have been displayed to your view by many officers now in this house, had they not, from that delicacy peculiar to American officers, who, having laid by the name and dress of soldiers, and mixed with their fellow citizens in civil life, refrain from appearing to be more knowing in military matters than the other members of this house. I say, were it not for this delicacy, we should have had a full display of the Baron's services. One officer, indeed, Colonel Bland, from the honest warmth of his heart, has not refrained from saying a few words in support of the Baron's claim. But, sir, I have asked officers, and some of them now in this house, whether I had misunderstood or overrated the Baron's claims, and I have been constantly told that I did not. Though I had not the honor of being in the army, I was well informed by my correspondence there of many important circumstances, and on inquiring what were the effects produced by the new adjutant and director general, the Baron Steuben, I was told they were visible in many economical arrangements, in disposition of corps, in maneuvering, in marches, in encampments, and particularly in more silent and rapid movements and preparations for action. I was told that when the Marquis de Lafayette, with a detachment under his command, was in danger of being cut off on his return to the army, and the commander-in-chief was determined to support that invaluable officer, the whole army was under arms and ready to march in less than 15 minutes from the time the signal was given. Sir, the effect of this discipline was seen in the marches of our army. They passed rivers in less time than the best troops in Europe could. Those excellent French troops who served with them in the campaign of 1781 were inferior to them in this respect. The superiority of our troops as to rapidity of movement was seen in the attack on 2 redoubts of Yorktown in Virginia. Sir, I will affirm that if the clause be stricken out, a larger sum ought to be inserted. We have been asked, what will our officers say to this vote in favor of the Baron? I will venture to say, sir, they will be pleased with it. They acknowledge the obligations they were under to that great man. They view his circumstances in the same light as that gallant officer does, who is now the secretary, and who drew the report on which the bill before you was founded, and which does honor to his heart. Sir, if any report deserves to be received without scrutiny, it is the one on which your guilt is founded. I hope, therefore, we shall not depart from that report in so material a point as is proposed by the motion now before you. After sundry considerations, the House, in their session of the 10th of May, 1790, finally struck out the land donation and reserved only a yearly annuity of $2,000. The Senate, in their session of the 27th, passed the bill of the House with an amendment, adding $500 after the words $2,000, so that the act for finally adjusting and satisfying the claims of Frederick William de Steuben reads as follows, viz., be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled, that in order to make full and adequate compensation to Frederick William de Steuben for the sacrifices and eminent services made and rendered to the United States during the late war, there be paid to the said Frederick William de Steuben an annuity of $2,500 during life, to commence on the first day of January last, to be paid in quarterly payments of the Treasury of the United States, which said annuity shall be considered in full discharge of all claims and demands whatever of the said Frederick William de Steuben against the United States. Frederick Augustus Muhlenberg, Speaker of the House of Representatives. John Adams, Vice President of the United States and President of the Senate. Approved June 4, 1790. George Washington, President of the United States. These are the proceedings which, being misrepresented in favor of the United States, are the cause that Steuben has often been regarded with a certain prejudice. It has been said that he had no claims either to the gratitude or the esteem of the American people, because he had devoted himself to their cause merely out of personal interest. His honorable poverty was considered as a crime. He was called a vagabond, and to prove his egotism, compared with the wealthy Marquis de Lafayette. The resolves of Congress, who finally at last came to a sense of their duty, proved the injustice of such an unfounded accusation, though very positively stated. Was it the fault of Steuben that Congress neglected for almost 8 years to comply with what they had formerly promised, that they bartered for a penny and refused to acknowledge their own agents, and that they finally yielded to the repeated representations of men like Washington and Hamilton? We would come nearer to the truth if the accusation were applied to Congress, and it is not too much to say that without the noble and energetic intercession of Hamilton, Steuben would perhaps have died in the poorhouse. The representatives of the United States, far from being grateful towards Steuben, only reluctantly fulfilled an agreement from which their country derived all the profit. In this private matter, we can observe the same difference of feeling and party division as in the great political questions of the day. Almost the same men who objected to the political and economical reasons which Hamilton urged in so able and statesmanlike a manner for the funding of the public debt, were against the acknowledgement of Steuben's claims. They considered it as an extravagance to be just and to pay what they owed. Fortunately, these times have passed away. The mere word of repudiation is discredited in the whole civilized world, and the United States, by their late rich donations to the descendants of the revolutionary officers and soldiers, have more than satisfactorily demonstrated that they disapprove of the former policy of Congress towards the men who were the chief instruments in achieving the independence of their country. End of section 55. Section 56 of the Life of Friedrich William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Friedrich William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp, Chapter 26, Part 1. The Order of the Cincinnati, its origin, General Knox, the alleged author of the idea, reasons against this supposition, share of the foreign officers in establishing the order, Proceedings at the first meeting on the 13th of May, 1783. Principles of the order and description of its decorations. Attacks against the Cincinnati. Pamphlets of Judge Ednesburg and Count Mirabeau. Steuben personally assailed. Criticism among the pamphlets. Green's letter. Steuben's relations to the order. He characterizes it in a letter to Count Luzerne. Interesting letter of De La Font to Washington and Steuben. Favorable reception of the order in France. Knox withdraws and puts all blame on Steuben. New England declares itself against the order. North's letter about Knox. Faley's letter. Washington tries to rehabilitate the Cincinnati in the public opinion by sacrificing the hereditary principle. His amendments adopted but not carried out. Steuben vice president from 1786 to 1790. Ceremonies at the initiation of honorary members. Steuben, as president of the Cincinnati, addresses Washington. His speech in 1790. Sketch of the history of the Cincinnati up to the present time. We have seen in the preceding chapters how unfairly Congress dealt with the just claims of the officers before the disbandment of the Army. How these same officers, who for 8 long years had well served their country, were compelled to resort to threats of violence in order to get payment of the sums due to them. How the people, afraid of meeting their engagements and paying money, took part against the officers, and how, isolated and abandoned, these poor men stood at the conclusion of peace. The long existing ties which, in consequence of the common hardships and the dangers of a long and protracted war, had united these old companions in arms, were now more closely cemented by the treatment which the officers experienced from their ungrateful country. They had a very sad and desperate future before them, when, helpless and totally devoid of means, they retired to civil life. It is to this wretched prospect, as well as to the feelings of mutual dependence engendered by long association, and of regret at approaching separation, and perhaps somewhat to the suspicions natural to men, whose patience had been so severely tried, that we may attribute the suggestion of an association among the officers to continue after their disbandment, and preserve a unity of feeling and interest, with the memory of their mutual labors and sufferings. It is said that the idea had been suggested by General Knox, but there is no positive proof that it was so. On the contrary, it appears improbable to us, as Knox, if he had first proposed the idea to the army, would have stronger upheld it when it was assailed by the different states and the people. We think, however, we are not far from the truth in supposing that, corresponding with the establishment of similar institutions, the plan, although at first very indistinct, originated simultaneously in the minds of many of the officers, and that in discussing it, by degrees it gained its definite shape and characteristic form. In this way, the majority of all the officers represented will have probably contributed to the constitution of the society. But we do not think we mistake the spirit which prompted some of the foreign officers in attributing to them the authorship of all those articles in the Constitution which refer to the exterior apparel, to the medal and ribbon. We know that Major de la Font, a French officer, prepared the design of the order, and that the society adopted his ideas respecting it, and the manner of its being worn by the members, while on the other hand, there existed no order in this country during the colonial times, so that the idea of establishing one could not have originated in an American mind. Moreover, the foreign officers considered an order of great value, and as a conspicuous proof of their participation in such a glorious war. Steuben, the old court-martial, has probably more than anybody else eminently figured in its establishment, as the constant wearing of his order de la Fidelité proves that he was by no means indifferent to such distinction. Footnote: since the above was written, we have found an interesting essay in the publications of the Historical Society of Pennsylvania Philadelphia, 1858, Volume 6, page 15, FF, written by Alexander Johnston, in which, corroborating our opinions, he says, pages 61 to 63. In an article in the North American Review for October 1853, Sargent expressed the belief that the idea of the society was first suggested by Knox, and that the Baron Steuben probably had at least been consulted in the inception of the scheme. He has since been favored with the perusal of the original rough draft of the society, in the handwriting of Knox, dated at West Point on the 15th of April, 1783. But it seems more than probable that the first defined suggestion of the assumption of a distinct order came from Steuben, or some other foreign officer. We shall have after, especially at the end of this chapter, quote from this valuable article. End of footnote. But be this as it may, considering the prominent share that Steuben took in the foundation of the society, we expect to be justified in giving here the following brief sketch of its history, which we have borrowed from the original records of that time. Footnote: the institution of the Society of the Cincinnati, formed by the officers of the American Army of the Revolution, for the laudable purposes therein mentioned, at the cantonment on the banks of the Hudson River, May 1783, together with some of the proceedings of the General Society and of the New York State Society, also a list of the officers and members of the New York State Society, from its organization to the year 1851, printed by order and for the use of the members of the New York Society. J. M. Elliott, printer, 133 Water Street, New York, 1851. We are indebted to the Honorable Hamilton Fish for this valuable pamphlet. End of footnote. At the cantonment of the American Army on Hudson's River, on the 10th of May, 1783, proposals for establishing a society upon principles therein mentioned, whose members shall be the officers of the American Army, having been communicated to the several regiments of the respective lines. They appointed an officer from each, who in conjunction with the general officers should take the same into consideration at their meeting this day, at which the Honorable Major General Baron Steuben, the senior officer present, was pleased to preside. At this meeting, the subject was referred to a committee consisting of Major General Knox, Brigadier General Hand, and Captain Shaw, whose report presented to the meeting on the 13th of May, 1783, at General Steuben's headquarters for Planck's house, was unanimously accepted and commences as follows. It having pleased the Supreme Governor of the universe in the disposition of human affairs to cause the separation of the colonies of North America from the Dominion of Great Britain, and after a bloody conflict of 8 years, to establish them free, independent, and sovereign states, cemented by alliances, founded on reciprocal advantages, with some of the greatest princes and powers of the earth. To perpetuate, therefore, as well as the remembrance of this vast event, as the mutual friendships which have been formed under the pressure of common danger, and in many instances cemented by the blood of the parties, the officers of the American Army do hereby, in the most solemn manner, associate, constitute, and combine themselves into one society of friends, to endure as long as they shall endure, or any of their eldest male posterity, and in failure thereof, the collateral branches who may be judged worthy of becoming its supporters and members. The officers of the American Army, having generally been taken from the citizens of America, possess high veneration for the character of that illustrious Roman, Lucius Quintius Cincinnatus, and being resolved to follow his example by returning to their citizenship, they think they may, with propriety, denominate themselves the Society of the Cincinnati. The following principles shall be immutable and form the basis of the Society of the Cincinnati. An incessant attention to preserve inviolate those exalted rights and liberties of human nature for which they have fought and bled, and without which the high rank of a rational being is a curse instead of a blessing. an unalterable determination to promote and cherish between the respective states that union and national honor so essentially necessary to their happiness and the future dignity of the American empire. To render permanent the cordial affection subsisting among the officers, this spirit will dictate brotherly kindness in all things, and particularly extend to the most substantial acts of beneficence, according to the ability of the society, towards those officers and their families who, unfortunately, may be under the necessity of receiving it. A series of rules are then given for the government of the order, whose officers are to consist of a president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, and assistant treasurer, to be chosen at each of its meetings, which are to be held triennially. It is divided into state societies to be governed in a like manner, and possessing power for their own regulation. The triennial meeting of the society is to consist of its officers and of a delegation of not more than 5 from each state. All the officers of the American Army, as well those who have resigned with honor after 3 years' service in the capacity of officers, who have been deranged by the resolutions of Congress upon the several reforms of the Army, as those who shall have continued to the end of the war, have the right to become parties to this institution, provided they sign the general rules within 6 months and subscribe 1 month's pay to form a fund, the interest of which shall be devoted to the relief of the unfortunate. As a testimony of affection to the memory of such officers as have died in the service, the same right is extended to their eldest male representatives, and to such French officers of the rank of colonel as have served in the Revolutionary War. Honorary members also are eligible for their own lives only in the proportion of 1 to 4. A decoration is prescribed which, as adopted, consists of a bald eagle of gold, displayed, suspended by a deep blue ribbon, edged with white, descriptive of the union of France and America. The eagle grasping in its talons gold and olive branches, the leaves in green enamel, which are continued round the figure so as to form a wreath above its head, to which the clasp is attached. On the breast of the eagle, Cincinnatus is represented as receiving a sword from 3 Roman senators, with various appropriate figures in the background. Around the whole is the legend, Omnia reliquit Cercera Republicam. On the reverse is seen Fame crowning Cincinnatus with a wreath and the motto, Esto Perpetua. Thus was formed the Cincinnati, with General Washington as president, General Knox as secretary, and General McDougall as treasurer. Noble in its aims, illustrious in its origin, and charitable in its operations, but necessarily exclusive. It excited the hostility of those who envied the fame of its members, of those who expected impossible social equality to result from the Revolution, and of parties whose absence from the country prevented their understanding its character. As usual in such cases, the assailants were more active than the defenders, and succeeded in producing a strong feeling against the society, both in America and Europe. The most important public attack against the Cincinnati published in the United States was made by Judge Adamus Burke in South Carolina. Even the title of his remark shows that as a revolutionary pamphlet, they are too insipid, too tedious, while considered as an exposition and refutation, they are too superficial and not at all exhausting. Footnote: Considerations on the Society of Order of Cincinnati, lately instituted by the Major Generals, Brigadier Generals, and other officers of the American Army, proving that it creates a race of hereditary patricians or nobility, interspersed with remarks on its consequences to the freedom and happiness of the Republic, addressed to the people of South Carolina and their representatives, by Cassius, supposed to be written by Adamus Burke, Esquire, one of the Chief Justices of the state of South Carolina. Blow ye the trumpet in Zion. The Bible. Philadelphia, printed and sold by Robert Bell in 3rd Street, place 1/6 of $1. 1783. End of footnote. On this attack is based the well-known pamphlet of Mirabeau, which, probably more on account of its author than of its contents, enjoyed a large circulation and great reputation. Footnote: Considerations on the Order of Cincinnatus, translated from the French of the Count de Mirabeau. London, printed for J. Johnson, St. Paul's Churchyard, 1785. End of footnote. Mirabeau almost literally translates Burke's statements and enlarges them here and there with some ideas of his own. They both agree in making Steuben Grand Master of the Order under the more humble title of President. Nay, Burke goes as far as to throw all the odium of his objections, instead of on Washington and the other officers and members of the society, exclusively on Steuben as a foreigner. I have the honor to inform Baron Steuben, says he, that though an order of peerage may do well under the petty princes of Germany, yet in America it is incompatible with our freedom. Burke, as well as Mirabeau, arraigns the society for intending to establish a hereditary nobility. The institution of the Order of Cincinnati, they say, is the creation of an actual patriciate and of a military nobility, which will, ere long, become a civil nobility, and an aristocracy the more dangerous, because being hereditary, it will perpetually increase in the course of time, and will gather strength from the very prejudices which it will engender, because originating neither in the Constitution nor the law has provided no means to control it, and it will incessantly overbear the Constitution, of which it forms no part, till the time shall come when, by repeated attempts made, sometimes clandestinely and sometimes openly, it will at length have incorporated itself into the Constitution, or when, after having for a long time sapped its foundations, it will in the end overturn and utterly destroy it. It is true that the new institution was an obvious contradiction to the character of the time and this republic, which is based on the democratic principles, and it also cannot be denied that the apprehension manifested by individuals and states contained a great deal of common sense and truth. But it is thoroughly erroneous that the new institution could ever have been able to create a hereditary nobility. If we venture to criticize these denunciations in a few words, it is but just before all, not to forget that they were uttered previous to the great French Revolution, at a time, therefore, where there existed only one form of nobility, and no idea of the possibility of its existence in any other form. With this ruling aristocracy, although degenerated and looked upon with contempt on the part of the intelligent middle classes, nevertheless was the representative of the force and intelligence of the people to the rest of the world. In the first instance, the parallel is false, which Mirabeau and Burke have drawn between the condition of things in Europe and that in America, and by which both presume to prove from the origin of the patrician institution and the feudal prerogatives in the old country, that by the order of the Cincinnati an analogous class of privileged nobles could endanger the social equality of American citizens. Hereditary nobility was unknown to the European continent before the decline and fall of the Carolingian dynasty, and in England before the Norman conquest. It originated with the entailment of the family estates. Thus the hereditary estates are the true basis of nobility. They alone endow it with vitality and influence. The so-called court nobility and nobility granted by a royal diploma, both of a later date, are only exuberances of the true or feudal nobility, and it is self-evident that they can only flourish where there is a court or sovereign power which can create and support them. In the United States, however, where there are neither entailed estates nor courts, all the citizens have the same constitutional rights, and there is a total absence of every fundamental condition upon which such a state of things could be founded. The origin of fiefs or entailed estates were wars and conquests against other warlike people. and in consequence thereof the necessity to have at any time a well-armed force ready to resist the attacks of a dangerous or unsubdued enemy. Innocent times these, when it was naively presumed that it depended only on the honest or dishonest character of some individuals to found an aristocracy after the European pattern. An established nobility can be as little extinguished by the mere abolition of titles as a new nobility can be created by the mere grant of such distinctive appellations. A real nobility must be absolutely founded upon a basis of real and permanent power and influence, which are mostly derived from the possession of landed estates, as for instance in England. Titles and honorary offices without this basis are nothing more than empty distinctions. They must be the outward signs, but they can never form the essential strength of a nobility. Do the 500,000 of generals, commodores, colonels, or captains, who are to be found in every corner of the United States, give any idea of the military and naval strength of the country? Or are they perhaps to be feared as titled aristocrats? There is another error to be refuted, that nobility must necessarily be hereditary and repose upon the law of primogeniture in order to become influential. It is true that by that means at certain times it has extended and defended its power, but also without such accidental prerogatives it can be a great power. The South of the United States, whence the resistance against the Cincinnati mainly came, has seen springing up among them, in the course of scarcely 2 generations, and without any exterior distinction or hereditary privileges, the cotton planters, who, despite of their recent origin, vie with the oldest and proudest aristocracy of birth in Europe in exclusiveness, egotism, and pride of race. New England, which raised the loudest protests against the Cincinnati, possesses the aristocracy of her manufacturing and merchant princes, who acknowledge no earthly thing besides their interest and success in life. If the officers who founded the Cincinnati order had remained in active service, if the United States Army, instead of being almost altogether disbanded, had been increased, there would have been some possibility of the order becoming dangerous, because in that case a central point for their purposes would have been in existence. But poor and penniless as they were for the most part, dispersed through the whole country, and without any other influence than such as their personal worthiness and merits could exercise, these officers had no basis, no connection for any action or united exertion, even if they had had the most aristocratic designs. This outcry against the dangerous character of such an association, divested of cant and verbiage, was nothing more than the bad conscience of that selfish fraction of the people, which had treated its defenders so basely and ungratefully, and was now afraid of their revenging the deceptions which had been practiced upon them. The uproar that is raised against the Cincinnati, writes Nathaniel Greene on the 22nd of April, 1784, to Washington, makes me more anxious to be at the meeting than I ever expected to feel. It was uninteresting to me before. Assuming honor hurts my delicacy, but persecution banishes the influence. The subject is important, and it may be equally dangerous to recede or push forward, but I am decided in my opinion not to abolish the order from the prevailing clamors against it. If this is done away, the whole tide of abuse will run against the commutation. The public in New England seem to want something to quarrel with the officers about. Remove one thing and they will soon find another. It is in the temper of the people, not in the matters complained of. I am confident the tranquility of the public can only be preserved by the continuance of the order. Washington, however, was of a contrary opinion. By recommending the Cincinnati to abandon the hereditary principle in their constitution, he silenced the menacing storm, and saved perhaps the United States from a dangerous crisis. The Steuben papers contain a great many documents and letters which are connected with or refer to the Cincinnati. Almost all the invitations to join the order were written by Steuben, as for instance those addressed to the Chevalier de la Luzerne, Generals Greene, Gates, Sullivan, Wayne, and others. We, however, quote only those letters which claim a more general importance, as throwing light upon the character and history of the society. Major Generals Heath, Steuben, and Knox had been appointed on the 13th of May, 1783, by the meeting of the officers, to present the Commander-in-Chief with a copy of the Institution of the Society, and to request him that he should honor them by placing his name at the head of the file. On the 18th of May, Steuben requested Heath to appoint the time for putting this resolution into execution, whereupon Heath, on the same day, answered that the plan should be presented to His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief, on Tuesday next at 1 o'clock. Thus Washington became a member, and the first president of the Society on the 20th of May, 1783. Steuben himself, in an invitation on the 24th of May, 1783, to the Chevalier de la Luzerne, thus characterizes it. The design of this institution, which is founded on the principles of patriotism and gratitude, is to perpetuate the memory of an epoch so glorious to America as the present, and the effectual assistance this country has received from her generous ally. The American officers will consider themselves honored by being permitted to erect, with their own, the names of those celebrated characters who have shown their attachment to the rights of the human species in general, and of the American in particular. At the same time that the Society was vehemently assailed here, it has found a very favorable reception at the French court. Major de la Font, whom Washington, in a letter to Rochambeau dated the 29th of October, 1783, had charged to execute the order of the Society in France, informed Steuben, writing from Paris on the 25th of December, 1783, in the following words, of the results of his mission. It is with the greatest satisfaction that I acquaint you with the success of the Cincinnati in France. The difficulties have been removed which could have been opposed to the admission of the order into France, where they are accustomed to tolerate no foreign order. His Majesty, desirous of giving to the Americans a proof of the friendship which he wishes to maintain with them, in his council has permitted his officers to wear this badge with the other orders of his kingdom. I have written to General Washington and enclose a copy of my letter to him. I should like to get it translated and published in the newspapers. I think it would produce a good effect. Here in France, they are more ambitious to obtain the Order of the Cincinnati than to be decorated with the crosses of St. Louis, and daily I received applications for it. The Eagles are in good train. Try to push the subscriptions in Philadelphia. I have made my arrangements, but for carrying them into execution, we require funds. End of section 56. Section 57 of the Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. Chapter 26, continued. To these lines there was added an extract from a letter to Washington, which may be translated as follows. As it was necessary for attaining the object of my voyage, I proceeded to Paris with all possible dispatch, and handed at once your letters to Counts Rochambeau, d'Estaing, de Grasse, and to the Marquis General de Lafayette. At the same time, I paid my visits to all those officers who, residing in Paris, by their service and their place in the French army, could be considered as Cincinnati. It is with the greatest satisfaction that at this moment I am the primitive organ of their gratitude, and it is not less flattering to me to be able to inform Your Excellency of the success of my mission, and of the high appreciation which the French nation entertains toward the American army for thus honoring an illustrious part of their own army with such flattering distinction. One single conversation with the French officers would at once convince you how thoroughly they appreciated at the bottom of their hearts those brotherly sentiments which make them take so powerful an interest in the happiness of America. This institution, which they consider as a monument erected to republican virtues, as the fundamental basis of a cordial union between the different states, is a new tie which assures the duration of that reciprocal friendship which France has devoted to America, cannot be looked upon in too advantageous a light. The permission which this illustrious monarch, the most Christian king, has already given to his subjects to wear in his dominions the order of the Society of the Cincinnati, is not only a strong mark of his deference, but also an unmistakable proof of the sentiments of His Majesty toward America. But while the French officers were ambitious of the honor to be admitted as members of the society, while, for instance, the Chevalier du Bouchet and Augier, who had been present at the surrender of Burgoyne and of Cornwallis, in a letter of the 17th of February 1784, considers it as one of the greatest distinctions of his life to be received as a member of the Cincinnati, while the French Army Intendant Tarlet argues that he is entitled to the honors of the order. At the same time, here in the United States, the reaction against the society had reached its culminating point. Some of the most prominent members, to give no offense, even withdrew from it. Others laid aside its insignia, and others proposed its modification. We find in the Steuben papers a letter very interesting in this respect, written by General Knox at Boston to Steuben on the 21st of February 1784, which we quote in full. We had a meeting of the society in this town on the 10th instant, at which General Lincoln presided. A committee was chosen to attend the meeting of the society in May next, at Philadelphia, which appears the place most proper for the occasion. Our Putnam, Colonel Hall, Major Sergeant, and myself are of the committee. Probably only 2 will attend. Your society, Mr. Baron, has occasioned a great deal of jealousy among the good people of New England, who say it is altogether an outlandish creation formed by foreign influence. It is still heightened by a letter from one of our ministers abroad, who intimates that it was formed in Europe to overthrow our happy institutions. Burke's pamphlet has also had its full operation. You see how much you have to answer for by the introduction of your European institutions. I contend to the utmost of my power that you only had your share in the matter and no more, but it will have no effect. Burke's illusion has fixed it, and you must support the credit of having created a race of hereditary nobility. Our friend Heath says, I forewarned you of all that would happen. He did not attend the meeting. The legislature of the state are, however, decided that the scheme shall not be carried into execution in this Commonwealth, and in order to frustrate the measure, the Assembly have chosen a joint committee of both houses to inquire into any association or combinations to introduce undue distinction into the community, which may have a tendency to create a race of hereditary nobility, contrary to the Confederation of the United States and to the spirit of the Constitution of this Commonwealth. The committee have not yet reported the results of their inquiries. When they do, I will inform you. You must have observed, my dear friend, how possible it is for the best intentions to be misconstrued and misrepresented. Let me know how it is relished in Pennsylvania and to the southward. Knox and Jackson, writes William North a little later to Steuben, avoid the badge of the Cincinnati as they would the devil. They smile, and still are. In order to preserve the society and to allay the popular prejudice, Washington proposed at his first meeting in 1784 to abolish the hereditary features of its constitution. On Tuesday the 4th instant, writes James Fairley, who, with William S. Smith, Nicholas Fish, and Philip Cortland, appeared as delegate from New York, at the beginning of May 1784. From Philadelphia to Benjamin Walker, the deputies in town from the different state societies met at the city tavern, 11 states being represented. There are now 12 states represented, Rhode Island being the only one which is not. The commander-in-chief on the first meeting resigned his office as President General, his term having expired agreeably to the Constitution. He was nevertheless elected president of the meeting, which we will hold till we break up, which will not be these 10 days, having much to do. There are a vast many petitions from France to become members, all of which I fancy will be referred to the country from which they come, as it seems to be the disposition of many members that there shall be a charter sent to that part of the society in France, giving them powers similar to those the different state societies now enjoy. One of the first pieces of business we went on was to appoint a committee, consisting of a member from each state to revise, correct, and amend the Constitution. The general objections seemed to be hereditary succession, funds, honorary members, attention to the general union of the states, and holding general meetings. I hope in amending it, we may not make ourselves look ridiculous or totally destroy the society. It is the opinion of some that everything but the charitable part of the badge should be abolished. Our rage for popularity will influence many to reduce the society to be little or nothing. And that kind of people tell us frightful stories about the flame that is likely to break out in the country concerning the Cincinnati. Some that were but a little time ago the greatest sticklers for it, indeed with whom the idea of forming such a society first originated, have experienced a revolution in sentiment. Trimmers, trimmers, trimmers. The amendments debated yesterday continues fairly a little later, past the meeting. The alterations are no hereditary succession, no more honorary members, the funds to be put into the hands of government, no treasurer general. In fact, whatever General Washington dictated was done. Everyone esteemed him as a sine qua non of the society. I imagine Gates will be vice president and Sullivan secretary. It seems, therefore, continues Benjamin Walker, to whom this letter was addressed, that our allies alone have saved the society. They say at once that we have made many sacrifices to the people, and now make the last we have by dissolving the society entirely. Before, however, Washington's recommendation was acted upon by the state chapters, a more reasonable turn of public opinion made the change unnecessary, so that a general meeting on the 7th of May, 1800, unanimously adopted the report of the committee appointed to examine the records of the society, which read as follows: that the institution of the Society of the Cincinnati remain as it was originally proposed and adopted by the officers of the American Army at their cantonments on the banks of the Hudson River in 1783. Steuben was vice president of the New York State Society of the Cincinnati from 1785 to 1786, and its president from 1786 till 1790. The New York Society was not so easily frightened as the New England Society. Nay, exasperated by the unjust opposition with which it met, it availed itself of every opportunity to parade with great ostentation, and to show that it was not intimidated. Steuben especially liked to give vent to his hatred against those anonymous writers of the day, who, concealing their own insignificance behind the toga of a Brutus, Cassius, Vox Populi, Publicola, Scipio, and others, lived during the war snug at home, while the men whom they now assailed were fighting the battles of their country. We found in the above-quoted essay of Johnston the following interesting account of a ceremony which took place at the initiation of newly elected members. On this occasion, they determined to initiate the honorary members who had been newly elected by the ceremony of a formal investiture. The assembly room at the city tavern was the scene of the solemnity. The outside of the house was decorated with festoons and crowns of laurel. Opposite the door of entrance, On a dais tapestry with blue cloth was elevated a great chair of state, covered with light blue satin fringed with white. At the back of this was a staff supported by two hands united, holding up the cup of liberty, which was again grasped by the edge of the order, bearing on a white fillet the motto, "We will defend it." At each extremity of the room, amphitheaters were erected for the spectators. A deputation consisting of 4 members, dressed in their uniforms and wearing their eagles, first waited on the governor of the state and the president of Congress with the congratulations of the Society for the American Independence. After their return with the report that had been received with all the attention due to the dignity of their order, the ceremony commenced. The foreign members and such as belonged to the other societies had already taken their seats on the left of the chair. The kettle drums and trumpets, an important part of the performance, were stationed in the gallery over the door, and the amphitheaters were filled with spectators, when the standard-bearer, Captain Grion, in full Continental uniform wearing his order, and escorted by 4 members also in full dress, entered the hall and took his position in front of the dais. He held in his hand the standard of the society. It was wrought in silk, displaying the eagle upon 13 alternate stripes of white and blue. The escort returned, and led by the masters of ceremony, the procession then entered the hall. First came the members, 2 and 2, followed by the secretary, Captain Pemberton, carrying the original institution of the society. Then came the treasurer, General Van Cortlandt, and his deputy manager, Platt, bearing 2 satin cushions, on the first of which were displayed the eagles, and on the second the diplomas for the elected members. These were followed by the vice president, General Schuyler, and the president, Major General Baron Steuben, who brought up the rear. At his entrance the standard saluted, and the kettle drums and trumpets gave a flourish, which continued until passing through the avenue, now formed by the members opening to the right and left. He mounted the steps and took his seat upon the chair of state. When this was done, Colonel Hamilton, soldier, orator, and statesman, pronounced the inaugural address, after which the ceremony of investiture commenced. The recipient was conducted by one of the masters of ceremony to the first step before the chair of the president, and the standard-bearer approached. After expressing a desire to be received into the society, and promising a strict observance of its rules and statutes, he grasped the standard with his left hand, while with his right he signed his name to the institution. The president then took one of the eagles from the cushion held by the treasurer, and invested the recipient in the following words: "Receive this mark as a recompense for your merit, and in remembrance of our glorious independence." Next, handing him a diploma, he said, "This will show your title as a member of our society. Imitate the illustrious hero, Lucius Quinctius Cincinnatus, whom we have chosen for our patron. Like him, be the defender of your country and a good citizen." Another flourish of drums and trumpets completed the ceremony, and the new member was introduced to the Cincinnati at large, who arose in a body to salute him. This was succeeded by a brilliant festival, which, amid salvos of artillery, terminated the day. On the anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, which succeeded the organization of the federal government, 1789, a committee of the Society of the Cincinnati waited on Washington in the morning, and its chairman Steuben addressed him, saying, "The Society of the Cincinnati of the state of New York have instructed this delegation to present to you, sir, the sentiments of the profoundest respect. In common with all good citizens of the United States of America, they join their ardent wishes for the preservation of your life, health, and prosperity. In particular, they feel the highest satisfaction in contemplating the illustrious chief of our armies, by the unanimous vote of an independent people, elected to the highest station that a dignified and enlightened country can bestow. Under your conduct, sir, this band of soldiers was led to glory and to conquest, and we feel confident that under your administration our country will speedily arrive at an enviable state of prosperity and happiness. The chief answered, I beg you, gentlemen, to return my most affectionate regards to the Society of the Cincinnati of the State of New York, and to assure them that I receive their congratulations on this auspicious day, with a mind constantly anxious for the honor and welfare of our country, and can only say that the force of my abilities, aided by an integrity of heart, shall be studiously pointed to the support of its dignity and the promotion of its prosperity and happiness. The society afterwards marched in procession, attended by Colonel Bauman's artillery and a band of music, to St. Paul's Church, where in the presence of the members of Congress and a great concourse of distinguished citizens and strangers, Alexander Hamilton delivered an oration on the life and character of General Nathanael Greene. The society afterward dined at the Old City Tavern in Broad Street. Steuben filled the office of president of the New York Cincinnati for 4 consecutive years till 1790, when he resigned. I had the honor, gentlemen, said he on this occasion, of residing in that assembly which laid the foundation of our institution, and the moment I put my hand to that respectable act, which was to connect us for purposes most honorable and benevolent, shall always be considered by me as the most precious of my life. The clouds which jealousy and ill-founded prejudice have gathered over our society have not intimidated me. Conscious of the purity of our intentions, I have steadily pursued the line of my duty in the station to which you were pleased 4 years since to appoint me. Accept my sincere thanks, gentlemen, for the repeated marks of attention and regard with which I have been distinguished, and do me the justice to believe that if my efforts for the good of the society have not had all the success I wished, that at least I have had the consolation during my presidency of seeing the tie which binds us retain its strength, and the luster of our eagle remain unsullied. The motives which induced me to call this general meeting will be communicated to you. As regard the respectability of the society, they are worthy of your attention. Before I explain them, permit me to inform you that my particular situation will prevent my filling this chair the ensuing year, should your partiality honor me by an election to it. I have endeavored to place the affairs of the society in the best order possible. For this purpose, the different pieces relative to our institution, from its commencement to the present time, have been collected and regularly entered in a book by your secretary, who is entitled to our thanks for his care and assiduity. A second book contains the names of all the members belonging to the society of this state, to which I propose to add a third, to contain the names of those only who have received their diploma. Gentlemen, the objects which are at present submitted to your consideration are, first, a law to ascertain the number of members which shall be competent to the administration of the affairs of the society. Second, the settlement of the accounts relative to the funds of the society in the hands of our treasurer. Third, to make the arrangements for the next general meeting. Fourth, to inquire into the situation of the widows and orphans of the deceased members, and afford them such support as may be in our power. Fifth, to prevent the intrusion of improper persons into the society, and to expel those, if there ever should be any, who have been permitted to join us without a sufficient title. And lastly, I must again recommend to you to take into consideration and determine on the well-founded claims of the late officers of the Marine of this state. Since the subsidence of the prejudices above alluded to, the society has attracted little of the public attention, devoting itself among its members to the cultivation of the social affections, to the relief of the indigent, and the commemoration of its illustrious dead and of their deeds. It has little in common with the spirit of business that surrounds it, and is too often forgotten by those who are entitled to its privileges. Of its 13 original chapters, 6 appeared to be in operation. Those of New York, Massachusetts, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Maryland. Of these, that of New York, considered the most prosperous, has scarcely more than 1/4 of the number of its original members. The 268 officers of Pennsylvania who signed the Constitution of the Society are at present represented by only 60 of their descendants. The 230 officers of New York by 73 descendants, and the 333 officers of Massachusetts, but not many more than 100. The last veteran, Major Robert Burnett, died on the 29th of November, 1854, at Newburgh on the Hudson. He had lived long enough to see that the predictions of the eccentric Burke, foreseeing a general ruin of the liberties of America, were fallacies, and that John Adams' apprehension that the formation of the society was the first step taken to deface the beauty of our Temple of Liberty were utterly groundless. The rapid decrease of the Cincinnati has of late attracted the notice of the society, and suggested a modification of the rules of admission, so as to make all persons eligible who are descended from anyone who might have been, as well as from one who was a member. This ordinance, relative to the succession, was adopted by the General Meeting on the 7th of May, 1851. The present president of the New York State Society since 1848 is Hamilton Fish, son of Steuben's sub-inspector Nicholas Fish, and former governor and United States Senator of the state of New York. He has at the same time president of the General Society, which held its last triennial meeting at Boston on the 27th of May, 1857. Delegates were present from all the state societies, except that of South Carolina, and the following officers chosen: President, Hamilton Fish; Vice President, Charles S. Davies of Portland, Maine; Treasurer, Joseph W. Scott of New Jersey; Secretary, Thomas McEwen. At the banquet which took place on the evening of that day, ex-President Pierce and other distinguished guests responded to sentiments offered. The next general meeting of the Cincinnati will be held at Charleston, South Carolina in 1860. The public at large know little or nothing about the Cincinnati. They have always been considered as an exotic creation, which found no sympathy with the masses. Moreover, the material interest and more important struggles of the day have scarcely time enough to appreciate the high-toned aspirations of a bygone time, which has almost nothing in common with the present. But if in the course of years even every trace of the existence of the Cincinnati should be extinguished, this society is immortalized in the name of a city which, giant-like, sprung out of the wilderness with a rapidity since become proverbial, and which is now one of the richest commercial emporiums of the United States. When General St. Clair and Colonel Sargent in 1789 gave the name of their society to the 3 log houses at the confluence of the Licking and Ohio, then called Loventsville, they did not imagine that they were enthroning a Queen of the West and erecting a monument in honor of the Cincinnati, which will probably last longer than the memory of all its members. The daughter does honor to her parents. On the ground which they have cultivated and made independent, it flourishes proudly and mightily. The young and fine-crowned Cincinnati. End of section 57. Section 58 of the Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Frederick William von Steuben by Friedrich Kapp. Chapter 27, Part 1. Steuben in private life from 1784 till 1790. The states of Pennsylvania, Virginia, New Jersey, and New York present him with land. He settles in the city of New York. His different residences, the Louvre. He writes treatises about military affairs, especially the militia and the Continental Legion. Washington's opinion thereon. Steuben's social standing in New York. The doctor's mob. Other anecdotes. The German Society of the City of New York. Steuben its president for 9 years. E. Livingston's oration. Steuben's political views. The prerogatives of the President of the United States. Prince Henry of Prussia. Election of governor in New York. Steuben present at Washington's inauguration. Steuben chosen regent of the New York University. His plan for an American settlement of the Mississippi in Louisiana. The Spanish ambassador does not answer. Steuben's proposals not accepted. To resume our narrative, we have to revert to the time when the disbanded army returned to the peaceful occupations of civil life, while others, who were young enough to devote themselves to other pursuits, soon made up the loss they had experienced in joining the army. Steuben was too old and too little acquainted with business to gain a livelihood in a civil capacity. He was 54 years old, the greater part of which he had spent in the field. Feeling that after the conclusion of peace he was of no more use in America, he proposed to return to Europe and live there in agreeable retirement, if Congress would pay him a part of his claims. But as stated in Chapter 26, the matter was put off from day to day, from year to year, and when in 1790 they finally arrived at a decision, Steuben, on account of his debts, was unable to leave the United States. He therefore concluded to cultivate his lands in Oneida County, for which purpose his means were sufficient. Although he had for full 6 years to battle with Congress, Steuben never lost sight of the public welfare by attending to his own affairs, and even the time after he had laid aside public station furnishes ample proof of his disinterested participation in the prosperity and security of the United States. These 10 years from 1784 till his death naturally divide themselves into two distinct periods, the one ending with the year 1790, when Steuben's just claims were settled and his life secured from penury, the other with his death, during which latter time he lived in easy circumstances and enjoyed the society of his friends and the regards of the American people. We propose to describe in this chapter the period from 1784 till 1790, as an offset against the tardy way in which the general government did satisfy Steuben's claims. We are bound to mention the liberal rewards of his services by some of the states. Thus the state of Pennsylvania, even before the conclusion of the peace in March 1783, had made him a citizen of the Commonwealth, and given him in Westmoreland County a grant of 2,000 acres. Virginia had presented him with 15,000 acres, as a high sense they had of the merit and services of Steuben, to be located between the Muskingum and the Great Miami, in the present state of Ohio. New Jersey, deeply impressed with the sense of the many and signal services by him rendered to the United States of America during the continuance of the late war, and desirous to testify to the world the grateful sense they entertain of the said services, had given him the life lease of a forfeit estate of John Zabriskie, lying in the county of Bergen, township of New Barbados, at the New Bridge, and in the immediate neighborhood of New York. But Steuben, when informed that Zabriskie, in consequence of that confiscation, was left without means, did not accept the gift and interposed in behalf of Zabriskie. The cities of Albany and New York, the first on the 23rd of July, 1783, the latter on the 11th of October, 1784, honored him with their freedom, and on the 5th of May, 1786, the state of New York granted him 1/4 of a township, equal to 16,000 acres, out of the territory recently purchased from the United Indians. Footnote: an act for the speedy sale of unappropriated lands within this state, and for other purposes therein mentioned, passed on the 5th of May, 1786. 32. And whereas Baron Frederick William Steuben, late a Major General in the Army of the United States, has rendered very essential service to this state, as one of the United States, by introducing a regular discipline into the Army, and a spirit of economy into the interior administration of the regiments, and this legislature, being willing to afford a public testimony of the just sense they entertain of his services. Therefore, 33. Be it enacted by the authority aforesaid, that the said commissioner shall, and they are hereby authorized, to direct letters patent to be prepared for and granted to the said Baron Frederick William Steuben, in fee simple, 1/4 of a township, equal to 16,000 acres of land, part of any township which he may choose, out of the townships to be laid out in any of the tracts of land, directed to be laid out in pursuance of this act, except in the bound of the said lands purchased of the United Indians, without fee or reward, or paying any consideration for the land granted to him, and having approved of such letters patent, His Excellency, the Governor, shall affix the great seal of the state thereto. End of footnote. The site selected was some 12 miles north of Old Fort Schuyler, the present city of Utica, and adjoining the present town of Remsen. It was erected into a separate township and called after him when Steuben settled there. Immediately after having resigned his commission, he returned to New York, where he first rented a country house in the middle part of the island. It belonged to Mr. Provost, better known at the time as the Ready Money Provost, now in the possession of Mrs. Schimmerhorn, and was situated in the present 57th Street in Jones Wood. For some reason unknown, it was called the Louvre by its proprietor, and Steuben lived there with his old companions in arms. Here he spent the little money left him, with North, Walker, William F. Smith, Feely, and others. They, however, very soon went away to establish themselves, and left him in a very solitary situation. Steuben corresponded with his old friends, took part in the politics of the day, and wrote pamphlets about the military affairs and militia of the United States. One of the first works he undertook after his resignation was the elaboration of a plan for their land defense. We have no room for this important essay in full. It will, therefore, suffice to state here that he proposed that in times of peace the whole American army should consist of 1 legion of 3,000 men, permanent and continental, a corps of artillerists, sappers, miners, artificers, etc., of 1,000, permanent and continental also, and 7 legions of established militia, consisting of 3,000 men each, so that the whole would amount to 25,000 effectives. Steuben communicated this plan first to Washington on the 15th of March, 1784, from Mount Vernon, answered it as follows. I have perused with attention the plan which you have formed for establishing a Continental Legion, and for training a certain part of the arms-bearing men of the Union as a militia in times of peace, and with the small alterations which have been suggested and made, I very much approve of it. It was no unpleasing and flattering circumstance to me to find such a coincidence of ideas as appears to run through your plan, and the one I had the honor to lay before a committee of Congress in May last. Mine, however, was a hasty production, the consequence of a sudden call and little time for arrangement. Yours of maturer thought and better digestion, at the same time that I limited the propriety of a continental militia. I glided almost insensibly into what I thought would, rather than what I conceived ought to be, a proper peace establishment for this country. A peace establishment ought always to have 2 objects in view, the one present security of posts and of stores, and the public tranquility. The other to be prepared, if the latter is impracticable, to resist with efficacy the sudden attempts of a foreign or domestic enemy. If we have no occasion for troops for the first purposes, and we're certain of not wanting any for the second, then all expenses of every nature and kind whatsoever on this score would be equally nugatory and unjustifiable. But while men have a disposition to wrangle and to disturb the peace of society, either from ambitious, political, or interested motives, common prudence and foresight require such an establishment as is likely to ensure to us the blessings of peace, although the undertaking should be attended with difficulty and expense. And I can think of no plan more likely to answer the purpose than the one you have suggested, which, the principles being established, may be enlarged or diminished at pleasure, according to circumstances. It therefore meets my approbation, and has my best wishes for its success. Poverty soon compelled Steuben to give up his dismantled and deserted residence, and to surrender the Louvre. His old friend and aide-de-camp B. Walker, who had married in the meantime and taken a house in Maiden Lane in New York, nearly opposite its junction with Liberty Street, invited him to stay with him. When Walker afterwards removed to Cortlandt Street, Steuben engaged rooms in the present Fulton Street at a Dr. Vachet's, and took his dinners at the celebrated boarding house of the Misses de Benny in Wall Street, nearly opposite Hanover. Having lived there a year or two, he went to the house of Dr. Tillery at the southeast corner of Broadway and Wall Street, till he finally, in 1791, took a house opposite St. Paul's Church, the present 216 Broadway, which he occupied down to his removal to Steuben in 1794. Steuben was a great favorite in social circles, and especially among the ladies. He engaged in their amusements, and by his wit and pleasantry, the delights of any party where he was were increased. We find his name on the invitation list of Mrs. J. during the years 1787 and 1788. He was intimate with Dewar, Duane, Livingston, Jay, Barrett, Hamilton, Fish, and others. He cultivated social intercourse with all the prominent and fashionable families of the city, while at the same time he was very popular among all classes of the people. H. D. von Bülow, who was in New York in 1792 and paid a visit to Steuben, says that he was known by everyone as the Baron, and that when the Baron was spoken of, everybody knew that Steuben was the man. When, at the famous Doctor's Mob, produced in 1786 and 1787, by the careless exposure of a subject from the dissecting room of the hospital, he was accidentally wounded. The mob made room to let him pass and cheered him, while they went on in their work of destruction. President Dewar relates an amusing anecdote of Steuben connected with this affair. It became necessary, says he, to call out the militia to put down the rioters, and many of the principal citizens repaired to the assistance of the civil authority. Some of them were severely wounded. Mr. J. received a serious wound in the head, and the Baron de Steuben was struck by a stone, which knocked him down, inflicted a flesh wound upon his forehead, and brought a sudden change in the compassionate feelings he had previously entertained towards the rabble. At the moment of receiving it, he was earnestly remonstrating with Governor Clinton against ordering the militia to fire on the people. But as soon as he was hit, his benevolence deserted him, and as he fell, he lustily cried out, "Fire, Governor, fire!" He was carried into Mr. Dewar's house, and there being no surgeon at hand, Lady Kitty Dewar stanched his wound and bound up his head. After his departure, Governor Clinton provoked the laughter of the company by recalling these circumstances. Though never perfectly master of the English language, he understood and spoke it with tolerable correctness. He would sometimes, and as a matter of jest, miscall names and blend or adopt words similar in sound, dissimilar in meaning. Once, when dining with General Washington, Mrs. Washington asked him what amusements he had. "I read, and I play chess, my lady," said the Baron, "and yesterday I was invited to go a-fishing. It was understood to be a very fine amusement. I sat in the boat 2 hours, though it was very warm, and caught 2 fish." "Of what kind, Baron?" asked the lady. "Indeed, I do not recollect perfectly, but one of them was a whale." "A whale, Baron, in the North River?" "Yes, on my word, a very fine whale, as that gentleman informed me." "Did you not tell me it was a whale, Major?" "An eel, Baron." "I beg your pardon, my lady, but the gentleman certainly called it a whale." but it is of little consequence. I shall abandon the trade, notwithstanding the fine amusement it affords. Among the Germans of the city of New York, Steuben occupied a most prominent position. They looked on him with pride and held him in high veneration. He took part in their associations and benevolent institutions. When on the 23rd of August, 1784, the German Society for the Benevolent Purpose of Assisting Poor Germans and their descendants was founded, Steuben was not in town, but immediately after his return he joined it and at once became its most influential member. On the 7th of February, 1785, Dr. Kuntz moved that the society express their thanks to Steuben for the honor he conferred on them in becoming a member, and on the 3rd of October, 1785, he was unanimously elected president, which place he occupied until his death. This society, which still flourishes and numbers about 1,000 members, was in its beginning represented and sustained by revolutionary officers, as, for instance, Colonels Henry Emanuel Litterlob, its first president, Frederick von Wiesenfels, Friedrich A. Muhlenberg, and General Peter Muhlenberg, on the motion of Steuben, were made honorary members, and many distinguished Americans, Esmer Duane, Governor Morris, Edward Livingston, Stephen von Rensselaer, Peter Schuyler, Horatio Gates, and other distinguished men afterwards became members. The emigration, which then was in its infancy, did not require much attention of the society. Here and there a ship arrived with Germans, bound to labor, on whose behalf they interfered, as, for instance, in 1792, when the board of directors met at Steuben's house, to protect the Germans who, under the most disadvantageous terms, had been engaged by the Genesee Land Association. It appears from the minutes of the board that the arrival of two ships with emigrants at almost the same time was a very extraordinary event. Thus the society had more ample occasion for charitable purposes at home, and for cherishing kind feelings of benevolence and friendship among its members. On the anniversary of the society, which, on motion of Edward Livingston, was celebrated on the 11th of August, being the day of German independence, in consequence of Hermann's victory over Paris, a German and English oration was delivered, and a dinner taken. Edward Livingston was the English speaker in 1789, and in his appreciation of the German character, said at the end of his speech, "The next is one whom here I fear to name, and scarce dare venture to describe, lest I offend the virtue which, not obtrusive, she is the voice of fame, but vain the purpose to conceal it. When German worth is the theme, can we omit the name of Steuben? Or when we speak of services like his, will admiration bind itself to forms? No, regardless of the feelings it may excite. The voice of truth proclaims him the creator of our force, who from a chaos of disorder raised our military fame. Unhappily, the voice of gratitude has not been heard. Our country yet, my friends, is not unjust. It was once lost amid the din of acclamation, and that voice, though small and still, shall soon be heard and teach our country to reward his merit." End of section 58.